Oh, hit them likes. Hit them likes. Hit them likes. Hit them likes. Share. I think it's 15 people in this one. What's the deal, man? Dang, I forgot the what you call it. Island is in the building.
Fix your words. They backwards.
Right. You're right. You're right. You're right. I keep forgetting about that. Thank you. Zila in the building. What's the deal, man? Let's see. What I was about to do? I wanted to see what that if that multi. I don't know. Let's see. Hold up. What's the deal, man? What you doing up this late, man? You gotta be out and about. You out and about, man?
Who, me?
Talking about Zila. What you doing too? What you at work? Just getting off
Hell no, I'm at the laundromat.
the laundry, man. Oh, get some washing some clothes and stuff.
Yeah.
Washes and blues and stuff. Yeah, I already know that feel. I'm about to get on the wine tonight, you know. Hey, I'm blowing to
My
the
day
thing. I
off.
didn't mean to blow to the mic. I was on Noble Live going to bed now. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Noble, he smooth. It's one of my boys. Let's get it. Let's get it. I'm about to be on for a good few minutes, few hours. That
You
daylight about to
saved
hit.
me. You saved me. I swear. You be saving me
Oh.
because I be in all the wrong lives, getting myself in trouble, and you just come save me.
Wow. He said he be in all the wrong. That's funny.
Yeah, because
Oh,
don't get me wrong though, like I like the topics people be having. It's just certain men give very bad advice, and then sometimes they give good advice, but like the intentions don't be sounding right. It just be like, like I just be like, oh, see, this is what's gonna get me beat up. Cause I got a smart mouth, and I know I got a smart mouth, and it's just really like I'm gonna get myself beat up.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where the heck did I put that? What you call it? Yeah, I'm about to. Let me hit these lights up real quick. Go ahead and bring my backup in real quick because I gotta hit this 1,000 before I start the topic, yeah, dude. Oh, I heard my own voice. There you go. Hey, it's 8. Hold up, 8 people in here, man. Hit them lights, man. Hold up. Oh, wow. I did it. I think y'all was about to talk for a good little second. I honestly came in here. My people are here. They come here to save the world, you know? I'm gonna start the topic in a minute. I still gotta get a couple of more sips of this good wine, you know? Ooh. How's everybody day? I haven't seen y'all in so long. Haven't seen y'all in so long, you know? Oh, man. Hit them shares for me, hit them likes for me, do all that, you know? A sip of what? I'm on that red Moscato right now. Yeah, no. That red Moscato. Said you sick. Oh my, yeah. Get some of that red Moscato. It's gonna make you feel smooth, you know? Alright, I'm almost at 1,000. Almost at 1,000. Grand Rising. Grand Rising. Fluffy. The Fluffy. Alright, let me go ahead and start the topic, man. We've been rocking all day, you know? Drink some ginger ale, right? Ginger alcohol, you know what I'm saying? Ginger alcohol. It's like, nah. All right, man, let's get the topic going. So, I say watch out for some of these. It's not you, it's them people, you know what I'm saying? They love saying that. And start paying attention to the it's what the freak? It's okay, it's you, not them. Yeah. I think I said it right. Whatever. I think the sip getting it to me. I don't know. I'm gonna blame it on the sip just because I'm reading it wrong. Anyways, yeah. Right, it's the racist black ones. Come on, man. We might have started off like that. Blame game is toxicity. Yeah, feel you on that. Yeah, we ain't about to do that. So my man's with that comment and stuff. I'm gonna have my I don't want my my fave And I'm having to boot you because she got to use the power soon one day, you know what I'm saying? But, you know what I'm saying? We gonna try to keep that out. It's not like that. But anyways, now what I mean by that is just like, them are the people. Most of the time, they trying to keep you from holding yourself accountable in certain situations. So I understand that it's many, it's maybe a few situations where, it might not been, we might not have been the problem with that situation why something happened, but majority of the time, I take accountability serious. So boo him. I don't trust no man named Larry. uh, you right. Truth hurts, huh? Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Go ahead, do your thing. Go ahead, do your thing, Fave. Let's see what you got. I think you the only. No, Queen is a mod in here too. One of y'all be do your thing.
What
But
book?
anyways, uh, yeah. Basically, I mean by that situation is like, yeah, they usually just them usually be the coddlers. I guess I can just go ahead and go straight to it, man. Most of the time, the coddlers is it's not you, it's them people. And them the people that try to stay away from the it's them. You know what I'm saying? It's you, not them. You know what I'm saying? So them the ones you want to stay away from because they gonna keep you from away from growing in general. You said did you call you called? Yeah, I was about to say it might be your time to use your powers because somebody in the chat talking weird up in here. But my thing about that though, you gotta watch out for them because a lot of them be saying that, and it depends on the situation. Some of them just say it because they want to get some type of deep connection with you or something, or they saying it so because they are that type too, and they never learn from their mistakes, so they okay and with you following the same mistake and stuff, and not realizing that it's harming you more than anything. So they're gonna tell you that no, it's not you, it's them. But oh shoot. You want to watch out for that though. Um, Now with the people that's saying it's you, it's not them. You want to be like you want to pay attention to them too. Like that's why I put it in that way because like you gotta when they tell you that when a person tell you is you, it's not them. That's when you gotta take the time to focus on yourself and ask and figure out why would they say something like that. A lot of times, yes, it might be haters out here that might just say it, what I'm saying, just say, yeah, you're just weak or something like that. It is you, something like that. It's just haters. So you gotta just dig deep on why anybody says anything about you. Like, even if it's a joke, all that stuff, anything. Like, when people say something about you, I ain't gonna say, like, take it personal, but just try to understand why they said it about you. That's all it is. Or you just try to understand the joke, understand, uh, why would somebody come in the chat and say, you're a bum or something like that? You know what I'm saying? You just gotta try to you ain't gotta think all the rest of your life on it, but I'm just saying, just try to, that's how I understand quick. I see somebody coming in, you're a bum, okay, he's just a troll. Something like that. I just look at it like that. But if it's like a close friend, like, man, you gotta, you got an anger problem or something like that, I noticed. You don't sit there and be like, I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't like, I ain't got no anger problem or something like that. No, take that in, digest that, you know what I'm saying? Consume that, digest it and all that, and think about why they probably had said that. Because it's probably something about you that you never noticed, and that's why they're putting it to notice. So when somebody say something like that, especially if they're connected with you, you got to just think about why would they say something like that? Because it's obviously you was blinded to it. You were blinded to it. I need to take another sip real quick. Hold up. TikTok, this is the only Kool-Aid. Chill out. Um, you gotta pay attention to that. Like if they say something about that, that means it's something that you might have to work on. That's like the same people that don't see like I got people in my family that's like that. They be over there like I don't know why everybody don't like me and all that stuff. I just being me. You know what I'm saying? People be like, I'm just being me and all that, and then being you always gets you in trouble. So it's something. It's obviously something you got to change about yourself. You know what I'm saying? So nobody, they be blinded to it. They rather blame everybody. They rather go to that. It's not you, it's them people. They rather hear from that situation. So they rather hear that because a lot of people don't like taking accountability. That's the main thing in this world. People just don't take accountability. That's why they don't move forward in life. That's why they stay in their feelings. That's why they take everything personal. That's why they going through traumas. You know what I'm saying? All this stuff, they don't want to take accountability. Um, but like I said, with basically what I'm getting to about that, it's not you people. I mean, it's not you, it's them. Them most of the time they just trying to make you feel good at the moment. Make you feel good at the moment, and it's something they want out of you. You know what I'm saying? It's usually be something they want out of you. Like it could be a dude, say a dude and a woman or something like that. Dudes is good for their words and stuff. Women more good with their visual. That's how the attractions work with dudes and dudes and women. Dudes are attracted, women are attracted to the way men talk, and men are attracted to what they visualize. Just in general, it can get wavered on that situation. But like I said, if a dude like, yeah, nah, baby, you ain't like that. You was that woman. You wasn't a problem and all that. That man don't know what he missing and all that. You know what I'm saying? Realize that he see the problem in front of him, but you just want to watch women and men, sir. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What you saying? Turn your mic on mute. And what you was talking about? What did I say?
You keep saying dude instead of saying men.
Huh? A dude?
Yeah, you keep saying dude.
Why y'all trying to glitch it? You must be at work again. No, you ain't at work. You was somewhere. Why is it glitching? Say it again. Hello? Um, but like I said, yeah, you want to watch out for that because some people just they will say stuff just to get what they want at the end of the day. They be like, "Nah, you ain't that. You the baddest of them." They want to say stuff to get into your ear so they can get what they want, and then back to misery again after they done used you and stuff. So just like this, people in your life, people on these lives and stuff, they're gonna say anything juicy in your ears to to make you feel good at the moment, or to make you feel good to get you to where they want you to get to, and you know use you for whatever they want to use you for at the end of the day. Let's see.
You can hear me better now?
I hear you now.
Okay.
What you was saying though? You said I said dude and what?
Yeah, you kept saying dude and women.
Oh, wow. That's how we talk in Detroit. But trying to think, what was I about to say? There was something about to say. It sounded like you in like you in traffic for real. But like I said, stay focused on that. It's not just stay focused on that. I would try to dodge the people that say it's not you, it's them and stuff. I would dodge that. Or I would dodge that situation. Always stick with the mindset of is, I guess it depends on the mindset because everybody it's different levels to it. Because some people just can't handle that. Their mind ain't ready for the it's you is I mean is you not them. They're not ready though. But to a certain oh shoot. But at a certain age or something like that, or a certain time of growth, you got to focus more on the it's not them, it's you. You know what I'm saying? You got to focus on that because that's the only way you can make changes within yourself and stuff. Because like, as long as you playing that blame game, which we was just talking about, you would never do the work within yourself because everybody swear they think they perfect. That's what it is. Everybody think they perfect and they could do no wrong. You know what I'm saying? Only wrong get done to them. You know what I'm saying? That's freaking crazy. It's freaking crazy world. Teenager mindset. I don't even care if I was the most perfect person. I'm gonna still look at what I possibly could have did wrong in that. That's how much you know. I say humility I have for myself and all that. Because I don't think I'm perfect. I don't think I'm. I know it's something I gotta work on every day. It's no point of talking about another person. I can't make another person work themselves, whatever. Like, so what's the point of talking about another person? That's crazy. That's freaking crazy. Uh, but I think I'm done though. I can't think of no more stuff for real. But if y'all wanna, more people wanna hop in the box, y'all can. Save, you already know you gotta get your spot. Who else in here? They got extra quiet. I didn't see the chat moving or nothing. Y'all better wake up. I done got up out the bed and stuff. Ah. Y'all, you already know she coming up here. You know what I'm saying? Y'all called. Need you to get your spot and warm it up. You almost home, Island Queen?
I'm at the laundromat.
Oh yeah, you gonna be up there for a little minute. Okay. How long you been up there?
I'm almost out.
Okay.
Hey, hey,
Hey, hey.
how you doing?
I'm good. How you feeling?
I'm doing good. Thank you for
That's
asking.
good.
I'm happy
Haven't
to
heard
hear
from you
you.
all day, man. I'm happy to see you.
I know. I've been missing you. Where you been?
Man, just been around, working and all that. Working, I done did a double shift. I done fell asleep on my shift, but then I came back up, you know what I'm saying? And did that.
Right.
Oh, I'm out of that. I gotta get some more. I gotta refill. I thought I had more than I thought. No, why you laughing down there? Come up here, bestie. Let me chill. Come up here. I don't care about them
Yeah.
emojis. I want to hear those emojis.
Right. She been asleep. Look, she done took a nap and everything.
All
She
right,
should be
you
wide
woke
awake.
as well. You should be over here full energy. I don't care. Sleep up here.
Mm-hmm.
But you get the boot though. That's different. You fall asleep, you
Dang.
get the boot.
Ooh-wee.
And you gotta work. You gotta put in that time to get that spot where you can just sleep in the box. It's nothing against you, but you gotta put that work in though. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's like I same thing. I would expect the same thing on my end. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying? When I'm on
yeah.
your
Oh,
side,
absolutely. Oh,
gotta
yeah.
put that work in.
That's not nice, Kev.
I'm just saying. I'm just
She
being real.
hopped
I ain't
up
mean to
here
be
then.
like that,
You
bestie.
see how quick she
You
got
know,
up
I'm
here?
saying.
That's not nice.
Cause he tried to blow
I'm
her
just
spot
saying.
like that.
Nah. No, you gotta. My thing is, you gotta earn. You gotta earn the spot, man. She my bestie and all, but I'm just saying, like, you gotta put in, put in that work, man. I gotta make sure. That's why I said I want the same thing on my end. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna just think I'm just gonna earn a spot just to earn it. I gotta show. I gotta be worthy of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. You gotta work hard for these positions.
Well, you're definitely showing yourself
Mm-hmm.
approved.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Yep.
know if I start snoring, I'm gonna get kicked. Got it.
Look. The only time you getting kicked if the room get too big, and I need to let some people up. That's the only way that happens. You know what I'm saying? But you good until people don't come in. I just got. You know what I'm saying? I got that.
You got about 45
I
more
got.
minutes until the room blow up.
Yeah, right.
Y'all
To
keep
that day.
tapping
As
the
soon as that
screen.
sun start hitting my face, that's when people want to come in. I
Mm-hmm.
like my little lights, man. I can't even see my lights in the light. See, this thing I keep tripping. Hold up, yo. So I know that. Okay, she gonna just put in the work. Like I said, oh, I'm about to say, I thought I was just seeing her name like crazy. I'm like, she trying to make sure
Oh
she
my
get that
god.
spot.
That's
That's all
crazy.
that. I ain't know who
And we
figures
can
that
hear her,
was. I'm
hear her
like,
tapping,
somebody doing it.
hear her tapping the screen
Ain't
bad
doing
hard.
anything.
Oh my god.
Boy,
I'm not
I'm
even
like,
tapping hard. I'm
wow.
just tapping fast. That's all.
Okay, okay, I
Yo,
got
the
you.
echo is phenomenal in the background
Let me
though.
put my mute on.
Phenomenal. You doing your thing, man. You do. No, don't unmute. No, you can. I hear that tapping. I hear you tapping. You good? You got
That
that spot.
motivation.
You got that spot. We
That
can hear
mo-
that tap. They gotta work for them privileges. You know what I'm saying? We.
Hey, Kev, you gotta work for everything around here.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. It don't come easy. You know what I'm saying? Got to.
yeah.
I would expect the same thing. Nothing better not come easy to you.
Right.
That's true.
Right.
Better not be.
That's my problem. That's why I be in these situations.
Alright, so do we gotta talk about some things, do we? Huh? Do we gotta talk?
I was just telling Kevin that earlier.
Honey, you can't be nice nowadays.
Sure can't.
Can't. You can't.
But if you're naturally nice, it's hard to kind
It
of
is. It is.
Yeah, I
ration that
understand that, and
niceness.
yeah, Diva tell me, I'm a Fave tell me a lot.
It's like you can't ration that niceness. It's hard.
That's what
I'm
she
like, I
said.
feel like I'm an all or nothing type person.
I
That's
used to be
good.
like that. I
That's
learned
good
to
though.
do
I
my
believe you.
vetting process a little bit better when it comes to like people,
Hmm.
because I'm one of those people that are, like, I'm sweet as apple pie, but then I can be real sour like a sour patch kid. So it's like you don't know what side of me you gonna get. Like,
Right.
so I just learned to be like, you know what? I'ma just deal with people in small doses.
That's the part I struggle with. I don't know how to do
So can
that.
y'all hold it down for a couple seconds? I gotta refill.
Not you getting another cup of wine.
Oh yeah, it's about to go down.
I see. Yeah, make sure you
It's
drink
about
some
to.
water now.
Oh
Right.
yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah, it's Friday. I ain't worried about it. What is water? It's like
But Island Queen, that's what I'm talking about. Like the doses. I don't know how to do doses.
You know what I've
See,
learned? The older I got is I always treat people
man,
how
you younger than all of us. Don't be trying to say it like that.
I know, right? I'm the baby.
Oh, not that. When I learned, it's like, well,
But I
wait a
did learn this, like, because I had to learn at an early age, because I wasn't raised around brothers and sisters, so I'm the only child, so I learned harder than easier. So with me, it was, I grew up thinking everybody was my friend. So
Mm-hmm.
because I didn't have brothers and sisters to teach me those things, like, it was a little bit harder for me because I was the only child. I got whatever I wanted. I did things like so. Learning to interact with people that are outside of your family and dealing with other people's behaviors came a little hard for me because I didn't have siblings, you know. So I didn't have an older person to be like, "Hey, watch this person. Watch these behaviors. Watch this. Watch that." Like, I didn't have that. I had to learn for myself. So it was trial and error. So when I say I learned this over the years, I technically did. Like, you know. But yeah,
Yeah.
I really did had to learn that everyone isn't my friend, and you can't be too be nice, but don't be open hearted. And I know that for people like us, it's kind of hard to do, to like kind of shut off like your kindness a little bit.
Right.
So I'm put it this way then. This is what I'm gonna say. I can't say that. I'm gonna say you be you. Just don't take stuff personal. That's all it is. You stay being you. Just don't take it
Mm-hmm.
personal because a person don't match the way you want them to match. You know what I'm saying? Everybody
No,
gonna be different. They're not gonna be the same energy as you. They're not gonna be nuts. But that shouldn't stop you from being you.
no.
If you
I'm not
naturally
disagreeing
you
with
give
that.
your all and stuff, continue doing it. It just don't just don't take it personal when a person don't match the same way. So you shouldn't expect another person to be the same way as you. That's how I'm put it that way. So
Of course, of course. What I'm
yeah.
saying is always be yourself.
Oh,
Just learn to not go over and beyond for the wrong person.
yeah, that was going towards them too, but yeah, I feel
Yeah.
you. It sounded like you already didn't care though. He's like, nope,
I'm
I ain't give
telling you,
you all that.
I had to learn this over the years. Like I had to learn
Yeah,
this.
but I was talking about for them, they don't have to piece off. You know what I'm saying? If that's their character that they ain't trying to piece off, that's why I was saying that for. It's like just keep doing you. You can do your 100%, but just don't just look at it. That's why I was telling them like, just don't take it personal when somebody don't match your energy. Just know that life gonna happen, or people is going to be them. You know what I'm saying? But that shouldn't stop you from being your original character and stuff.
Of
Nobody
course.
should take you down from your originality. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what I've also learned is too, because sometimes saying things it doesn't come off the same way. Like I can say, you hurt my feelings and someone can take it the wrong way. I've learned that I'm gonna treat you like you treat me, right? I'm still gonna be myself. I'm still gonna care for you. But when you do certain things and it hurts my feelings, I'm gonna do it back to you. I've learned that that helps too with a lot of people. They be like, "Why you did that to me? Because you did it to me. You didn't like how that felt, right? I didn't like how it felt either."
Yeah, I'm good on that. I did that back in my 20s. I'm good on that. That gets me nowhere. Playing eye for
But
eye,
I've
that
learned
gets you
that
nowhere.
sometimes it's needed. It needs to happen though.
Nah, I don't. You can really walk. You got the option to walk away, but people choose not to walk away.
I mean, in certain
You don't have to mess with
situations,
that person. You
yeah.
don't have nothing to prove. Yeah, but it's no. In most
Mm-hmm.
situations, you got the option just to walk away and stuff, or just leave that person alone. You really don't have to match energies. I've never been with the match energy type life. I'm not gonna say that I was, but I'm saying I'm not condoling it now. Just because I started to
Yeah.
learn
I
myself a
can't
little
do
bit
that.
more, and you know, realize that everybody want to be the tough person all the time. You know
Oh
what I'm
no, no,
saying? I'm
I'm
not
not talking
trying to
about
look to
like
be the
matching
toughest
bad
person all the time.
energies. No, 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 I'm not talking about like matching bad energies. I'm just saying like I don't know the best way to explain it. Like if you do something, like because some people do something and they're unaware that it's a problem. So like basically off of basically like of your topic, right? If everybody's saying that you're the problem and you're unaware of what you feel like is the problem, some people are better visual learners than they are just be telling you what you're doing is a problem. You get what I'm saying? Not saying that you're intentionally doing evil things, but you just want this person to realize like this is where you're hurting me at, like in that situation, not doing bad energy or nothing like that.
It's almost like, how do you give different versions of yourself to people and still stay genuine, still stay who you are?
I like that. Right.
Hmm.
That's the struggle. Like, how do I give you a different version?
Yeah, because when you're being your authentic self, that's not something you can just cut off like a light bulb.
Right. That's
But hey,
hard.
they got people that swear they can be this certain way, and I'm naturally. Oh, let me not say that. No, I'm not about to jump this room to
You
500.
right. I learned to deal with people in the settings that
I
I'm,
can do this. What is
and
that?
that it's still hard for me though. But I'm still learning. Like if
That's what she said.
I met you in church, I'm not gonna pull you out of my friend element of church. We're gonna do church things together, and I'm not gonna
Mm-hmm.
pull you out to the club version of my friends. I've learned to do that. So this way, that situation will be
Hmm.
sometimes people pull certain friends out of different, like if I met you in this element, I'm gonna kind of stick you in that element until you show me different. Because
Mhm.
sometimes we add forces out out of elements that causes problems ourselves.
Mhm. Hmm.
She going in.
I like that. I like that. I like that. I can hear the work. You got your spot already. You good. Just cruise it. You alright.
Oh, yeah.
You'll be alright. Now I need to hear
I'm
eyes
gonna
type
keep
like
my spot
that.
too,
That's what,
Kel.
when eyes type, when I hear it like that, I know she just. But I see her though. I see her typing down there though. I'm, no, I'm saying. I appreciate everything, man. I'm just saying the way she was doing.
If I see, I need to
It's
mute
like, man, you
Kel.
ain't got nothing to prove, man. Chill.
I
You
ain't
got
trying
your
to
plaque
prove nothing.
already.
It's what I
I know I'm talking. Hey, I cannot joke. It's like, do your own move. Do your own
I'm
move on
sorry.
you.
You right. I'm sorry, Kel. You right. You can
No,
joke.
you good.
Go ahead,
You good.
baby. Go
You
ahead.
good. You good. Let me
I
get my cup.
I
Give
think
me
that
my
was a
cup.
good example, Island Queen. Like, if you meet somebody at church, that's church. You're my church person.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because sometimes we pull our friends out of our comfort zone and out of their comfort zone in a sense. I've learned that the hard way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but life is nothing but trial and error.
Yeah.
Yep. Here you thinking you gonna get
But in
invited to
that,
the baby shower, baby? You ain't getting no invitation
Right.
because we just church friends.
You ain't nothing more than that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, a work in progress.
Always. I've learned life is nothing but a giant lesson.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
See, this is why I would have like people in the box so they could just talk and he could just keep disappearing.
Where did Kev go? Oh, he went to get a drink.
Hmm.
Dazzle, what are you doing?
Huh?
What are you doing?
Big,
Fluffy, exactly. Life
big
is
pressure. Big pressure.
nothing but a giant experience.
Tapping this screen over here, I just don't. I put myself on mute because people coming in, and I see people in the comments saying they can hear. Hear the tapping.
Yes, it sounds like you typing a whole paragraph. Like
I
you go
know. I
ahead.
don't want to distract. I don't want to distract nobody. Hey, Pharaoh.
Hey, Farrah. But wait, can't you use your? Because I can hear your nail. Like if you do.
It's really my finger. I'm not using my nail. Maybe my nail tapping the screen, but
Yes.
I'm using
Yeah.
my finger.
Yeah. See, now I can't hear it.
Oh, see, now you can't hear it.
Oh, now I can hear it.
See,
Yeah.
that's just my finger. That's just my finger. That's not even my
That's
nail.
not your nail?
That's my finger. My nail ain't even touching the screen.
Hmm.
You doing
Yeah.
that on your iPad or your phone?
My phone. That might have something to do
Oh,
with it.
maybe that's why. Can you hear me? Because I'm doing it on my iPad. Tell me if you can hear me.
No, we can't
No,
hear
I
you.
can't hear.
Oh,
Yeah.
maybe switch to your iPad because I'm on my
Girl, my
iPad.
my iPad charging.
Oop, it's still
Uh,
charging from yesterday.
Yep. Cause I
Ah,
never cause I never let it charge up completely. Even when I went to sleep, I thought it was on the charger, but it wasn't. That little hour, child, it wasn't even on there. But I like my iPad with TikTok, but it burned my juice burned so quick.
it does.
I think it's the echo from her speaker on her phone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. With the i usually with the iPad you have like a bigger space.
Yeah.
The heck is quiet when I get in here?
I think I'm gonna
Y'all
talk
talking
about
about me.
that. I'm gonna write that down. Giving people how to give people different versions of you. I think I'm gonna talk about that. Let me write that down on my little list.
And I don't think it's different versions. It's minimizing your versions to certain people
Explain that a little bit.
because all those versions are you.
Mm-hmm.
They're just broken down into the groups of people you deal with. Because as a
That sound
whole,
like y'all
they're your
talking
whole
about
entire
adapt.
personality.
Y'all sound like y'all talking about adaption.
I mean, true, it is a part of adaptation, but basically because
That's what
it's
it
not a
sound like.
different version of you, all those versions are you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 'cause
So
you gotta
it's
adapt to
really
your
like
job. You gotta adapt.
your, huh? What you say, Kevin?
I say you gotta adapt to the jobs. You gotta adapt to your significant other. You gotta adapt to your parents. All of them like different
Mm-hmm.
ways you have to treat a person. I'm put it that way.
Right. So it's like you giving each of these people just one side of you, but it's still a part of you. So it's not
But
really
when you adapt, it should be a better version of yourself, not adapting to below yourself and or I
Mm-hmm.
gotta be matched in it like in a negative type way, as in oh
right.
I'm about to be evil because this person evil. No, no, they ain't that type of adapting.
Mm-hmm.
Every adaptation should be able to better your life or something, or do better, or to treat another person better. That's what that adaptation should be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say giving them different versions. I would say give them different pieces of you. Cuz they're not it's not a different version. It's who you are. Just you
Mm-hmm.
giving them in pieces. So you giving this group of friends this piece of you that who you are, that version, and so on and so on. But it's not a
Mm-hmm.
adaptation is definitely natural. But sometimes we adapt to the wrong reasons.
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, most definitely right about that. I be adapting to the wrong group of people, wrong situations, wrong jobs. Those two versions of adaptation.
Not that baby cup.
If you have to force it, it's not for you.
She made fun of your cup. I ain't even see
Nope,
the cup.
she just made her time even longer. It's like no, I'm talking junk.
Ah!
I'm talking junk. Nah, I actually almost increased it. I like the jokes. Yeah, it is a little cup. I'm trying to baby sip it
Not too
so I
much.
can pay attention to what I'm drinking. Don't be no, ain't no mutants around here. It's gonna hear that tapping you talking about over there.
You like it. I just don't.
Yeah, I do.
I don't want to disturb your viewers.
Okay, I guess I get you then.
Yeah, I mean,
Anyway,
but
it
somebody
ain't
in the
that.
comments said that it was like loud typing. So
Oh, okay,
I
okay,
know
I
that.
feel you. I
I
feel
know
you.
that that helps you.
It's
Let's
like a
see.
soothing sound.
Right.
Them fast fingers though, man. I told you that's that called that I don't need no man fingers right there. I need myself fingers
Oh,
over there.
oh my God. Oh
What I
my
need you
God.
for? And for the men, I call it the jacking fingers, the jacking hands and stuff.
Mm-mm.
Boy, you don't know what you're doing. Is that? I ain't gonna say nothing because every time I call her name, she just be swiping. So I ain't gonna say nothing. I gotta wait till she say something. Moving this boy, move big, get out the way. What's up, man? I ain't seen you in a while.
Thank you, Moo.
She got that name would get us in trouble if we say it. I swear I was just saying the name. She can't be using my live like that.
Hmm?
No, that's why I use B. I'm just saying. No, we can't tell TikTok that after we didn't got banana. She said it. She put it in the chat. It's SH at the end.
Right. Put that in the appeal.
Right, exactly.
Hey, Robert.
She is funny, man. She might get a spot quick. Robert Smith. What's the deal, Robert? Welcome to the live. Welcome to the live, man.
You know, I'm big on matching negative energy. You know, I'm
You
still
said
young.
what?
I'm still young. I still got a little negative, negative energy still left in me.
I feel you, man. But you're gonna come to a time and place where you're gonna realize it's all for nothing. But it just take levels
I
to it,
don't
man.
know. I can't agree with that.
It
You
took
know,
me time.
I can't agree with
You say
that.
you can't
Sometimes,
agree? Yes, because you get a pleasure out of it. I know vengeance is a pleasure, but it does nothing for you. It don't help you grow. It's really holding you back more than it's bringing you up. But you're gonna learn it. You're gonna learn. Grasshopper.
you know what? Until I get there, until I get
Hmm.
there,
So you
I'm
get there.
still
I
being
know.
busy.
I know.
Yeah,
I feel you. That's why
absolutely.
you. That's why you in these lives, man. Because you know I'm only gonna try to talk about stuff that can bring us up, man. So you know what I'm saying. So you got time. Be
Yeah,
patient.
because you don't want it to
You
make
know
you
you're only
bitter.
2 years younger. Be
Yeah,
patient.
because you don't want it to
You
make
know
you
you're only two
bitter.
years younger. You got time. Be
Yeah,
patient.
because you don't want it to
You
make
know
you
you're only two
bitter.
years younger than me, but
You
she's like,
know,
she has to be.
I'm not that young.
want it to
You
make
know
you
you're only two
bitter.
years younger than me, but
You
she's like,
know,
she has to be.
I'm not that young.
I say 2 years younger than me. We 30 in this boy. 30 and up in here. Wait, how old are you, Lies?
42.
You 42.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't no 40. Get the, you
Yeah,
in your 30s. Quit playing.
I just turned 42.
That's some good genes, baby. That's what them good genes do for you.
Right.
Mm.
Funny. How
I seen
old
a
you?
video earlier her today. She said, what was that? It was like, you get the whole package or something like that. Said a face and
What?
face
Me?
and what is it? Eyes, yes. I seen you know one of your videos popped up.
Probably for my
Said,
birthday. No?
you said something. What'd you say? Something about the oh whatever. I forgot. You don't look 40. Right, exactly. She playing. I still don't believe that.
My son will be 20.
Don't be mad because black women age gracefully. Okay.
I don't know who mad around here.
Ah,
That's congratulations. Like, dang, you look you look good for your age, I mean.
thank you. Thank you.
Um, move. Get out the way. Get out the way. I remember she was introducing me about her, like she messed with Ludacris. That boy, they got him so underrated, man. That's young bold. He needs some more respect around here, man. That dude cold.
I wonder why he
She in
stopped
here
putting out
spending that.
music.
You know it's Friday. She over here spending that whole check up in here. Chill.
But I wonder why he stopped doing music.
Oh,
He
Ludicrous.
doing movies. He been doing movies. You know that get paid way
you
more
know
than
what?
music.
Good question. I
I thought.
He also became a producer though, so I think that's why he laid back.
Yeah, all that stuff make more money.
But they
Anything that
said
make more money.
Ludacris, he had his own record label or something, but they were saying that he was the type of artist where he didn't want his artist to be more famous than him or something like that. That's just rumor though.
Mm,
Like the people that
I'm
he
good. I'm
managed and
just
stuff,
like that. To
mm-hmm.
show that love.
he
That's
didn't
all.
want
That's
them to be
good.
more
That's good.
successful.
Yeah, I haven't seen you for a while. Just not used to it. Move. I haven't seen you for a while. I still remember you though. If I remember you, that's a good thing. Actually, did I unfollow you? I think I did. Oops. I unfollow a lot of people I just ain't seen in my room in a long time. But I'll follow you.
But that's like Neo too. Neo don't need to do music like that no more.
Neo.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that don't. It's all good. It happens. Oh yeah. I just trying to, cause I know some people that just one timers. They come in my, and the thing is, this is what I do though. There's nothing against nobody. It's just that I gotta follow the people that be in my room a lot or that support me, so I can be able to see their rooms and stuff. Cause there's a lot of people on here. A lot of lives be going, and they don't really be in my room like that. So it's like I'm trying to find the people that I can match with, or people that I originally already was online with, even if they don't come my room. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to follow. That's why my follow so low. And a lot of those that come in and out, or just come in one at a time, I just had take some time off TT a little bit. Oh, yeah, okay. I feel you. I feel you.
Yeah, Fluffy, that's true. Neo never really wanted to be a limelight guy. He was pretty but I think he's better off as a producer, songwriter than he is an actual singer. That's my opinion now.
It's 13 views in here, man. Y'all hit them likes and share, y'all. Hit them likes and share. We about to get this day going, man. I still got some hours on here. You know what I'm saying? I got my people's gonna be asleep soon. But hey, it's gonna be a night. We did our little sleep. We got our little sleep sessions in.
Lucky y'all.
We always be doing sleepovers. Haven't be having us breaking day and shit. And then I'm gonna take a 4 hour nap. See y'all 4 hours. Like, no.
What the heck? I've never done that before. My sister, why she up there? Or this? That might be my nephew. I don't know. Maybe he taking her phone in the middle of the night when she sleep.
Oh.
Ain't no. Oh, we be playing around too much. I had to block him last time. He was pressing every last button on it. I got him as my. I'm like, dude. Ivy, this is you. I hope. 6 o'clock in the morning. Hey, y'all follow my sister. She trying to get to 1,000, man. Ivy, I mean, Gemini. I don't know if she want her thing on government name, even though her government name on her page until she changed it. But yeah, I gave you your money back because old dude ain't pick. He ain't answered. It's like this stuff blocked or something. I don't know. He ain't answered the message. So I don't know. I
Oh,
would say run some ads. So, yep. It's my only sister, which is us two. Oh, brothers. I wish I had a brother because I'd be socking them in their jaw when they say some stuff, when they talk some junk.
this is on Cam.
Big sis. You want a big sis? Oh, you trying to act like you big sister? Are you the same age as Island Queen? Y'all babies. 2 years. You know y'all 2 years younger than me, but I am. Quit it.
Wait, when's your sister's birthday?
June.
She older than me.
She older than you?
Yeah, my birthday's in July, the next month.
Oh, okay, so y'all about to be 31.
Hers the 19th. Mine's is the 10th.
Thanks for that follow, Grizilla. Yeah, she's 19. June 19th. June 19th, 1992.
Yeah, July
My
10th.
dad is June 16th, 1992. So is in the building. What's the deal, So? Hop
Hey,
up in the box.
So. You know, So had no problem jumping in the box and getting active.
You're right. You like that, don't you?
Who?
You like that. Get that. The owl.
I love So.
She saying getting active. I also want that part.
She always getting active.
Happy belated hun.
She said she retired. No, you didn't. No, you didn't, sis. Let somebody say something out of pocket. You was not gonna retire. I be saying that too. Okay, sound good. Sound good to us.
Hey, from Sydney, Australia. Okay, what's up? Welcome, welcome. Well, how you feeling, man? How you feeling? We ain't all bad around here. I know you probably went around some toxic lies. There's some good in the USA.
Yeah, safe space.
I don't like saying that, safe space, but it's good. It's a good spot. That a controlled spot, and put it that way. Or control to the best way we can possibly do it. Because sometimes them numbers jumping, you know. Everybody waking up now. We already know. See, Fave already know when it's time come. That's 16 now. Everybody waking up, rising and shining, you know. And if you following me, y'all follow Dazzle Diva Style, cause it's either I'm being her live or she gonna be in my live most of the time. You know, most of the time I was saying everybody, step out every now and then. You know what I'm saying? Sipping, bro. I'm on the wine. You know I'm on the wine. I'm drinking the I think it's red, some type of red wine. You know, Kev, you cheating on me? Quit it. You done cheated on my life so many times. Cause you want to live real life. You don't cheat on me with real life. It's like, shoot.
Oh, Kevin, you in trouble. Don't be cheating on So.
Kev done replaced me with Dazzle. I don't know. I don't know who got replaced. No, Dazzle stepped in and got her spot. She
Yeah,
overpowered everybody.
everybody.
I'm sorry.
Don't
I
feel
don't
bad.
think nobody ever rocked with me as heavy as Dazzle did.
That's
I
a
don't
lie.
think
Good
nobody
morning,
did.
y'all.
Don't do that.
I mean, oh yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I just thought about
You
that.
ain't funny. It's not
Well, I'm
Right.
just
funny.
saying you had your days off, but I'm just saying like
I had my days. Is that what you just
I say she put you in second place though, because I forgot Island have been in here on
said?
my slow times and when me and her just be talking like
And
yeah, I feel
So
you
what
on
you
that.
want me
You're
to
right.
be
I'm sorry.
failing
My
my
bad. My
classes?
great.
bad, Island.
You
I'm sorry. But I'm just saying like she ended up surpassing somehow. The days that she wasn't in here, she just surpassed. She came in here
that
like
that
consecutive.
that's
Ever
how you
since she
gonna
been in
do
my
me,
life, she never left.
Kevin? That's how you gonna do me during Black History Month?
Oh, here
Oh,
we
like
go.
she black
Here
history.
we go.
To a
Here we
black woman?
go.
To a
I can't
black
wait till
woman?
February over. I can't
I'll come
wait.
up with another excuse.
You're wrong. That's how you gonna do a black woman. You gonna come with just that in general. You
No,
can't
cause
never go wrong with that.
March
Y'all make
isn't
sure
March.
y'all make sure y'all tap this screen now.
Yes,
Hmm.
ma'am. Well, March is Women History Month, so I still got a whole other month to come at you.
Tell them.
Um, And then April's my birthday month. So listen, we got reasons for days.
Oh
Okay.
man, it's a wrap. We in for it now. Oh, I'm
Yep.
in for it. It's
Yep.
over.
So what you
Gotta
want me to
watch
just
mama.
fail my classes? Is that what you want me to do? You want me to be on your live
Just
and not do my homework?
nah,
He
man. You
don't know
already
what he
know.
wants to do. He don't know.
See?
He
Yeah,
go to
yeah. I'm
peanut
glad I
gallery.
have witnesses of how he does me.
Right. Girl,
How
he
do I do
he
you?
was too. Don't feel
How
bad.
do I?
He said we both. We just got kicked to the curb. Like
Mm, mm, mm.
I never said that,
yes,
man.
it-
Y'all know
Yes,
I
you
met
just
even
did.
Ariel. She
You said I
okay. I'm
got
gonna say
sisters that
Ariel
listen.
put as much time you did. Ariel, I had some long nights with her too, just like you, Island. Yes.
Kevin,
So y'all about the
we've
same
we've
match. I would
had
say
we've
y'all
had
both.
way too many long nights. I've
But
I've
yes,
done
okay.
I've
So
done
yeah,
more.
so okay,
Wait,
man. Oh my
wait. I've
gosh.
done more all nighters with you than anybody else. Like I'm talking being on live from like 9 p.m. to like 11 the next day.
That's what I'm meaning though. That's the reason why I said what I
Exactly.
said, because Dazzle did that now. She has done that like actually 3 consecutive days.
Wait, no. Dazzle be sleep in the box. No, I be
that
active in the
that
conversation. Dazzle be peacefully asleep with her thing on mute, so we can't even hear her snoring. But yeah, don't play with me.
Subscribe,
I
subscription. Did
remember
my
that
sister
one
just
day we
subscribe
were
to
in
me?
here. I don't have that
You
same
acting different. What the
memory.
heck? Ivy, I know you ain't just subscribed to me. Hold up. Did you subscribe? She did.
Dazzle, I
Thank
think
you,
the last
sister.
time I was in a box and we were
You
having a
still owe me some
conversation,
money, but thanks for
the the lady was
you
like,
still owe me some
"It's
money, but thanks for subscribing, sister.
Kevin. Why you talking over me during Black History Month?"
Oh wow. My sister. I had to mess with my sister for a second.
Oh, that's your real sister. Hey,
That's my real sister. My
Gemini.
only sister. My only sister. Somebody said no,
Oh,
yep. Since you subscribe to me, you'll be saying no.
oh,
Yeah,
that's
my
good.
only
I'm gonna
sister,
follow you,
man.
Gemini, so I can snitch. Cause Kev be acting up in these TikTok streets.
What she gonna do? That's my younger sister. She ain't like she gonna whoop me.
It doesn't matter. I listen, I check my older brother all the time. Don't play with
Nah.
her.
$5 off for what I oh you know. Nope.
right.
He need a belt. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Gemini. See, I like her already. Gemini, follow me back. I have
Yeah, I'm
so
pretty
much to tell
sure y'all
you.
gonna like her for real because she always talking junk sometimes. But I love her, so I gotta live with
But so though, the
that.
fact that I work overnight, I sleep during the day,
Wait,
and so
what? You
Mm.
cut out a little bit.
I said I work overnight, so I sleep during the day, so I can't even be in his lives like I want to anymore because I went back to work.
Oh yeah, but he don't care about
I
none of
mean,
that.
like I said,
I
I
know he
He
understand
don't.
yo,
don't.
but it's just I'm sorry.
He's just, no. You're not sorry because if you were,
Somebody was bigger and tougher, man. Somebody applied that pressure, man. That's what happened. I mean, this that's the way of
wow,
life sometimes, man.
Dazzle.
I
I just Dazzle. I just want you to watch because he gonna do you the
He
same
gonna
way
kick
he
you to
did
the
us.
curb next.
Mm-hmm. See,
okay.
you know
If that
my
make y'all
sis.
feel
She
better, I
looks
guess.
the box.
We giving
The
you
next,
Okay.
fair warnings.
no warnings. The next thing you know,
Mm-mm-mm.
she gonna be
As
like, "Oh,
many
she's
times they
some
done cheated on my
asshole."
life, I wouldn't listen to no. Well, okay, I ain't gonna say Island. No, okay, before you say anything, Island. No, I ain't gonna say it. But
Thank you,
so
Gemini.
she cheated on my
Thank
Miss
life.
you.
Lovely.
Thank you for the gift,
I
y'all. Thank you,
Thank you.
sis. Thank you.
y'all
What is you
after
doing? What is you doing?
after June,
Say no.
I'll have more time.
You
Miss
so
Lovely, I'm
silly.
trying to
Before
finish
you send
school.
any money, let me get my. It's like, nah.
Oh,
I
Pay
stop
for your
messing with my
subscription.
sister,
She ain't
man.
paying for your
I'm
subscription. You her
stop messing
brother.
with her.
You supposed to give
Stop.
her for free.
right. She can't owe you money.
Nah,
That's family.
I've done plenty of stuff for her for free. Plenty. I don't
As
think
you
she can
should
count on
though.
one hand.
As you should.
Right.
Yeah, it's supposed to go mutual though.
No, 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 no.
When
She's
she
a
get me
younger
stuff, we
sister
both
and
look out
she's a
for each other, but
woman.
I look for her more. Oh, here we go.
Mm-hmm. You need to be
Here we
taking
go.
care of her. Over here trying to ask for your money back.
I have no
You
choice
sound like
but
that
to.
Costa Rican
I have
guy.
no choice but to take
Let's
care of her.
have it. Let's have it. That's how you sound right now. Like, what are you talking about? No.
Kevin, you sound like you trying to be an Indian giver. Don't do that. Be nice.
Indian giver or what?
He don't know what that is.
Ariel, man, what's the deal? Did you say anything? What's the deal, Ariel? You know you one of my favorites. I finally got to see her on the camera for the first time, and I used to see her for like a few months, and finally see her on camera. She glasses gang too.
Gabriel said, "Y'all better leave my brother alone." Listen,
Yeah,
Gabriel.
leave me alone.
Gabriel, do you know what your brother has been
It's
doing for
18th.
Black women during Black History Month?
Right.
Do
What
you
have I
know?
been doing?
Preach, preach, so preach.
Mm. Mm-mm-mm.
Here we go. She got her another toxic teammate in this boy. What's the
Per.
deal? What's the
Wait, Alan, quit. We have
Of
to make sure we
course.
say per at the end of our sentences. Kevin
Never
loves
say
that.
that. Please don't join the nonsense.
I
Ariel,
think
how
I
you
think the
feeling, man?
Kevin, I think the worst thing you could have ever did it got me and so together. Like it's over
Yeah, I
for you,
know.
sir.
I see that already. I see it already.
See?
I
Gabriel,
see
you
it
can come up
already,
here and get
man.
some smoke too. Don't play with us.
You don't want Gabe bringing that sword out on you. He
You could
whip
Wait,
come
that
she
to the
sword
looks.
out and you
box,
ain't
If you
gonna know
were
what to
Gabriel.
do.
talking, we can't hear you. I see your box is
Aye, my
lighting up.
sister had made me turn into a
I see.
chill.
I,
Stop acting like you the if you do I gotta look for a cash app or something? You spending too much money over there. Chill.
uh-uh.
It's like
Wait,
no.
she looks. Were you trying to
Big
speak?
money over there.
Kevin, stop talking over me. Oh.
I can drop for you.
I was saying hello.
What?
Oh, okay. Because I was like, I couldn't hear you, but your box keeps lighting up.
Hey, so.
Hey, girl. Hey, girl. Hey, girl.
Please don't let her transform y'all to the purrs. The purrs.
That is not nice.
Guys, we should be a group. We should be the purrs, like a girls
Please don't
group.
do that.
We
That's
could
when
we
I
could
lose
romance the
Kevin,
toxic
all this
Kevin
whole
gonna
box will
lose all his
disappear.
power at this point if you do that. He's like,
No, I won't lose my power. It's just everybody wouldn't be in this box no more.
don't do
I
that.
can't deal with all them perks.
You know you cannot
I
drop
won't be
me.
able to do that.
You
Your
know
I'm
life
that.
would not
sorry.
be exciting without us.
Why you say
Wait.
that? What?
Your name is Monique. That's my mama name.
Who?
I didn't know that.
Yes.
Who
Y'all know
named
how
Monique?
TikTok flips the name sometimes? Sometimes he uses your real name or like your name and then your at name.
Yes. Why is
Gabe, I'm
that?
gonna let you up, man.
I
You
have
already know the deal, man. Don't be come with the
uh-oh.
conspiracy stuff and get my stuff booted out. I'm trying to
Uh-oh.
say this video.
What conspiracy stuff? Oh no, what?
You know,
Go
you
to
could
six
be
bucks. Why
talking.
did you drop her?
I ain't dropped nobody. Who the heck just dropped?
No, she got. I don't know
Who
what
Oh,
dropped?
I
happened.
think she had to go because she was saying she could drop for
Who
Gabriel.
dropped?
You come
Miss
back
Oh,
Rose
up
okay.
here,
dropped.
Miss Ass. Where you going?
Yeah, right.
Oh, where'd
I
she go?
I don't know what happened, but
Oh,
No, she
she
dropped
wanted to drop.
herself.
You say you sleepy.
oh
Yep. Okay, it's all right.
nah,
I
she need
see
to come
all the
back.
stuff that's going down. I see all the stuff that's
Come
going
back
down. It's all
up.
right.
He made it to 6 boxes.
That's right.
It's all right.
Oh, and
Nah,
ladies,
she
as
wanted
far
to
as
drop
Black History
anyways. I
Month, as a
see.
black man, I'm going to say it
Hey,
like this: we deserve
Mimi.
more than a month.
Wait. Yeah, everybody's talking. Say that, Gabriel.
I said, as a black man in America, we need more than a month. We built this nation from beginning to end, so a month ain't enough.
We agree.
That's the first thing, and second thing is Kev, I got to throw this one out there so they can go look it up. Go look up the name Tarmerican Empire.
So I have a controversial view on
Remember, you
that.
got one more time to get community guideline. When you gonna have to be a chat person. I'm telling you, I can't lose no more
Not a
videos.
chat
Bro,
person. I don't think we.
I've
I
been
You
don't
know,
think
fighting
we
you
that
need
know,
one
I
that they
money
had
at
love
to
you
get
and
all.
all. I
bananas
love you,
on.
brother. But man, I got content I gotta put out.
Gabriel, I don't think we need a month
What's
at
up?
all.
You just
We need a
being
whole
folks.
every day for the rest of
Mimi,
our
what's up?
lives.
No, I disagree. I think the biggest thing that needs to change in our community is our mentality. We don't need no. We don't.
Nice.
We
I
don't
forgot I
need.
like
We
when
don't need
So talk
no.
like that.
Uh, we don't
Not
need
when she on her
no
ratchet stuff,
months.
but I
We
like
don't
when she
need a
talk like
day
this.
to try to celebrate quote unquote black people, whatever. Uh, I think that we need to
Right.
change our mindset. So actually, I'm
Well,
not gonna
then we
get
would
into
have
that.
to decolonize everything that's going on in the mindset of our people.
Yeah, and I think we have the ability, but A lot of us choose to stay in a certain mindset that we don't really
Resource
have
finally
to.
came here. I've been looking for her
We don't
forever.
really have to like
She
dig
the
into,
second
but
one.
yeah. Oh, resource.
She
He done
used to
switched up
dodge
on
my
you too.
lies, man. I'm a fan of her, man. She just don't know.
Resource. He switched up
Especially
on
when
you
her and
too.
Dazzle was talking that one night, man. I couldn't. I was like, man, I didn't know they was both talking facts, and my neck was hurting. Listening to both of them.
All
Well,
right.
okay, so with that being said, I'm going to say it like this. If you have the same mindset that I do when it comes to decolonization of our people, what are the three things that, as a people, male and female, we need to work on to get that process started?
We need to educate
Thank you, Resource.
ourselves.
Thank you.
We need to work on being united. And we need to change our priorities.
Okay. So I'm going to say it like this. It's not that we need to be educated because most of our people are fairly educated. We just choose ignorance over
But guess what?
Yeah,
truth.
Knowledge, just
Twenty
having
viewers in
knowledge
here.
is not, and it's not power. It's not anything. You just have it.
Mm-hmm.
Applied knowledge is what gives us power. So we could sit here and know
I like
stuff
when
all
Sauce go
day,
talk like this.
but if you don't apply it, then what the heck you know it for?
Right. That's why I said ignorance. They
Right.
choose to be willfully ignorant.
Yep. And that's why I always say the mentality part, because if we really just apply the things that we know, and we prioritize the thing that we know would benefit our community, boom.
That would be a good thing.
Stay talking
Now,
like
here's
that,
the other
so
thing
man.
out of those three things that I'm going to answer for what I think we need to do.
Okay.
First one, stop the whole gender bullshit.
Wait,
Well,
say it again.
Stop the gender bullshit.
can you define gender BS, because
Yeah, I want to know. Like, yeah,
I think there's
I
some
Gender
love
is
when
based
Sauce
off
so
of
confusion.
act
your
like. I like
genetic
when Sauce talk
biology.
sometimes. What the heck? She be irritated, but I like when she talks sometimes.
Kevin, you
Let's
irritate
go
too.
back to the facts instead of
Yeah, right. We
feelings.
both be irritating easily.
Okay, what are the
But keep
facts
That's the
talking.
in the
first
gender
thing.
BS?
Okay, let's start with the toxic masculinity crap, that all the things that are described as
That's not a
toxic
real thing.
masculinity, hold on, all those things that are described as toxic masculinity are the things that made society as a whole, beginning, middle, and end. Men are not allowed to be men anymore. We are now feminized to the point that we have to be quiet instead of doing the things that we're supposed to do. Like if a man steps into a room and says, "Y'all out of line," in general, people in order are out of line. They get they get castrated
That I agree with.
physically, mentally, and verbally.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that as
Mm-hmm.
a society, we don't
Resource.
even understand the man's purpose. We don't understand what he's supposed to bring to the community and what he does bring to the community and how important he is specifically to our families. And I think that's the root of that.
I don't agree with that. I would say we do, but we've tore away from the original purpose and decided to move into a modern day,
What's
and
the
we're
original purpose?
forcing the man's natural
Oh, this
role
about to be interesting in a
And what
to
is
minute.
that?
to lead us into a righteous path. But once again, that looks different for everyone.
No,
So
it doesn't.
yes, it does.
No, I mean the dynamic
This about to
can
be
Oh,
look.
interesting
right,
because
I
I'm
the
mean the
looking at
dynamic,
they
dynamic
think two
but
can look
different
at,
different,
ways. They
right?
at,
might purr together, but this where the separation come in. Watch this
No,
guy.
we're not
no, it's
talking
Tune
no
about
in on
separation.
Kev.
separation.
I'm
No, no,
agreeing with
no.
you. I'm
Kevin,
totally
stop.
agreeing.
Where it's not about separation. And we could be united and still disagree on something. So stop trying to stir stuff up. But what I'm trying to say is that the dynamic can be different, because you could have multiple traditional. I'll use that as an example. Multiple traditional families, and the dynamic could be different, but their core values are the same, and that's what
Right,
makes them
and that's what I
traditional.
was getting at.
Right.
But I think that that's where a lot of our debates, where he's talking about what masculinity and all those, because once again, everyone core values That's where the conflict comes in with the core value thing. Because, like I said, when I asked you the last time I was live about tradition looks different for everyone. So, but the core value never changed. But I think the
Right.
problem is everybody takes what they want from it and turn it into what they think it is for them, which is you're not wrong. But we all have to understand what the core value of it is. And I think
Right.
that's what we forgot.
I can agree with that.
Okay, so second thing is stop destroying the land, the air, and the planet in general, and go back to being in harmony with nature instead of destroying and using it.
I agree. Nature heals, and we are
Because
created to heal.
this is the example I'm going to use. I said something about the Tarmarican Empire. Okay, the Tarmarican Empire was North, Middle, and South America, and all adjacent islands, aka Turtle Island. For those of you that know who the Moors and all that are,
Hmm.
they had free electricity
How?
based off of geomagnetic electricity or vibrational frequency.
Okay, that's dope.
Okay, that's what Tesla's technology was based off of.
Oh, okay.
That's why the numbers 369 all have representation mathematically and genetically.
They
Hmm.
sleep up there.
Like most people don't know what a nine ether being is, let alone an eight, a seven, or a six.
Okay.
Fave you up.
I don't know if I really yeah, I can't speak much on that. I don't know how much of
I'm here.
that
Resource? Yes, that's right. It's our DNA.
I
Go
do
ahead.
want resource up here. Is you up, eyes? What the? She
uh
just left already.
Why'd
stop
she
lying on
leave?
her. You probably kicked her. Don't you see what you're
I
doing?
most
I
definitely ain't
didn't
press
kick
no
her.
button. I didn't.
Mm.
Resource, you coming up? She
See,
got
she got
booted.
You
Ain't
got
no
booted.
way.
booted.
Kevin.
Why she keep getting booted?
Because Kevin is a
Um,
hater.
I'm literally not
no.
pressing the button though. Now I
Kev,
gotta
check and
bring her
see what
back up because
mods
it
are
make
in
it
here
seem like
outside of me.
because if I
Kevin, you
I
can
do
see
want
why she
resource
got
to come
booted.
up, but it make it seem like I just booted her for resource. I do want her to come up.
Nah, Kev, check and see what other mods are in here besides me.
It say accept an invite,
We're
invitation,
all mods in here.
Oh,
Everyone
okay.
in the
Unless
box
invitation.
is mods.
Okay.
unless he removed me. Oh my gosh. If you remove
I
me, I'm
did.
definitely gonna throw a fit.
Yeah, I
All right.
got you, Reese.
So,
I ain't want to make
and
it
the
seem like I
last
was
one.
booting, booting eyes
This
off.
is the one that's completely controversial to everybody that I've ever said this to. Lose the ego.
Oh, I agree.
That I agree with.
And what I mean by lose the ego, life can't
We got more
begin
people.
without two. So, that stop destroying life in general.
Yeah.
When people start realizing what I'm talking about, and they realize that the colonized mindset of our people has dictated and predicated more deaths of our children than the Pharaoh did in Egypt.
I'm kind of interested in what you mean by
Why I can't do the 9 boxes like the
what's
other
the
people
word?
can?
Wait, there's 9 boxes?
I was gonna say this not
Yeah, I
box.
seen people with 9 boxes.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
Bro,
How do you think
I've
our
never
people are
seen nine.
colonized? Because I see groups of black
What the
people
heck? I
attribute
didn't press that
something
either
that
that time. What's
Kevin,
happening?
Kevin, can we talk?
What?
You keep talking
No, I'm
over
just saying.
me.
I'm talking about she just got booted again. That's why I said something.
All right,
I have to look
so
at what
love and peace and
Go ahead. Go
respect.
ahead. So.
Ego is not you as an individual. Ego is the character that you create to represent you outside of yourself. It's a facade that you use in order to protect yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not you. That's a false identity that you create in order to protect yourself.
But I think she's trying to say it's a feeling. It's a feeling of like grandiose or something like that. That's how it starts. You know what I mean?
Hey,
But I
resource.
think
How you
both
guys
of you
doing?
guys are saying the same thing.
What's the
Hey.
deal?
Hey.
What you was saying, Gabe?
But yeah, look at it from this standpoint. There are a lot of things that I know. I'm only 35 years old, right?
Damn.
Most people look at me think I'm in my 20s.
Jeez, I know I'm talking to. Stop. Ah,
Now, mind you, I've had gray hair on my head since the day I was born.
I feel you.
Yeah,
I feel you.
because you probably eat your fruits and vegetables. Tell Kevin. Kevin be on here eating fried chicken.
Yeah, I know. I see him. I be
Well,
telling him
my bad. You
he
eating
need to eat
grass and
healthier.
stuff. You want to eat grass now and make you feel
First
like
of all, I'm going to
Nah,
share my
nah.
food Instagram with you so you can see that I don't eat grass. My food is very colorful and Instagram with you so you can see that I don't eat grass. My food is very colorful and
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. I love them. Raw vegan.
Vegetarian.
Um, I'm kind of in between a carnivore and
Yeah, I was in the middle of
mm-mm.
typing
vegan.
something. Where
It,
am I?
Because
I
every
know my
once in a
sister
while,
But
so would go with
I
that
gotta have
part.
I gotta have some good old fashioned spaghetti and
You don't need to
menudo.
have that. Remember how we talked about mindset? You don't need
Yeah,
to have that. You want to
but
have.
spaghetti, you can have wait, spaghetti does not make you a carnivore.
Okay, I see Island
He's
learning
it
talking
some
about
does
stuff.
the
when
he's talking about the
you
meat
have
in it.
3 different meats in it.
Oh
I know
Lord.
a lot of people that make it like that, like 3 different ground meats in it.
Like when I think
Hmm.
of spaghetti, I don't think add meat.
Some pork, some beef, and chicken. Like I do
And the
Uh-uh.
numbers, y'all.
deer.
Gabriel.
7 o'clock. You know how the numbers do in 7 o'clock.
I prefer deer
The
and
Africans are
beef.
waking up.
I'm not really big on pork.
Sir, do better. Actually, y'all know random. Can I share this? I'm sorry. Resource hasn't spoke. Like you
Go
go
for it.
ahead, girl, and I'll share my
Oh
random thought.
yeah, let's listen to resource. I like resource.
No, I completely agree with everything that he says. I would say that maybe growing our own food should definitely be a priority, even though, I mean, the seeds themselves are probably tainted, but we have to do what we can. I definitely agree with dropping the ego because if you allow your emotions to guide you, it's going to be difficult to really learn yourself. So most people, when they hear something that applies to them and they know it applies to them, they they feel cognitive dissonance, which is basically it's like you want to reject the information or you feel defensive, so you choose to argue back. But in
Mm.
reality, there's something that's triggering you to cause you to feel that way.
Right.
I would also say fasting too is important and self mastery.
You know,
Yeah.
speaking of fasting, Royal Flushy says something. We are breatharians by nature. Eating wasn't a necessity; it was just an enjoyment. That is so crazy.
Yeah, I
That is
haven't
so.
gotten to
I've
that
never
level
thought
yet.
about it like that.
Well, okay. So with the whole fasting thing, that helps you uh, do the whole thing with the DMT, with the Jacob's ladder, which is your spine and all that stuff, which allows you to connect to your lower and higher self together through your. Most people don't have a crown chakra, but they have uh, a, a third eye. So
Oh no,
it's
I
a
don't
way to
believe in
connect
that.
your lower self with your higher self. But like I said, most people don't have
Uh
what is
oh.
called a crown chakra. They
Conspiracy
have a
time.
third. Everybody has a third eye, though.
Mm.
So how y'all feel about that? It's about
I
to
don't
get
believe
juicy
in
tonight.
chakras and all those like the stones and all that stuff. I don't believe in that.
Well, it for me in
I'll
particular,
sit
it's
back and
not a
relax,
belief
guys.
system. It's a fact that if you've gone and done the things that I've done and lived the way that I've lived, you would understand that your body is energy.
Or your body could be
And
energy. Um, but I don't associate that with. I'm trying to watch my words because when I have this conversation, the views go from 15 to
I know exactly how you
1,000.
feel. I felt the
Make it
same way.
happen, Captain. It's
Um,
it's Saturday night, Saturday morning. Go ahead and make it
well,
happen.
okay, when
but
I have
I'll
this
just leave it at.
conversation,
Uh-huh.
it gets people get very very irritated, but
No.
there's more to it, and I can understand where you're coming from. So let me break it down like this for the people that aren't in the box. Okay, so everybody's body is made of energy. Let it be something you can physically touch, hear, see, taste, whatever. That's still all a form of energy that you're messing with. Like, for
Y'all hitting
instance,
them
for
lights, man.
me
I only see Dazzle hitting
specifically,
them lights.
I can see what is called auras. And people don't understand that that is a frequency of energy that is picked up by people's not physical eyes, but their third eye, which would be their pineal gland.
Well, I attribute a lot of that to what's the word I'm looking for? Intuition. And I don't necessarily see it as, like my
So
third
I got a
eye
question for
or
that then.
whatever. I think it's discernment for you
I
to
got a
be able to
question
pick
for
up
that
on
then, because I always
things.
hear that word a lot.
I
What is
think
what
What,
it's
is
all the
discernment?
same
intuition?
thing in my eyes. It's just how you interpret it.
We are made
Because
a
What's
third
the
body.
intuition?
yeah, but it's all how we interpret it. Because in reality, if you think about it, it's all the same thing. Like you know how some people say they could feel God, talk to them or whatever, like that energy. It's I think really what it is everyone's interpretation. Like obviously, some people don't believe in God, some people believe in the third eye, but in reality, if you really dig down to it, it's all the same thing. It's just
You believe
what
in
you
both.
willing to believe or interpret.
Well, okay, so
All right, now it's time to ask some
do any of
questions.
you
Now,
know
now I'm
what
about to
the
make it
Akashic
juicy tonight.
records are?
Go ahead, Gabriel. I know he's so rude, cutting you off. Mm.
Okay, so for those of you that
Let's
do
go.
know or don't know, the Akashic records are a universal log of things that you've done or will do. You can access them at any point in time in your multiple spans of what you call lifetimes. There are also other forms of Akashic records that pertain to technology and or just regular information. That's why people that just come up with all these inventions. That's because they're accessing what is a form of the Akashic records. And most people don't understand that that idea that comes to your head is not your idea. It's something that was already there. And you and 25 other people across the planet thought about that same idea at the same time. Just one of you put it into practicality.
Sure. I mean, I
But
don't.
go
I
ahead.
Game,
I
I
can
want
see
you in here when I
I
got
can
the
see that
topic, because I
happening.
got a topic coming up. It's called Your Truth, My Truth, and Their Truth don't mean it's the truth. That's my next topic. I'm probably doing that sometime, either next week or the week. But I
Well,
want you in here, though.
to me that's very straightforward because well, it's not necessarily a straight line, but I think it's straightforward to know that we all have different perspectives because we are different people, we have different experiences, but the objective truth is still the truth. Like facts are facts.
Facts and truths are two different things.
Um,
Truth is like a personal type situation, and facts is
no.
something that's like written in the book that everybody has, made up. It's basically facts. That's what we actually, me and my friend, we thought about that, John, too. Facts is really a bunch of opinions that just that was like calculated up to become a fact. Like, oh, we're gonna call this grass. Let's call this the word grass. You know what I'm saying? Let's call this the sky or something like that. So that's what they made
No,
a
that
fact. It's
that
a
is
bunch of
just
opinions that
like
get turned to a fact.
I think to call grass grass is just what it was named when, whenever.
When a bunch of
That's just a
people's
way for us.
opinions say we're
But
gonna call it that,
All right.
right?
no. I think it's just
So
a way for us to identify it. That's
Yeah,
necessarily, I
definitely.
won't
Yeah.
think. That's not what I think about when I think about facts. Like saying that is grass, to me, is just another way for us to. It's one way for us to identify it. So I wouldn't consider that when we're talking about this conversation, whether we're talking about truth or facts.
Yeah. So truth
right.
is yeah, truth is objective. That's what I say. Every no, it's
It's
no.
not
Me
objective.
myself, I don't believe it's no such thing as the truth. Everybody have their own truths at the end of the day, because
Okay.
we
Hold
can't
on.
tell somebody that they ain't live their truth because our truths don't
All right.
match their
So
truths. That's what I be
No.
getting to.
this
I
is
agree
this is
with
what I'm
that
gonna
part.
say to that, Kev. The truth is the truth. It
Right.
is unchanged
Says by who?
because it.
I love it.
By the truth.
I can't wait to do this. Well, I might as well do it
Hold
tonight
on.
then.
Hold on.
So,
Let me
who
break this
says the
down
truth?
real
Who
quick
said what is the
because
truth?
this is what it's going to be, the difference between the truth and what people perceive as facts. The truth of everything is 1 + 1 = 2, right?
That's a fact.
No, that's the truth.
That's a fact.
No, that is the truth. Understand that a
Because
fact
if
can
somebody
be
made, okay, I'm
checked.
gonna say if somebody made 1 + 1 = 3, and that's what they wrote down, that's the truth. That's their truth. That's the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Nope.
That's their truth.
So what again, it's about identification, right? If two
Truth and
things
facts are two different
no. If
words.
we decide to call it as a society, it was decided that the two things together is gonna be called three, then that would have been the truth. You can't just change and say that now
That's a
it's three.
fact, not a
It doesn't
truth.
make sense because three is what we identify as three is literally three objects. So you can't get two objects and now say that it's three. It doesn't make sense. That's no longer the truth. So again, I think you're conflating what we identify things
Facts and
as
truth is two
to
different
what.
things, man. I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, but
Hey, if you look at
you
even look at the
haven't
definition.
given us
Actually, I ain't
any
got to look it up.
definition.
All right, hold on. I got
Huh?
a better one for you, Kev. I got a better one for you. On the
Because I can
periodic
say, look, look,
table
look,
of
look, look. I'm
hold
put it this
on.
way. I can have a certain experience or something like that, and that is, I can say that is the truth. You know what I'm saying? But it's not a
Right.
fact to
Hold
somebody
on.
else because they don't know that. You don't
But
know. They don't
you
know if
can't
I'm lying or not.
wait, can I say
Hold
this
on,
real quick?
Kev.
Wait, can I
I
answer
got
that
you.
real quick, Gabriel? But
Go for it.
you can't use that example in math because math is not subjective, right? What that
Yeah,
example
that's
that
why I
you
said
just
that's
gave,
facts.
that example and facts is the truth. That example that you just gave, I agree with you, and that's why I started with
Facts is
everybody
not the
has
truth
it. Wait,
because they
wait,
said Pluto was a
wait,
planet before.
wait. I didn't say wait. What you go through and the experiences that you have, that makes you think a certain way. It makes you act a certain way. It makes you believe certain things. The way I grew up
Good
makes
morning.
me believe all the different things too. So what I think is true for me in my life, that's true for me in my life because of my experiences. If you don't share those experiences, there's no way for you to really get it. You could try to understand. You could what's the word? You could sympathize with me, but you could still think that something else is true for you. That's in contradiction with what I think is the truth. That has to do with life experiences. That's not the objective to truth.
Thanks.
So I
All right.
agree with that part, but you can't conflate that with math. Not in my opinion, you can't.
So you said math is the truth,
Math is the
All right.
or
truth.
is it just facts? So it ain't
Math
just
is math
facts.
is a, math is a language that is based upon the
I
truth
ain't no way
of
them this could be the same exact
perspective.
words. I know there
But
got to be a difference in facts
this
and
is
truth.
Kev. This is the
So
example I'm
you
going
guys
to
remember
use
that
for you.
cognitive dissonance I was talking about?
Yeah,
You guys are doing it right now.
for
I
the
mean, I
most
get what
part.
everyone
No,
is
Kev is
saying.
doing it.
I'm going to do it like this, Kev. If you go look up on the periodic table of elements 666, tell me what that is on the periodic table of elements.
You had to pick out all the numbers you picked at.
No, because that's a number that people vilify all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's their truth. You know what I'm
But what
saying?
is 666 on the periodic table of elements?
The fact that it's three
Somebody
sixes.
pull it up because I'm in bed and I can't get to my computer.
If
Well,
I'm
Good
not
morning.
I'll
mistaken,
break it.
that's a acid. It's a
No,
corrosive
that's
acid.
no. It's carbon.
Actually, forget it. I'm
Oh, it's
done. I'm gonna
carbon?
look this stuff up real quick.
Carbon.
Yes.
Yeah, carbon, which is also melanin. Okay.
Difference.
So if that element is broken down into carbon, 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is the molecular base for carbon, which is also the molecular base
Also being
for
observed and
melanin.
proven truth is
We're
a
made of
childish may
melanin
include
and
fact, but it
carbon.
also can include belief.
So that is math based upon the understanding of
I thought I was right too. Watch
basic
this.
physics of the molecular structure of things, right?
Thanks you for the heart.
Kev?
Yeah.
Okay, so if that's the case, then, and this is an example of something that's going to, if you can go look it up and prove me wrong, right now over in the Congo, they found rocks that produce electricity
Yeah.
out of nothing. They just literally, the rocks have electricity in them.
Yeah.
Okay? So you tell me how that works. Where'd that come from?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I can even believe it or not till I look it up myself. Right now, it's not the truth to me.
Hey, y'all gotta be quiet on that before the Americans run over there and say they discovered it.
But hold up, I'm about to
Oh
show y'all
no,
the
it's
definition, which I
already
thought
all over
I didn't even have to. It's
YouTube,
crazy because I didn't even
TikTok,
have to look this
Instagram,
up,
Yeah,
all
they
that.
and I just
know.
figured.
I mean, I got a
So
They
I'm gonna
know
go
better
to the
more
one for
about
you.
definition.
us than we know
They
about
found the tomb
ourselves.
of
Yeah,
Osiris.
most definitely they do.
No, that was supposed to be a joke. That was a jab at the Americans.
So look, I'm
Right,
about to
right.
tell y'all just like I thought before I looked it up. Hold up. Say fact is something that is indisputable based on. Dang, they had a fat word on the empirical research. I don't know. I just y'all ignore what I just said on that one. Facts go beyond theories. They are proven through calculations and experience, and they are something that's definitely occurred in the past. Truth
Okay,
is entirely different. It
what is
may
true?
include fact, but it also include belief.
But didn't you just say that facts are something that we believe to be true through
No,
research?
I never said that. I said facts
Now,
Read
and
we
truth
the
is two
using
read the
different things.
Oxford
definition again.
Dictionary, Merriam-Webster's dictionary. What you using?
And
He
that's why
probably
I
just
use the
googled the
that's why I
difference
use
between.
the thing. I said it could be true to somebody that one plus whatever that they make that they're truth or something because it's called a belief behind it. Truth got some type of belief behind it,
But facts
but I don't
too,
make it a
because if you
fact.
don't
It don't make
believe
it a
that it's
fact
a
that one
fact,
plus one equals three. You know what I'm
but
saying?
as
That's
a
what I was using it
collective,
as an
You
example.
messing with Common Core math there.
right? As a
Yeah, but I'm
collective,
just
though, if
using it
we
as an
don't
example. Y'all
agree,
thinking about it too deep. I'm just saying that a truth can be whatever somebody make it. You know, they can
okay,
make it that,
can
but it
you,
don't mean it's an actual fact. It's just a belief behind it
Kevin?
too.
Can you look up the definition separately? Just go to define facts and then define truth and read it.
You gotta look up the difference, but whatever. What is
Crazy
facts?
head, thank you. That's what I was gonna say, but I'm gonna say it better than that. Belief is a childish notion that you use to keep yourself comfortable
A
in a
thing that is
lie.
known to be proven true. Okay, to be
Yeah,
proven
like we
true. That's
believe
what a
in
fact
Santa,
is.
for example, or we believe in the Easter Bunny. It's basically
Right,
believing a lie.
right, and that
Believe.
is just right.
Well, okay, so do you know what the whole Easter
What is
Bunny thing
truth?
represents?
I think
I
that every
do.
holiday is demonic. I can't remember exactly
Okay.
what. Yeah, I
So
threw them all
the
away.
eggs for Easter are they used to be used to dip eggs in the blood of small humans after they were sacrificed.
Mm.
Yep.
Yeah, usually children that come from the same bloodline as us.
Which had to do with Saturnalia. Like that's the craziness. But yeah, as far as the truth versus fact, Kev, look at it
Now
this
here we go.
way.
That goes my question. What is the truth?
Wait, you never read
something
the
that is
definition of the truth?
something that is
I just read both
irrefutable.
of them. It's the same thing as I literally just said when I read the difference. Like I said, truth is more
They're
got
exactly
it,
the
it
same
got
thing.
fact. It got some facts that have beliefs into it, and then facts is just an undisputed. What is it?
I would say
Undisputed something
truth is
like that.
something that you can verify with your eyes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
No, I would disagree with that. Something could be true and you can't see it. Like the UV rays, you can't see the rays.
Depends on the person's spectrum of what they can see versus what they perceive, because the human eye only has so many levels of visible spectrum that we can see like straightforward, but the side of our eyes, like our peripheral, we can see things through our peripheral that you can't see looking straight forward.
Sure, but has anybody ever seen UV rays in their peripherals?
You know what I'm saying?
I
Air.
can't say, and I can't say that modern people have,
Mm.
That's like this same debate
but
if the Earth is round or flat.
Child, I don't want to get
Yeah,
into it.
that's just silly
Like,
from that point because we look at eclipse and stuff. We
oh
see
man,
eclipse and stuff, and you see a whole moon get eclipse.
people
You
get
can see
real
the
heated
roundness
about
Well,
on the
you
that.
guys
moon.
might want to put on your
I
tinfoil
know.
hats
That's
then.
why I said it.
I'm
Like
like,
y'all
bro.
probably will want to put on your tinfoil hats for all
oh
this
Lord.
information.
It'd be like
Okay,
40-year-old
so
men. It'd be like 40-year-old men in the box talking about some. No, the Earth is flat. No, the Earth is round. And I'd be in the comments like, "Are y'all serious? Like, what's going on?"
But that's I think that's what Kevin's
like
getting at.
okay,
Like it's
so
whoever's belief. Like if they believe it, that's their truth. Like that. That's
That's
why
their
I said
truth.
it to
Yeah,
be
that's their
funny.
truth.
I said that. I said that comment to be funny.
It ain't a
Oh,
fact till
Yeah.
you jump out of space and see it yourself, but I'm pretty sure it's still a
all
truth. You
right,
know what I'm saying? I
so
can't say it's a fact either until I go out there and see it
Johnny,
myself.
I'm gonna
All
go
right,
with
can I
what
say something
Johnny
real
said
quick?
in the
Oh,
comment section.
Go ahead, Resource.
I was just going to
Somebody
say
going
that
crazy.
basically
Oh,
everything that we've been
Johnny.
taught, everything that we've been taught from school down is a lie. Everything is basically, pretty much everything, is basically a lie. Everything.
Yeah, it's because we were taught to be good slaves, not
I
not
feel that.
human
I feel
thinkers.
that though. That's why I be saying that like a lot of stuff is just
That's the
really just
Rockefeller
beliefs and all that
school.
stuff. We can get proven wrong by anything any day. That's why I don't be trying to tell people that it's the truth and all that stuff because all this stuff we just learn from other people. You know what I'm saying? We just
Yeah,
choose to
that
believe
person's
it or
looking at
not.
his coffee.
This stuff that's in his books and stuff, we choose to believe it or not. You know what I'm saying? That's why I be laughing nowadays when be like, oh, I know the truth and all that stuff, but we never physically even we going off what everybody else is saying. We never physically all we know is what we know at the end of the day. That's why I'm like, how do anybody know the real truth? We really don't know the real truth at the end of the day. We don't even know why we was even
All
created here.
right,
We just going off what the book told us.
Wow,
so
that's how
Well,
you
Kev,
feel, Kevin? I'm telling
base
Kana.
most
Let me
definitely,
go.
yes. Because
No,
I'm
right.
more
Okay,
open minded
so
to not just
Kev,
sit
this
there
is how I'm
and
gonna
stick
say
my
it.
mind in one situation.
I'm telling Kana. She gonna get you.
Kev, this is what I'm gonna tell you. Okay, I'm gonna use a literal Marvel Comics
Reese.
superhero and villain to give you a perspective that you
Go
need.
for
In Marvel Comics, Doctor Strange is the most powerful being outside of the creator and the living tribunal, right? In Marvel
okay.
Cinematic Universe, he's one of the weakest people. How you going to have the most powerful being that has all the abilities of everything including the creator
What's the
itself,
deal, Reese?
but then turn around he's the weakest thing. And then we're going to use the villain, the Red Skull was supposed to be the exact polar opposite of Captain America, right? Was supposed to be all that craziness. Guess what? He was the embodiment of what his evil side was. So how did the Red Skull go and get stuck on a planet and look after the Soul Stone? He was the most evil thing on Earth at that point in time. Come on, my guy.
I'm trying to get to the
Okay,
I
point
I
that
gave
don't
was
you
really
I
going on
gave
there
you
understand none of
with
two
that
I
because
Reese.
I
gave you
don't.
two
I don't watch the
different
superhero.
people.
Well, if
I
you
was
want,
ready. I was like, all right, we about to.
I
I
watch
think
Marvel. I love Marvel, but the whole concept of that was they were supposed to be yin and yang. So that was the whole thing. Like they were polar opposites, of each other, but that was the point that they were making. Like. At one given point, you could be the strongest person, and later down the line, you could end up being the weakest. Like that whole "once you go up, you can always come back down" statement. So that's what they were trying to say. But
I think what Gabriel, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're talking about perception, right? How he can be seen as
Yes.
the strongest and as the yeah. So that I would agree with. Again, like the world that we live in, and we all live very different. Yeah, stop and raising the day. I agree with that. But oh, you made me lost my track of mind. What was I saying? Oh yeah, we all live different lives. So like we could have so many similarities, but like the way I was brought up and the things that I was taught is gonna make me feel a certain way about a certain topic. I'm gonna have a different opinion on it. So perception is a real thing, and I think that we should respect that because again, you don't know what that person's been through. You don't know why they think like that. So I agree
Right.
with that.
I feel you on that.
I totally
My
understand where
thing
you're
is,
coming
don't never
from.
try to trump your beliefs over anybody else's or down somebody else's belief because you believe in what you believe in. That's my whole point on that. Because we can't tell somebody what they didn't experience and stuff. Like we can just choose to believe it or not, but we can't just tell somebody like, oh no, mine's got to be the truth because your stuff. You know what I'm saying? Anybody's stuff could be the truth. That's how open minded I am. Anybody can be the truth, some type of truth. You know what I'm saying? But we'll never know that. That's all I'm saying. And if somebody
Wait,
can prove me
resource
wrong,
I
was
let me
know.
trying to
know.
talk.
All right.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, then
Wait,
hold up.
wait,
If
resource was
that's the
talking.
case, then
Guys,
I'm gonna
Go
tell
ahead,
you right
resource.
now.
guys,
My
resource was
my my
talking.
preferred preference is to be what I am is handsome and a trillionaire. You have to call me that every time you say my name or you speak to me, or I'm gonna be offended.
I don't
I think
believe it.
what Kev is
So.
saying is right, but there's a difference between having a different perception and being delusional. So if you were to say that, Gabriel,
Right.
I would think you were delusional. But that's just
Thank
me
you.
personally, right? So I understand where both of you guys are coming from, but that's where we have to exercise our
He
discernment.
proved my.
When
He
people
just
are,
proved my
Kev,
point
you
even
just want to
more
talk
deeper.
over everybody.
Just because
You
I
said
just
what?
because I want my pronouns to be handsome and trillionaire doesn't mean that that is true. That just means that I believe that. And that belief is a childish notion. The perception of what beauty is from the outside of somebody else looking in. And money is just a fiction that is used to control the mind of people.
Oh,
Yeah, it is.
wait,
So
resource,
let
can
me
you
ask you guys a
finish?
question.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Where did you guys learn all of your information from?
life,
What places and
education.
institutions? Okay, where did that come
Most of
from?
my information is
People.
stuff that
People
I
life.
have come up with
That's what
just
I'm
by
asking.
sitting down and meditating
Oh,
and
I wasn't sorry, I wasn't asking.
oh, okay.
I know where you got yours from. Yeah, we're on the
I
same
mean,
page.
people can learn
But for
stuff.
you guys, I don't know
Wait, are you saying that if you don't get it through meditation, it's not valid?
no, 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 not necessarily. I believe in like reading books and things like that. And then using my discernment. But what?
But where's
So
your
okay, so
discernment
you said
from? Like how
from my soul.
where from your soul? Okay. So within your soul, you can tell without any external anything. You could just tell what's right and what's wrong and so on.
Yes.
Okay.
I need that power.
Um,
Right. I
but
don't see discernment in this. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
so my next question, you said that you got most of, or you guys get most of your information from school, or
I think all our information is from another person or our
Right.
own experiences. So I don't think
mhm.
it's everybody do the same thing. We all human. We all the same. So
So is it
Actually, we
fair
are
to
not
that
all
I
the
say?
know of, I
same.
Wait,
hope.
And we
wait.
are not
Let
all
can
human.
we let resource finish, y'all.
Is it fair to say? Well, okay, let me ask you guys one more question. Do you guys trust the government?
Heck no.
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 Okay, so is it fair to say that if I were a villain, for example, and I know that there is a specific group that is all mighty and powerful, like power beyond measure, and I want to dumb them down. I'm going to do everything in my power to keep them in a state of mind, to keep them dumbed down, because I don't want them to reach that maximum potential. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's
That's
not even a
That
possible.
our
Yeah,
government will
conspiracy.
it sounds
probably
We
like
do
see
what you're
that
I
something
saying
like
like where
right
that?
you're
now.
going with this. Go ahead, keep going.
we see that happening all day, every day.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So I would just I would definitely look into some of the information
Oh, you cut out.
You said look at so. Say it again. Say it one more time.
protons, electrons. Like you'll definitely start going down a rabbit hole.
Wait,
Wait,
can you?
say it again because your stuff glitched
So like
out.
the information he started out. Oh, sorry. So the
We don't
information
want
he
her
All
to
right,
tell us.
started
let me
out
help her
with
out
the
real quick
approach.
because she keeps
Hold on
cutting
real
in
quick.
and
Let her
out.
just talk real
Please,
quick.
Okay,
yeah,
She
let
let
basically
her
her.
what
talk real
she's
quick.
saying.
Gabe, hold on real quick, man. Go ahead,
Can you guys hear
resource.
me?
So
Sorry.
what you were saying?
No,
Yeah, I hear
I
you
was
now.
just
Your stuff
saying
was
the
glitching.
information that he started out with, the protons, electrons, neutrons, I would start maybe with that. And I mean, there's a deep, long rabbit hole. There's another person I watch on YouTube, and all of his information is verifiable. He's spent thousands and thousands of dollars. Dane Calloway.
Well, wouldn't that be an
Yes,
external
that is my
resource?
homie. I've been rocking with Dan Calloway since before anybody knew who he was.
Wait. Resource. Wouldn't that be an external source? Because you said it's verifiable. One, you're getting it from somebody else, and then two, you're going to do the research to see if it's true.
Yeah, so I understand that our oppressor is probably not going to teach us things that are going to be um, correct or true. We've
Beneficial.
already found out that
Oh,
a lot
okay.
of the history that was taught to us was fake. Yeah, so this is a black man who's actually done the research and um, gone and visited actual locations and seen it for himself, recorded it. It's all verified.
Is
Okay.
that out on the
Yes,
internet or
yes, he
that's some
has.
personal book you found?
No,
It's
Dane
on the internet.
Calloway is
Hold on real quick.
a
I'm just trying to see
YouTube.
where she get her information from. Because I like asking these
No,
questions real quick. I'm just trying to figure it
wait.
out.
I think
So,
that's what we misunderstood, Kevin, because I thought she was saying no external source, that just from meditation or her internal discernment that comes from her soul. I thought that's what she was saying, that all the information comes from there. But she's not saying no external information at all. We just have to actually know where the information is coming from. I think
Well,
yeah.
that's
no, we do have to use.
misunderstood.
I'm sorry. I think maybe you guys misunderstood. I do, like, for example, I said I read books, and then I also pay attention to those who
Right.
are presenting information, especially if it's opposite of what our oppressors, so called, um, taught us.
Right.
Yeah. So
All
I'm
right.
just
So
so I
let
keep
me
an
give
open
you an
mind when it comes.
example.
Mhm.
Resource. Have you heard about that train derailment up in Ohio and Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Okay, I'm up from that area. I said 15 years ago that that train derailment was going to happen. Where that same train derailment happened, they filmed a movie up there with Denzel Washington 6 years ago. So I'm going to say it like this. And for those of y'all that don't know, y'all can go verify that by asking my little brother. I'll give you his Facebook information. I'll give you his TikTok account information. I'll give you his actual phone number. You can call the man and ask him if I'm crazy or not. Everything that I speak on, you can go look it up. It might take you 6 months to a year to find everything that I speak about, but you'll find it.
Yeah.
And
So
as
let me go
Resource was
back to.
saying, our oppressor, hold on, Kev, hold on. Our oppressors will not let us be the people that we're supposed to be. They dumbed us down. It took them 400 years to dumb us down. And guess what? They did an amazing job. They got us thinking we're human beings. When you can go ask anybody outside of the United States, continental or otherwise, they will tell you that we are the non-ether beings or the original gods of Earth,
I disagree with that.
or Tiamat, or Kai, or I mean, I could give you so many different names to break it down, but again, your perception is believing.
Yeah,
Dang.
I don't think that humans are gods, but that's just my personal view.
Well, see, that's the thing.
Right.
We're
I
not
feel you on that.
classified as human. We were classified as 3/5 a human, and there
Well,
was
yeah,
a reason for that. They
Right.
didn't just say that because they wanted to make it law. They said that because they knew who we were as
Oh,
physical beings on the earth. They knew that we were here before them. We created them. They didn't create us.
right. Uh, he said for accounting purposes. Uh, so I can agree with that last part. I just I personally don't believe I that we are. I wouldn't call us gods. I do think that we are more
Right.
powerful than a lot of other people on Earth. But again, that's just my own personal view. So I'll just leave it there.
Well,
Yeah.
see,
So
the Anunnaki were classified as gods, lowercase g, not uppercase g, because the uppercase g is the creator of all things. The lowercase g is the ones that can manipulate the ether or what is known as matter to their benefit.
Mm. Okay, so
So we
that
have to
means
understand that the difference between what perception of spirituality, perception of religion, perception of consciousness, and perception of physical touch, feel, hear, taste, and all that, that's all a perception of the reality that we perceive, not the actual reality that is. For example, I'll give you the biggest thing that's on TikTok right now. Everybody's trying to define what a woman is. Everybody's trying to define what a man is. There is no defining it. You either are or you aren't. You're either born, genetically speaking, female and male, or you're not. So you can argue, well, I believe or I feel. Guess what? Those two words, belief and feel, do not equal reality of fact when it comes to the genetics of your body. That's what I'm getting at. We can argue with semantics all day, but until we get back to the base root of reality and get away from the delusional spectrum, we'll never be able to get past the three things that we're talking about, like moving forward as a people.
wait, Armiga. Kevin doesn't believe in the objective truth, so we can't stay objective.
wait, what? But what you
You
talking about?
you say you
Objective
didn't.
truth?
You say you didn't. You don't think that there's a truth. You think we just there's just
No,
your
I
truth,
don't.
my truth.
No, I don't.
Right. That's the
I don't believe
objective
it's
truth.
a truth. No, I don't.
Right. That's what
So I'm gonna
I'm
go
saying.
back to. I'm actually. I want to go back to because I didn't even get a chance to say. It, but that's what research was saying is about. Do we believe that the government is withholding information from us? And I said yes. You know what I'm saying. So how do we know that some of the information we get, you know what I'm saying, is not part of the plan? And then another thing is I don't believe the government know everything either. I don't know what we put in our mind that they think they're the smartest people on this earth either. You know what I'm saying? So I believe they're withholding information from us. I believe information that has been uh that been tampered with. It's a lot of stuff that been put in certain books and stuff that might be false, and they just want you to sound like you believe in it and all that stuff. It's so much stuff that can get tampered with. It's liars out here. It's all that stuff, and this is the reason why I don't say is the truth. It's just we got our own truths. I can never, you know what I'm saying. All this stuff we get it. And that's what I'm trying to get people to understand is that we get this from other people. We get this from other books that have been written by people, and if we want to say whatever our own experiences we got from our inner self and all that stuff, yeah, we choose our spirit is gonna lead us to whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna lead us to what we feel is right or whatever. But that, you know what I'm saying, that's just our personal experience and stuff. But we can't tell somebody that they ain't experienced the same way through a
Oh,
different type of lens or whatever. So I
Kevin,
can't say that it's a the truth because everybody has the truth in their own situation.
can you read the definition of truth again? Because I like what he said. He was like, also there's no my truth. Because I think once we read the definition, we're gonna understand that
Yeah,
your
I feel that. I used to
perception
hear
is
people saying that
different
though, but like I said, I
from
think a
what
little
the
deeper than
truth
what
is.
what the dictionary tell me.
I know. I think that
It's
even using it as in like
because
my
like
truth
my
or
thing
your
is
truth, it can be realistic per the definition of truth, right? It can't be yours and
yeah,
mine. I think it's just perception, how you view things. So I don't think that we should even be
right,
labeling it truth because it's just your perception,
right. Yeah,
which can be
I feel you on
false
that.
to me because we don't have the same experiences.
Exactly, and I like that, and that's what I like right there. That's what I feel right there.
I agree
You know
with
what I'm
that.
saying?
Okay,
Like
so
if we knew the truth, then everybody would be hip on game. You know what I'm saying? We wouldn't have these many
all right,
different beliefs and all
Well,
that
no,
stuff.
actually,
You know what I'm
everybody
saying?
rejects it like you guys are doing because it
Miga
sounds crazy.
Miga has
I
Okay,
know how
has a
then
good
all
people
right.
want
So
point.
what
now.
is the truth then? Let me know what the truth is. Since you said you feel like it's the truth.
Wait, what did we
So
reject?
no. I'm saying that
That's
you
what I'm
guys
trying to
right
see.
now. I know what you guys are going through because I went through the same thing when I was receiving the information. I was like, nah, hell no, nah. And then I
Yeah,
started
like
to
they went
open
through
up.
the whole I can't believe that shook their foundation and
No,
then they had to accept
No,
no,
it.
I'm just
I
trying
mean
to. Okay, no,
my
I'm just trying to
foundation
see
is
something real
fine,
quick because I try to see
but
what I'm going through. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to see, like, where you get. Okay, first off, where you get the information from that you said that you know that whatever we don't understand. I want to know where that came from first.
So,
But yeah,
like I
resource,
said,
go
you
ahead and
can go
finish. My
to
apologies
Dan
for interrupting.
Calloway's page, and then he also has a website where you can actually view the information. And then he actually went to historical spots, recorded it, showed us the lies. And I would also start really reading, and also paying attention to physics. Um, also studying numerology. I mean, there's a lot of different sources that I've been, reading and reviewing. I couldn't just give you everything, but I can definitely share some stuff, through DM or something.
All
So, do
right,
you believe
so
there's such things as
resource.
illusions and get stuff getting tampered with? Do you believe in that?
Absolutely.
They actually had some UFOs that they claimed that was out here in Michigan or something. I don't know, out here, whatever that they done shot down. I don't know some stuff too, but
Hold on, Kev. What are
do
you
you believe
talking
in
about
tamper and
specifically?
liars and what was the other word? I forgot about the other one. Do you believe in that?
Because I wanted to add
In
to what
illusions, I
resource
mean.
was saying about Dan Calloway.
Yeah, I
He
know you
went
want to say what
and
you want to say. I'm just trying
proved.
to talk to resource real quick. I'm just trying to see because she ain't gonna be able to talk to two people at the same time.
Sorry, what
Facts.
was your question?
I'm saying, do you believe in illusions, liars, and misinterpretations?
Yes, there are
Okay,
definitely illusions. There are definitely liars and yeah, all the
so how
time.
can you tell the
okay.
difference between what is the truth and all of those things?
Uh, that's kind of hard to explain. I would say that you have to become one with self and spend time in nature and meditate, because once you receive all that information, you're going to go through cognitive dissonance, you're going to reject it, you're going to be upset. Like there's going to be a lot of different emotions because we have been lied to our whole lives.
So, have you ever
Right,
thought that
and
those
that's
things
basically the breakdown
can
of
be a
what I
lie
was saying
also?
with the steps for grief. That's all
Wait,
they're
wait,
going through
Gabriel.
is grieving over the fact of they're not understanding. Now, as far as the Dane Calloway thing, for y'all that don't know who that man is, go look up the Nat Turner Rebellion. Go look up what he taught people about Harriet Tubman. And when y'all start realizing that a
The
lot of
fact
the
that
crap
you
that we were
saying
taught,
look up, that's already blowing up my whole. I mean, that's already that's throwing that stuff in the trash of what I'm talking about already. The fact that you have to look something up is already messing it up already. You know what I'm saying? That's already countering. It's
the reason
it's
why I'm
what's the
using
word? I'm
those
trying to think of word.
words
It's
is because
what
that's
is
the
the word?
shortened layman's term for saying go do your research and find out the lie versus
It
the truth.
contradict. That's what I should. That's what I was trying to think of. The
Right. So
fact that you
that's
Now,
said
what
the
I was
if
words
trying
you
to
look
when
up,
you when I say
Gabriel.
the
that
words
contradicts.
lie
That's
and truth,
wait. That's what
I'm
I was trying to
literally
ask
saying
resource, because I'm saying, like, how do you know if Dan is the one that's actually lying and made a bunch of things up to
So
prove something to
sorry,
you?
my voice
okay.
is like cracking.
So
Wait,
I
like
Um,
went and
resource.
did a
Wait,
lot of the
Gabriel.
research that he did before he
Wait.
started being popular on
Gabriel,
YouTube and in
can you
social media.
Gabriel?
Um,
Bro,
Can
who
you
is
let
this? I'm about to
resource?
boot this. Who is
Can you
this?
let resource answer real quick? Because I was wondering from what she said about discernment. I wanted to see what she was gonna say about that.
okay.
so there's a couple things I'm going to say. When the student is ready to learn, the teacher will appear.
Right. So
Um,
so the teacher can appear, but how are you so 1,000% sure that that teacher is telling you the truth?
so you can definitely research yourself as well, but then also, again, meditation. fasting, and going into nature. I can use another movie reference because it's the law of the universe. They're supposed to show us everything and tell us everything, but
before
they
they
do it
do
in
it.
subliminal ways. So, like
Right. So
Avatar,
actually, I agree with that. I agree that we do. There's a lot of messages and stuff that goes over our heads, right? But I'm still going up because you're saying you're basically saying that you're telling us the truth, but we're not accepting it. We're rejecting it, right? So I'm saying like,
That's what
how do
every
you
religion
know
say.
that the quote unquote truth that you got is the truth?
because I'm one with myself, I'm whole.
What does
Every
that
So,
mean?
This was funny because every last religion say this. That's what I'm saying. Everyone says that. Oh, you don't know because you're not every. So how do we know
I
who to
don't believe
believe
in
at the end of the
religion.
day?
All right,
Yeah, I don't believe in
Kev.
religion. I believe in
Because
nature.
you're saying
But
So,
I'm
that
saying
we
it's no
can't.
different from saying it.
all right, Kev, this is what I'm going to say on the religious part that you just brought up. We're going to say it like this: indoctrination of mind is self destruction of a people.
Well, it can't be self destruction if somebody else is doing it.
Hold on, because listen to what I said. Indoctrination of the mind is self destruction of the people. If you are willfully listening to somebody tell you bullshit without going and looking for yourself and figuring it out for yourself, if the truth is the truth and a lie is a lie, then everybody's in that little herd of cattle and they're all going to go fall off that cliff together.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, even just because you feel like this is a cliff that we're going over, but what if what you know or what you believe in is just another way of you being indoctrinated? Because all the other things that if somebody was to come in here and like 1,000% disagree with you, because that's not the case for me. There's a lot of things that you're saying, and I'm saying like that makes sense. I agree with that. But what if somebody came in here, they 1,000% disagree with you, have their own views, and they're able to pull up resources just like how you're able to pull up resources.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
Okay.
so I want
And
you to go
I
within
can
self,
answer
and I
that, and
want
then
you to think
I
about
want
this.
resource after I say something. I would love for you to say something. This is what I'm going to say. If they can pull up anything to disprove what I'm saying, by all means, do it. Because more often than not, I have been proven right based upon not me saying it, but by other people going to try and prove me wrong when it comes to specific information. I'm using myself as an anecdotal reference for that. But what I'm saying is, and I'll take myself out of the equation, is if somebody can go and disprove beyond a shadow of a doubt anything that has been said by somebody else, then you'll have to go and use, as people have just been saying, their own discernment to prove whether that person is telling the truth or spinning a lie out of the truth to equate their, for the lack of a better term, their own their own ego and
But
ignorance
Gabriel, wouldn't
because
you
they
agree
can't
that
perceive to be wrong.
that's when you go into people's personal perceptions? Because you're saying if you can prove me wrong, and if my perception is what I have is the truth, then you're doing exactly the same thing that you're accusing them of doing because you're trying to prove
That's
me
what I'm
wrong, and I
saying.
believe that it's the truth, right? If I were that
So,
person that completely disagreed with you, so again, it's like us coming in and saying, oh well, this is the truth because I've done this research, and it's like anybody could come in and say that. And I know, and resource, I was asking you define what you or like explain what you mean by I'm one with self, because I think that also has different meaning to different people.
okay, so through practice, through meditation, through reading and doing my own research, it's okay. I'll give you this example.
Yes.
Um, or I'll say this: there's absolutely no reason for me to actually make this up or lie to you unless I'm just crazy. Do I come across as a crazy person?
No, don't get it confused. I'm not calling you
No,
guys
no,
liars.
I'm not like
Oh, okay.
I don't
It's a
feel yeah.
general question.
You could be
Okay,
crazy to
okay.
So
somebody else though. That's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Everybody's crazy to somebody.
Oh yeah,
You know
so
what I'm
yeah,
saying?
so
yeah,
the person that disagrees with
most
you or that
yeah.
thinks that it's not true, they might say, "Oh, like you crazy girl," but I'm just
Yeah,
saying
exactly.
it's not what I'm personally saying. I don't think you're crazy. I think you just
Okay.
have you've looked at
So let
some
me ask you
different
a
things.
question.
Yeah.
What does your gut tell you right now? Does it tell you to learn from your oppressor, or does it tell you, or do you feel any curiosity in yourself right now to look up what I'm explaining to you or what we've been talking to you about?
I'm good.
Um,
So I
I
look at it
think
this
that
way. Oh,
wait,
who you talking to?
She asked me.
I ain't know who you talking to.
Yeah.
She was saying it out loud.
What is your
No, you just would talk over the Black Queen during Black History Month. Anyways,
I mean,
I
I'm
do.
here.
I have a little bit. So the thing is, that I'm not. I'm. This is not the first time I've heard this. I've done just a little bit of research on it, but I think that when it comes down to my core values and not something that I got from my oppressors, uh, because I don't necessarily, follow that too. I believe in doing my own research and independent, separate research, not from the sources that the oppressor has given us. So I do have a little bit of curiosity because I have looked into this before. So that's what I'm saying. Like there's parts of it that I personally agree with, but I wanted
okay?
you to define for the sake of the conversation what it means to be one with self. You know what I mean? Because me, like being one with
So
self, like is
thinking for
uh-huh.
yourself. So everything, not believing anything until you take the time to research and do your due diligence to find that information.
Say that again.
So not believing in
So
anything and then research to believe in that.
Wait,
yeah,
wait.
so take basically taking a Blake. So you guys have seen The Matrix, right?
Actually, I haven't.
You haven't?
No, I've never seen it. I just see like clips and like photos and stuff,
I've
memes.
seen
All
all
right,
three of them.
so I have a question before you go any further. How old are you?
Wait, why does that matter?
Me?
No,
I'm
no, hold on.
35.
There's a
Because
reason
a
why I'm
lot people
asking.
use that all the time. Because almost every room that I go into, I'm the youngest in
I'm
there.
not offended at
But
all. I'm
but
35.
people use that to dismiss things that I have to talk about because they tell me I'm too young. So like, what is what
No,
does
no, no,
that
no, no,
tell you?
no. There's a reason why I'm asking
What's the reason?
what generation you come from for a reason. Because the reference to Matrix is not necessarily about the movie, it's about the mind state, is the way that I understand it. Okay?
So the reason why I
When,
don't know about the Matrix is because I didn't grow up in the U.S. So
okay.
Okay.
there's a lot of things that, well, not I grew up in the US, but my early childhood was not in the US. So there's a lot of older, American movies and stuff like that that I didn't watch and I didn't really, care to go back to watch it, and sometimes I will, but for this specific one I haven't seen it.
Okay, but that also still brings me back to the generation that you come from. 80s,
Okay.
90s, 2000.
Basically 2000. I was born in 97. I'm 25.
Okay, so I'm an 80s baby.
Okay.
And the reason why I'm going to bring this up specifically using me is because even if I hadn't seen the Matrix movies, I
Hmm.
still understood the concept because I grew up in a generation that was open minded to the point that we went out and we lived life in the real world instead of living life in the matrix or what is actually known today as social media. That's the matrix that they're talking about on a physical sense. You
Okay.
grow up in a generation that was in the matrix. We grew up in a generation that was before the matrix.
Okay, I mean, like we
That's the
played
difference in
outside too,
perception of
yeah.
age.
Like we played outside. Well, I guess different environment because I moved there when I was like 5.
Queen, you up?
So
I mean,
playing
I have.
outside is not something that's foreign to us, or like being out in nature and stuff like that. Those are things that we did too, but that was it's just a different environment.
But this is going back to what I was talking about earlier. But
So like for example, have you guys have heard like the red pill community when it comes to like the whole dating war and stuff, right? Well,
Yeah.
that red pill, it actually comes from the movie The Matrix because he gives him an
Oh yeah.
option. Yeah,
Yeah, right.
he gives him an option. He says if you take the red pill, you basically can't unsee what you see. Once you know and start learning information, you won't even have the ability to go back and pretend like you know it because it will just annoy you so much and make you upset. So, for example,
But
with
is it the
Right.
truth?
holidays,
Wait,
like
wait. Is it the truth? Like if they learn the truth, then they couldn't go
yes,
back. Okay.
yeah. Hold on
Yes.
one. I'm sorry. Hold on one
That's
second.
essentially what it is.
Oh, so red pill. I always
Um,
Now,
thought that was
okay,
like
so
a
with
negative
to
thing.
finish her analogy, and with the blue pill, you can go back to sleep and pretend like it was all a dream.
Wait, so red pill's actually not an insult to them. I always thought like
No,
it was a negative thing.
no, no, no. It's not. And guess what?
Ah.
I am very red pilled. And you want to know who red pilled me? My mother, a black
Mm,
woman.
yep. My parents red pilled me too.
My mom shoved the red pill down my throat
I'm
and told
human
me the
pill.
truth about women and society to the point that I was done
Yeah.
for a number of years until I got my head out of my hind parts.
Yeah.
And crazy head Aramaic is what we're speaking now. It's just the bastardized version of it.
Yeah.
Untitled
That
Chapter just said
I
Sarah
can get
Connor's
with.
son.
Oh shoot, y'all! Today's Saturday.
That's yes.
Yes, Migo, I knew that. The person that wrote all those movies was one woman, and they took all those movies from her and made them scripts because they were books that she was writing.
Wait.
And it was a classified, and she's classified as a black woman or African American, but she's Aboriginal, Indigenous, or a Hebrew Israelite. So yeah, you're on the
Oh
money,
Lord,
Miga.
Lord, Lord,
why'd you
Lord.
say, "Oh Lord"?
Because we're going down a different path. I mean, there's just so many things nowadays that um I think people are attaching themselves to and adding stuff to it. But that's just my personal views. That's just me.
So this what I tell people though. Just because I know everybody got different mindsets and everybody got their beliefs or whatever. I just tell them, and it goes back to what resource was saying. Like she was saying, basically like, is you curious about trying to research what I know and all that stuff. And I basically said no. So I say that like if whatever you believe in and it's causing you to stress, or you still stressing through whatever you believe in, and you living a horrible life, or you got a negative way of thinking and all that stuff, I would suggest believing in something else. Choose something else to believe in. Because I look at it as if as long as you believe in something and you better in your life and you looking at stuff through a positive type lens and trying to better, just in general, just better in your life anyways. I mean, just believe in what you believe in, because like if it can't affect you, it can't hurt you. You know what I'm saying? If you believe in some type of positive type way. So what's the point
All
of,
right, so
researching unless you're trying to build something bigger or something with it? So
Kev, I'm gonna have you eat your own words. I'm gonna make you eat crow for that one.
go
If you
ahead.
say that,
I
I'm gonna expect you to understand the words that just came out of your mouth have a double entendre, and it's gonna cut you.
what's
You
that?
say that knowing and believing and
I
understanding are
said
words
believe. I
that
ain't never said
can't
no.
hurt. Things can't hurt you. But if sound and vibrations can hurt you, right? Can't
Where you get
they
that
can
from?
hurt you, right?
I never said that. I said whatever you choose to believe in, make sure it's better in your life. I never said nothing about hurt.
You said no. You said some
So,
other
do you want to
things
know the
with it
truth, or do you want to just believe?
You said what?
because,
Would you prefer to
as
know
I
the
said,
truth, or do you
sound and
want to believe?
vibration can
Hold on, I can't
hurt
hear
you.
two people at the same time.
Sorry, resource. Go ahead.
Do you want to know the truth, or do you want to believe?
I think life is based off belief, and even if it's so the truth, you got to believe in the truth. If you feel like it's the truth, you know what I'm saying? Because somebody's truth don't mean it's another truth to somebody else.
Yeah. So I get what you're saying. I went through the same thing. But I mean, I'm here to kind of, I guess I arrived here because this is my time to explain it to you. But what you
Okay.
do with it is definitely up to you. But yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. I'm still learning myself, but I've committed to being a lifelong learner. There's infinite knowledge out there, and
Me too.
I'm just taking the time to learn it as much as I can, one day at a time.
Resource, do you believe in God?
Okay.
Yes, I do believe that there is a creator, but not the same as the Bible. Not what we're told.
I mean, yeah, I feel you.
Mm.
Ooh, I like what they said in the comment section. Dramatra,
Mm.
you know
Don't
something.
force your truth because
Mm.
your truth serves you, and others have to be suspect. That's what I was about to get to with that too. Like, but I would say if it's a fact to somebody else, that don't mean that somebody else's fact gonna work for another person too. That's what I was about to say. Because if that was the case, then we'll be living a
I
easy
think
type world. Like, oh, if this way worked that way, that means it's gonna work for them. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why everybody got their own beliefs because their beliefs it matches with what they need to do to grow. Because everybody has different mindsets. So that's why I be
I
saying
think that
that
we can
whatever.
have
But it's not meant for
objective
everybody to
truth.
understand.
I think that we can have objective truth, and just not when it comes
Most
to
definitely.
the, like, what the universe and what you personally believe is driving life, right? I think when it comes to that,
Exactly.
everybody has
It's called being
their
open-minded.
own thing. But when we're talking about things like math, or we're talking about, like, basic life,
That's a
day
fact.
to day stuff, I think that there can be an objective truth in that case.
Exactly. I like what Mark say. Believe in yourself at least. As long as yourself ain't damaging yourself, believe in yourself. Like I said, everything that's written, that's wrote down, that's told to us was either taught to us, it was either written by another man. You know what I'm saying? We just choose to believe it. That's why I wrote in that in the chat down there. Beliefs are not truth. They don't, I mean, beliefs
Also,
are not
I have
facts. That's you choose to believe in it or not.
resource. Do you not believe in the Bible because you think white people wrote it?
I don't believe in any religion. No, I'm one with
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
cool.
nature.
For you.
Okay, that makes sense.
But that's a rabbit hole
Nature,
too.
That's what.
but that's why I
That's a
look at
rabbit
it.
hole itself.
But the information you looking up though, you
Kevin.
looking up
Kevin, wait one
information to
second.
learn about
Kevin,
nature, right?
sorry, resource. What did
Yeah.
you say?
So I came to terms with the
She was
understanding
done.
that I came to terms with the understanding that there is an enemy, and the enemy doesn't want us to know about our true selves, which makes sense. And I took the time to do my research. I've, watched, for example, 19 Keys. I've watched Dane Calloway. They share verifiable references. If you look at our history that we were taught, um, a lot of the shit just doesn't add up once you start looking at it from a more curious mind. We were just kind of learning and regurgitating information that was given to us, but really knowing and searching for yourself, there's no way to unlearn it. And it makes 100% sense. I mean, if I were a villain and I wanted to oppress a group, then I would do it psychologically. I would do it chemically through food. I would do it through air. It's just, I
That
mean,
part,
again,
that
it's up
part,
to
I
you guys
agree
to,
with.
yeah, if I wanted to dumb a people down, I would do it exactly the way they did.
But you think that there can be a lot of misconceptions too, because the Bible calls us gods, right? Small G. But you then, like, I went through, and because I don't personally believe that, but it's in the Bible, and that's something that I use, like, I read and I believe in. So I had to do my research on that and figure out what that was, and ultimately it talks about us being the representatives of God on earth, right? An extension of Him on earth. So is there possible that there can be, and not necessarily you having a misconception about what you're talking about, but in general we can have misconceptions, we could be presented with truth and just interpret it a completely different way? Do you agree that that is a possibility?
Um, can you ask me that question one more time?
Do you agree that we can have a lot of misconceptions, so even if you are presented with the truth, you could take something completely different from it than the next person. And I gave the
Right.
example of how the Bible tells us, the Bible tells us what you're saying, that we are gods, small g, right? But when I went and did my research, basically it's telling us that we are we are representatives of God, like an extension of God on earth. So is it
Um,
possible for us to just misinterpret things and take it
so
as truth?
if you really do a deep dive in the Bible, there's a lot of what's the word that I'm looking for? Um, God, sorry, I'm having a blank moment right now.
Contradiction.
What is it called? I'll get back to that. But
Okay.
basically,
Contradiction.
if you pay attention to some of the words or just some of the I guess storylines in the Bible, there's a lot of things that are pointed out that are just not consistent, and it's if you just go to YouTube and just say inconsistencies within the Bible, you be able to find it. It'll point it out a little bit faster.
But the Bible is united in theme. So I think that people only think that it's a there's contradictions in the Bible because they don't have a full understanding of
Yeah.
what's actually being said. But I'm saying that because I've seen what you're some of the things that you're talking about. As somebody that believes in it, I don't blindly believe in anything. I question every single
Right.
thing. I've had extensive conversations with people in the church and outside of the church, just trying to get multiple perspectives, get multiple sides, and make that decision for myself. So I agree with you on that part of not just, taking whatever is given to you and going with it. Um,
Yeah.
and that's why I asked you the question about interpretation, because you
Yeah.
might see
So
it as, a contradiction, but if somebody has done more research or dived deeper, they could have they could have a different interpretation than you.
I mean that's definitely a possibility because interpretation is up to the person that's reading. But I would say honestly, okay. Here's another question. The Vatican, for example, right? Why is it that no actual citizens of the world have the ability to go in there and see the documents and um, the books and things that they have there? Why is it locked away?
I personally don't I would agree with that point. I think that the Catholics are the actually, let me not say that before they ban me, but I see where you're going, and I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, so I mean, again, I did give you guys some references. I'm not here to try to make you believe anything, but I
Oh
just
yeah.
wanted to kind of open your awareness. And if you choose to look it up, I would.
Yeah. And I think that somebody said it earlier that division was created religion was created to divide us, and that's 1,000% true. It is. Your connection, your relationship with God
Yeah.
is that, and all these extra traditions and stuff that are basically man-made is to divide us. Is to either divide us, and to blind us, and to keep us slaves, basically.
Yeah. I even think
Yeah.
like the the stuff we look up is no different from the Bible. You know what I'm saying? It's something that's written by another man, and we choose to believe it or not. You know what I'm saying? We could think that
So
what we looking
the
at
law,
it could be
mhm.
contradicted to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody got their own interpretation. That's the whole point.
Yeah. So the law of the universe, they follow the people that the I guess powers that be, elite, whatever you want to call it. They follow a system. They I believe Luciferian. They believe that they have to show you everything, and then you have to choose to either follow their way or follow your own way. And most people that do choose to follow their own way are deemed crazy or conspiracy theorists, or and rightfully so that they we would be considered the enemy. So of course you want to tag your enemy as a crazy person. I mean, again, master plan. So again, I'm not trying to force any beliefs on anyone, but
Yeah, I don't
I
think
would just look it
anybody
up.
can disagree with that. Like, I think, I mean, movies alone have shown us how manipulative, the government is, and people higher up in general in every parts of the world. So I don't think anybody could really disagree with that. That's just I think that you're being intentionally um you're choosing to be ignorant at that point. If anybody were to
Hmm.
disagree with that
So
reason.
do we get to pick and choose what the government choose to show us?
Nope, they have to show
Don't
you
they go for
everything. They
all the
do it.
information? Because how we don't know that's part of their plan? That they like, oh, you know what? We're gonna bring this book out to show that this black person made it, and we're gonna have a black person believe that this black person made this and all that. You know what I'm saying? How that works? Because
They
all our
do it through
information could really be part of the plan.
they do it through subliminal messaging. I will look that up too, and there's videos about that. There's books about it. I will look up dark psychology. It's another reference that you can look up. But I mean, again, it goes deep. It goes very deep.
So they gave us a book to point to make them to point to or basically rat them out.
No, so like for example, The Simpsons, how they always say, "Oh, The Simpsons predicts everything." No, it's just them showing us what's going to happen because they have to put it in front of us. They have to. They believe in karmic
So they can manipulate us,
retribution.
and they have to show us at the same time.
Yes.
I never
Yep.
understood that.
Well, that's
So
kind
they
of
can
the point.
manipulate us
That's
and
kind of
show
the
us. That's
point.
weird.
If they have to show us, then they manipulate us to think that it's not actually real. Then they're literally winning because we won't make the connection.
Hmm. Yep.
So that
So,
I agree with, and I know it's happened. Oh, sorry, Black Church, go ahead.
oh no, you're good. You're good. The Black Church is my podcast. I am not a pastor.
Oh,
Nowhere
okay.
near. Okay. So
Oh man, I
it
thought I was gonna have to
and
debate with a
yeah,
pastor.
no, nah.
Resource was
But
getting ready over there. She said, "Let me sit up."
but I will say this.
Go
I
ahead, throw that
did
holy water over there.
I did do 20 years in the pulpit when I was younger. So, but I don't push that narrative anymore. I love the dialogue. Number one. Um, I use different words. I live in a space that is on TikTok. They say I live in rainbows and unicorn because I'm super happy. And I love the dialogue that you all are having, and more importantly, the knowledge transfer. Teachings has the tendency to say that somebody is smarter than someone else. In a knowledge transfer, it does not have an age, a gender, a race, or anything. What it is life experiences that someone else is sharing to encourage someone else to one, be their best person, and then if there's something that they can walk away with and become a better person. I can say this for me. Well, hold on. Let me go back and throw these roses some more. Um, Everyone on here is younger than I am, probably more than likely. I love the fact that you're challenging today when there was a point where if I chose to challenge, I got beat down by my community. So I appreciate you all challenging the thought process to see what is out there for you. Okay. Now, I would share this from my perspective. I used to read a book every week. I've been through the collegiate system, which is I'm not very proud of. What I picked up on is all the reading and the research taught me how to be someone else and not myself. Because even though I researched, even though I read, I did what people told me to do, in my heart, I felt like something was wrong because my thought process was one thing, what I read was something different, and what I was taught argued with it, and I shut down who I was to believe what somebody else said. Here recently, I began to ask the question when I have to read, like for work, they make us read books, is what was the emotional mind state of the writer? If I do not know that, I do not know where the writer is coming from. There's an assumption there. The host, Laugh or Learn. Bro, when I tell you I love your name, I hate that you came up with it before I did. That's amazing. Yeah,
Actually, I
I'm
came
so
up with
hating.
the name for him.
Oh, you
Yeah,
did? You
yes,
did? I'm so mad that I didn't beat you first. So,
I'm
um,
just
Scared of
joking.
going against instead of going within.
but I love what you said about you have to do it for yourself first. And that's what my podcast is about.
Hmm.
Each one of us have a story that's going to change somebody's life that is in real time. The red pill, the blue pill, all of those terminologies is exactly what someone on the panel said. It's individuals attaching themselves to something that more than likely is not them. Everyone on the panel and in the chat that I've been reading this one. Typically, I don't get online on Saturday morning, but I saw it. I saw the name. So I was like, that name, what's up? What are you talking about? And then I heard the conversation, and I'm like, oh, yo, this is fire. I'm feeling it. And so, back into my train of thought is you have the right to believe what you want to. I work in IT. I've been in the background for 29 years. What you all are saying, some of it is true. We design stuff from a perspective to where I want you to know what I want you to know. It's your choice to believe what you want to. A lot of people choose not to. We put information out and then we hide information. If you notice, you hear about an organization getting compromised months later. That's because we want you to know what we want you to know. We don't want you to know how it happened, how it initiated, how everything came through. That is just not in what I do. That is in every field. When I was in the pulpit, we let the parishioners know what we wanted them to know. They didn't know all the stuff that was going on in the background because that could break somebody's belief system. So we had to keep it a certain type of way. My parents and my sister raised me, but my parents also, they kept so much away from me that I thought the world was one thing, but when they transitioned, I realized the world was something totally different. Okay. And so I challenge you, research, read, do all of that. Go through your process of understanding the best you. I can say this. The way that I understood the best me is by learning other people and learning that they are not me. And but once I start doing my thing, that's when my mental, emotional, and psychological freedom begin to take place. So that's what I want to share.
Hmm.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
The comment that I was talking about, Infinity, is
The travel
Infinity
one.
made a comment. Yeah, she said the more you travel, the more you see. And I said, don't let Kevin
Oh
put
yeah.
that because Kevin and I
Oh, you
got
was talking
into
about that
it
stuff that
the
me and
other
you was
day
talking about. I know what you
because
getting to.
I was telling him that we need to travel. Like you need to travel out of your immediate environment to learn
You want to
about,
travel.
exactly. And his comeback was that what if I just want to stay here? So actually, now that I'm thinking about that conversation, I would agree
It wasn't
with
like that.
resource. Well, that's just a summary of it. But I would agree with resource, and what she was saying is that if you don't really want to do something, like you're not going to do it. If you don't want to learn more about it, you're not going to do it. And that's okay
That's
because
what we all do.
you were willing to stay in your immediate environment, which is fine. For you, me, it's not okay for me. I need to get out of my environment. I need to learn more. I need to see other cultures.
And
I need
why?
to see how other people live that because it makes me a more well-rounded person. Like thinking that my immediate reality is the only reality is crazy to me.
Okay.
But
So do
that's
you
why I
need to
have to
go out
bring
in
it back
space?
to self.
You need to go out in space and see all the galaxies too, because I mean,
I mean,
it's
if that's something that somebody desires to do, of course. But there's a lot of
but
exploring here on Earth to
but
do. I mean, I think it's a little extreme for
yeah,
you
it's a
to
lot
say, "Oh,
exploring
go."
around this whole universe.
Exactly, I know that, but I think that you could start on Earth. It's not necessarily everybody has to fly to space to get out of their immediate environment. You could go to the next state and be out of your immediate environment.
I feel you. So when is the limit to where you could say that you done learned enough?
There's no limit. The people that want to go to space, they make it happen. They go to space. So again, I'm not
So
saying
what if
that.
they told you? So a person in space told you like you need to go to space because you need to explore your stuff. You know what I'm saying? What if they say the same thing?
Why would they say that? And that's not what I'm
Because
saying.
they can do that. That's like basically the same thing you doing. You saying that if you don't explore, you don't know much, or basically something like that.
Yeah,
In a way,
but you really
you need to
don't.
know more or something like that.
But I didn't say, but you don't. If all you know is that, let's pretend, right? Let's keep it real basic because I think that you're trying to use the space to what's the word I'm looking for, to kind of dismiss my claim, but it's not really working. So let's make it really basic, right? Let's say the house that you grew up in, You don't know what outside
Yeah.
looked like. The windows were never open. You don't know anything. All you know is what's inside that house. You know what upstairs looked like. You know what downstairs looked like. You know what the basement looked like. That's all you know. You've never seen the blue sky. You've never seen anything. I personally would not be okay with that. Like I've always been a super curious person. Like I'm gonna try to open the windows. I'm gonna try to pop them doors. I'm gonna try to go outside because to me it's like this is all I like. There has to be more out there. There has to be more
Yeah,
out
that
So that's the reason why, because you think it's more out there.
No, I know there's more out there. I know that this
Okay,
little
yeah.
house is
So
not all.
when is your limit? When is your limit to
You don't
find more?
have a
Because it's
limit.
like we got a billion things we can research on, and then when is your
Exactly.
limit, and what you gonna do with what you know?
Exactly. There's no limit. You could go as far and wide as
So
you want to go. Again, that's your personal
okay,
decision, and that's why
yeah, yeah,
we
yeah,
disagree
yeah.
on that because you believe that you should
The
just
fact you
be.
said need is already messed it up already. You said need, and I don't think nobody's
You
stuck in just a house.
but that's the most basic example because if say your neighborhood is all you know, like you don't know anything outside of that, then you're
Okay,
kind of stuck with that because how do you
you can't
interact with
have
other
life
people
without
if you
knowing.
can't come out? Okay. But I mean my point stands. That's where we were disagreeing last time, and that's where we're going to continue to disagree because I do think that
Most definitely.
being in the same place does not make you a well-rounded person. It just makes you what you are at that moment.
Yeah,
And I
but what
guess if
about
you
the
stay
information you
there,
look at? You can be well rounded with just books and stuff, just like research was talking about. Look at books and all that stuff. We can use her same analogy on yours.
so
You don't have to
what
actually
is
go
reading?
out and stuff.
What
Because
is
I'm pretty sure she didn't never experience the stuff that she done read up on. She heard it from somebody else,
okay? But
right?
that's not what I'm talking about. You could read stuff from other stuff. You could learn a bunch of things from other people. So what you're telling me is that you only disagree about physically leaving where you're from. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, because you saying I'm going based off you saying that you're not a well-rounded person unless you move out somewhere, or if you leave out somewhere. I'm like, that's not the only way. That's what I'm saying.
Kevin, do you know how big the world is? Why would you want to just stay in your little neighborhood? Why would you not want to explore it?
Why do you have to?
I mean, you don't have to. Like you have the choice to stay in your environment. But me personally, when I don't believe that that is doing you any favors. I believe that
That's
we
more
all
of an
should
interest,
go
right?
out. Mm, yeah, I mean, everybody got to. They can live their life how they want to live it. But I think
Right.
you're really missing out in not exploring the world. But
Well, question. So what you're saying goes both ways. Um, how big the world is defined by how big your vision is. Um, I can believe, like me, I've traveled very often, but in actuality, I learned the most in my old neighborhood. I knew where every street was, every color, almost the color of every house. I knew who stayed in, who moved out, who grew up, the kids, the teachers that was in my neighborhood. If that is how big my world is, when someone comes into that world, I have the opportunity to educate them from my point of view based off what I know. Now, flip that coin. Take you. You want your desires and actions are traveling the actual world, which your vision of world is bigger than mine.
wait,
So
Black Church.
yes.
I I don't
I don't
disagree with the
understand why
part
people got to
about
prove their point.
no,
They got to prove
wait.
their point by
Wait,
putting the
Kevin.
smallest little box. Did I
Kevin,
ever say I was
wait.
gonna stay in my room? Love, infinity.
No.
I don't get that. It's like it say you got
She's
to be
been
one way or
joking.
the other to prove somebody
Wait,
point.
she's
I
been
got to be in a
cracking
box. I
Kevin,
got to be in a box because I choose not to fly out to a country. That don't make no sense. That
Kevin,
don't make your stuff
Kevin,
no more valid than what
Kevin,
I'm saying.
Kevin,
That don't make
Kevin,
sense.
wait.
That don't make you no
Black Church,
smarter than me. That don't make you know nothing than me. That's what I'm saying. Like I don't get why people think their way of thinking makes somebody. That's what I'm saying. People got they so arrogant and they so freaking I don't know whatever. They choose to be this type of way. They think it's only one way to get some type of knowledge. That don't make no
but you
sense.
just said that's what being in a box means though. You literally said you
So
don't want to
flying is the
physically
only way to
live
get out the
anywhere.
box.
Who said
Make
anything
that
about
make
flying?
sense.
Nobody. You're the only person that
I'm
brought up
just saying
flying.
you no, because I'm looking at just like a couple people,
Okay,
whatever.
but
They saying the
can I
same
finish
thing,
my
whatever.
statement
They
real
still
quick,
feel like
Kevin?
okay, you're just stuck in the house and stuff. No, I know way more than what y'all think I know.
But nobody is
I'm not
talking about
closed
your
minded at
actual
all. That don't make me
intelligence.
closed minded, and that's why I don't like. And somebody said that in the chat earlier. That don't make me closed minded because I have not flown a plane outside of my country. I know I'm fully aware what
Okay,
this world is about,
okay. Well, wait. Okay, so
and I'm
Blackberry,
learning more and more every day.
what you said about Kevin's not eating. What you said about knowing more in your neighborhood. Well, yeah, obviously you know more about your neighborhood. That's where you grew up. That's where you spend most of your time. So it makes sense for you to know all the streets and know all the people and know what's happening in your community. That makes sense. I don't think that it's applied when we're talking about getting out of your environment. Because if you spend, say you're 20 years old and you've never traveled, like 18 of those 20 years you spent in that same neighborhood, you went to school there, you shopped there, you did everything, you never took a vacation out of that, of course you're going to know that environment in that neighborhood, like the back of your hand. But then if the other 2 years, that's when you started leaving the neighborhood and going traveling to the next state or the next neighborhood over, then yeah, you're going to know less because you have 18 years of experience here and only two there.
Correct. I totally agree with you. In those 2 years of traveling, those blocks beyond, that creates conversation of relatability because based off what I know about my neighborhood, I can share with them during conversation about the similarities between the two. And then
Right.
also the newism that I learned about those two. Let me give you an example. Um, in my career, mid 30s, I took off, right? I went from mid level management to senior management. Even in senior management, going to a 5-star restaurant, I would, instead of getting a steak or some nice food, I get me a hamburger. That's what I knew. I knew hamburger and chicken strips. So I was a grown man eating that because that's what I did.
Mhm.
They tricked me one time and gave me calamari and said it was onion rings.
Oh my gosh.
By
That is
them doing
criminal.
that, I know. But let me tell you, once you put that lemon juice on it and dip it in that red sauce, that fake ketchup, they told me it was actually good. And
You
then
think
I
so?
was able to, yeah,
Don't knock it until you try it.
You're right. You're right. I
Hey,
refuse
let
to
me
it
switch
because
you
really,
out real
I
quick.
ain't
I'm about to
eating
bring
no
on makeup.
octopus now.
yeah, it changed my mindset. Then after that, I began to travel out the country. And when I went out the country, I began to share my experience with the calamari and then share with them what it was like growing up in the inner city of Dallas. And it blew their mind because they had no idea what it was.
Exactly.
There's a time and a place for me to know about my neighborhood and learn as much as I can because when that next time comes for me to leave my neighborhood, I'm that resource. I'm that historian
Facts.
that they're going to look at.
Hmm.
And so it's maximizing where you are in that moment to prepare you for the next moment. See, just because Kevin doesn't want to fly outside of anywhere else, you can probably ask him about anywhere in this country where he's in the US where he's been, and he's going to educate you.
Right.
There
He's
may become a
knowledgeable in that
point where he get
area.
encouraged. Say that
Right.
again.
No, I said no. I agree with you. He's knowledgeable because that's where he's at. So he's very knowledgeable of that environment. And
Hmm.
I love the fact that you said that if you leave, you are a resource, right? Because not everybody has the ability to just go everywhere, right? I think that, me personally, I think you could always go. It doesn't have to be a huge traveling trip, or it doesn't have to be like you flying to Europe or doing all these crazy things. You could literally drive to the next state. And that could be a way to get out of your environment. So I think you could do it on a small scale too. But I really appreciate what you said about being a resource, because now those people that don't know nothing about your environment now know because they've met you, and vice
They,
versa.
they met you, they see you, they feel you. It's like it is a whole aroma about you. And see, that is when you begin, like I say, you carry your story. They get a chance to hear it in real life. Now, traveling, once again, life is a mindset. I used to
Right.
play this trick on my kid's mom because she assumed too much. She would ask me, hey, I got something to do this weekend. Or you going out of town? Yep, I'm going out of town. You always going out of town. Well, I like going out of town. So every weekend I went out of town. I stayed in Plano. The next red light was another town. And I would go get gas every Saturday. So I get my gas, I go out of town, and I come right back to my town because each one of them had their municipalities. Each one of them was a legit city, and I
Oh
went out of
wow.
town. She never slowed down and asked me, "Are you getting on a plane? How far are you going? When will you be back?" None of that.
Right.
And so it's a mindset of going out of town. I can sit in my living room and I can go out of town because I live in a vacation destination right now.
Mm,
And so one of the things that I love challenging people to do, think for yourself.
right.
Right.
And it will surprise some people that, wow, I'm amazing and smarter than what I gave myself credit for. I know more
Right.
than what others say that I do. Now, I'll go ahead and say it. I'm 52. Am I the typical
That,
52? No. I'm the biggest kid in the 50s and 60s that you will ever meet. Because I old people expire, young people live. I'm living. So I'm gonna hang out with young people. So, but I say that to you to say that think, please. You will realize. Oh, I apologize. My thought was this: miserable people who know that if you realize how brilliant you are, you will leave them alone and they don't want to be alone. On this panel, that I heard amazing thoughts from everyone. And I'm like, wow, the real question that I have, are y'all really aware of how brilliant, not smart, not intelligent, not knowledgeable, but how brilliant y'all actually are at this point in your life? Do y'all realize that? And then if you do, share why.
I would say yes, just because I understand that within me, there's infinite knowledge, and I just have to be disciplined to tap into it.
I love it.
Right.
I guess my answer will be along the same line. I think that we do need to be more open minded, and the fact that I am open minded, and I think that's what makes me brilliant because
Facts.
I'm constantly a student. I'm a student of life.
I love that.
Me, I'm next.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So I would say, yeah, the fact that I learned to, try to understand myself more than anything, and I learned to not let others' definition of my way, of my choices and stuff define me. You know what I'm saying? Because I know everybody like doing that stuff. They like if it's not their way, you know what I'm saying, it can't be their way or something like that. But I am fully aware that everybody got their own ways of, you know, of their what was the word you just used? Their greatness, you know what I'm saying? So everybody is great in their own way. That's something I'm fully aware of, and I can't knock another person down because they choose a different path. I'm gonna put it that way.
Man, y'all blessing bipolar heart over here. About to give an old man a heart attack. I'm loving it. Did everybody go? There's one more left, I
I think
think. That was three.
Hormiga up there. I know he been waiting.
Oh, I'm taking notes, man.
Okay.
Because
Jazzy, you up?
I
You up,
yeah
Jazzy?
I take notes. Are you guys up all night or what?
Oh no, I woke up. I think Kevin was up all night. I woke up at
That was
what,
up.
like an hour or something ago, 2 hours
Kevin looked
ago.
like he's on a he's on a flight right now.
Now, don't Arika, don't
I,
make those
I'm
jokes.
open minded now. Cool.
He gets heated.
to,
Now I'm
to
open minded.
to answer the gentleman's question, right? To answer the gentleman's question, it took me a long time to realize how special I really am as an individual.
Mm.
Um, and to get to this point, it took a lot of influence through my inner self, all my beliefs, all my cultures, all my experiences combined. Me being a veteran of the United States, being able to see diverse people come together without having racism as the key to the conversation, where we've tried to find similarities and common ground instead of finding ways to oppose ourselves and continue to fight and look for differences instead of actually
Right.
focusing on where we are in a consensus.
Uh,
So, to answer your question, I didn't realize that I was special until I put the work in. I didn't realize that I was uh, special until I realized that I know how to express myself and contribute to this conversation, which I'm going to add a couple of things to this conversation. So I hope that answers your question. But it took a lot of work. It wasn't as easy as people make it seem, and I'm proud of that.
I love it. I love it. Is that everyone?
Yes, I think Dazzle
research.
is
I
taking
mean,
a nap.
not that's what she up. Is you up,
Okay.
Fave?
Research went first.
Hmm.
So
Yeah,
part of the
I
reason
was gonna
why
add
I
one more.
asked that,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, I apologize. Part of the reason why I asked that question because there's probably a couple hundred people just went through this live, right? What you all just said triggered their thought process potentially to begin to think about themselves and view life through their own lens. Your brilliancy creates so many opportunities for you that sometimes it has potential to make the whole world look like that, but it but the whole world isn't like that. That is your beautiful view in the world. And just imagine creating a world where there's over 500 million different beautiful views that get a chance to teach another
Right.
500 million.
Yep.
Okay. Man, I got to see what's going on with my cousin. She is over here blowing me up, and it better be good because I'm gonna tell her she got me out of a good life. Bro, I followed you. I follow everybody else on the
oh,
panel.
yeah, for sure, man.
I
Thanks,
love
man.
y'all dialogue and care. I mean, laugh and learn. I love the passion that you have because one of the things about being a man, I love the way you take control of your life. You can be very calm, but then when you're passionate about something, you stand up, the vocal cords in the back of your neck tighten up, the big veins come out, and you stand up for yourself. And
He
then after you
toxic.
stand up, you
That's
come back and
toxic.
then you relax and become that man. And so I appreciate you doing it. I'm telling y'all, I didn't get a chance to do a lot of stuff until after I was 45. Whoa, phrase that. I did not choose to do a lot of stuff until I was after 45. That's when I found my two legs.
I love that you just said choose.
Yeah, it was a choice. It was I chose to listen to everybody else and not listen to myself. And I don't get mad at anyone else because that was my choice to do that. I love the fact that I did it because now I can relate to others that have potential to do it and challenge them. I don't tell anyone what to do, but I would challenge you with knowledge transfer to view it differently. And if you choose to view it differently, awesome. If you don't choose to do it, if you don't choose to view it differently, awesome. Because the thing is, I did my part by inserting the knowledge into you.
Yeah,
But go ahead and
I agree with what you're saying, but what you're actually doing is just initiating it. It's hard. It's hard to overlook the bias. When I talk to people, I try to remove the biases that do not allow them to think clearly because you can't rationalize if you have bias or you have things that hinder your capacity to learn further than where you at in your limited capacity. Does that make sense?
yes, it does.
So I like what you did because you initiated the conversation and you differentiated between a conversation of I believe this, I believe that, versus we are still transferring knowledge regardless of what's being said, regardless if the wrong information is being said or not. We are still transferring knowledge. But I like to live in the objective. I like to share things that are facts. I like to share things that make sense. I like to talk about things that keep the conversation going towards progression, not in a rabbit hole or in the hamster wheel, or continue this generational curse conversations that don't lead to anything. Because we could have moved forward in this conversation a long time ago. So I'm glad that you came in and made those statements because that's what opens up the conversation to a different to diversity, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
So I just
Um,
want to say that.
okay. Host, I thank you. Panel, y'all are amazing. Let me get back to my kin
So are
folks.
you.
Oh, okay, and then I'm gonna try to catch you. Like I said, I followed you all, so when I see you all, I'm gonna jump up and listen in because I'm going to learn through your knowledge transfer. Okay, y'all have a
Oh
great
yeah, for
Saturday.
sure, man. All right, you too, man.
You too.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I
Good
just
morning.
wanna let me tap into this a little bit so I could calm everybody down for a second. Check this out. There's at least 17 ways to learn that I know about. You know what I'm saying? Which
That's
could
what
be
I
through
thought. Not just one.
conversation, it could be through vision, it could be auditory, it could be hands-on, it could be through example, right? So not everybody learns the same. But that doesn't
Mhm.
mean that you can't adapt to the different learning experiences because if you only learn one way, you are in limited capacity, right?
Exactly.
Right.
So,
Right.
so Kevin, what I want to do with you is because I'm a little confused, but I want to get to the bottom of this. I never heard you say you didn't travel. I never heard you say you didn't go outside your box. So I'm going to ask you because I don't want to jump to conclusions. Kevin, how much of the United States have you seen? How much have you seen outside your city? How much have you traveled?
Me myself, I would say I've went to Georgia, uh, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Florida.
Well, that's pretty far. And guess what? You've traveled more than a lot of people have traveled. To
Yeah,
Right.
be
right.
you,
But I
so
don't
there's a
look
lot of
down.
people
I
that are
don't think
more limited
nobody
than you
that's
are.
didn't. Right. That's what I'm saying.
But the thing is this. The thing is this. You can travel to 100 places. What is it that you're doing there, and who is it that you're bringing with you? And I'm not talking about the people that travel with you. I'm talking about your inside. Which person are you bringing with you, Kevin, when you travel? Did you travel when you was young? And you didn't know as much as you know now? Because when you travel now, Kevin, it would be a lot different than when you travel when you was younger,
Oh,
especially if,
definitely.
if you're traveling on your own. You travel with your
I'm fully
parents,
aware of
you
that. Yeah.
travel with certain people, then you're under their thumb, right? But when you
Hmm.
yourself say, hey, I want to go to Mexico because I want to see the Aztec uh, mines that were there, or I want to see the tombs. When you go to Egypt, and the only reason why I say this is because I'm a United States veteran, right? And when people go to
Hmm.
the army and they're forced to deal with people of different color, forced to deal with people of different backgrounds, you see things from a different perspective. Because none of that shit matters when you're in a hole and your life is in somebody else's hands or their life is in your hands. All that shit goes out the door. You know what I'm saying? For a lot of people. And sometimes people should experience these things so they can see things from a different perspective. I'm not saying that it's absolutely necessary, Kevin. I'm not saying that you can't learn from a seat in your house. I'm not saying that at all. Because you can learn a
Hmm.
lot more sitting down at certain points than going out there and seeing it. But it's the experience, it's the actual connection, it's
Experience.
the
Yep.
actual touching, it's the actual
Hmm.
tangibility in it what you don't get
Hmm.
from sitting down watching pictures or watching videos or listening to somebody. There's nothing like first hand or first person experience when you go out there and see things. So I encourage people to go out there and travel, but not just travel because you want to go do the same thing you do when you're at home. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're gonna go and have drinks and go have fun and do the same thing you do at home, then it might be an unproductive travel situation unless you're learning. Now, doesn't mean that when you travel you have to learn. Sometimes you just want to stop learning. Sometimes you just want to unwind and not have to deal with the same
Right.
people every day. And it's an escape.
Right.
Wait, can I
So,
cut in real quick?
absolutely.
I just want to address this. The original comment was, give me 1 second. Exactly. You can travel the globe and not learn a thing. I don't think that's
That's what he
possible.
just said.
It
Um,
is it is possible because there's a
no,
lot
no,
Yeah,
of
but I said
there's a
the
lot
man
of
literally
wait, wait,
said
wait.
that.
Can I?
closed-minded people.
Right? Can I finish though?
I'm
Because
sorry.
even if you're closed minded, right? Say you go to we'll use my country for example. Say you travel from the U.S. and you go to Africa. You will there's like it's just not possible for you to not learn something because there's certain foods over there that we eat that you didn't know of. There's certain customs, there's a certain culture there that you just didn't know of. So I think that what you guys mean is like actually I'm not gonna assume what you mean. I'm gonna ask, what do y'all mean by those people are still ignorant? Because every time you get out of your environment and what you know, you always learn of something new that somebody else is doing that you weren't doing in your environment.
Yeah.
So define what you
Don't you do
mean
the
by
same
they are
thing? Read a
still.
book.
But hold on a second. Wishful that's also wishful thinking, so because the only way that you learn something is if you want to learn something or if you're forced to do so. If you're not into it, you're not into it. You could be in the tombs of Egypt. You could be in the forest in the Amazon. You could be in the Alps in Switzerland. You could be in the Great Wall of China and you could be looking at a scorpion in Australia. If you're not into it, it don't matter where you at. It's about where you at yourself physically and ready to absorb this information. If you're not paying attention or
I
you're not into something, you're really not going to
okay.
learn anything.
Right. Okay, so I guess define, like, to me, when I hear learn, I'm talking about like now you know something that you didn't know before,
Yeah, but it
right?
has to
Yeah,
register.
but
Okay,
so
so
what I was
but
gonna say was,
wait.
oh,
Can
okay.
I finish real quick? Even if it doesn't register, you now know of something that you didn't know before. So it doesn't really have to, like, I don't really know what you mean that it has to specifically register. But if I go to a different country and they do things completely different than what I did here, it doesn't matter what I do. I'm always gonna know that they do something different. So even when I
Yeah.
come back to the US, I'm gonna be like, well, when I was in Russia, they did this and that stuff was crazy. But I know that it's different there. And to me that's knowledge.
All right.
That
I'm,
you did
I'm,
learn something.
Can I explain what I was saying? All right. Look,
Okay.
I'll give you an example. I've been to the same place 3 times.
Mhm.
All right. The first time that I went, I didn't learn the same thing I learned the second or the third time because I wasn't open to it. I wasn't interested. I felt like I was obligated to be there. This is what I'm trying to tell you. So because I went with my parents to a place, it ain't the same thing as me saying, I want to go to this place. I'm paying for it. And you know what? I want to do this excursion. I want to learn this about the indigenousness of this country. I want to learn this more about the language. I want to learn more about the food. When you're young and you're traveling, you're not into the same interests. If you're doing it on your own and you're picking and choosing a place to go and you want to learn it, it's because that's what you want to do. But if you're forced to go to a place like a job sends you to Texas,
Uh-huh.
or your job sends you even overseas, some people will take advantage of what that land or what that place has to offer, and some people will stay in the room the rest of their way. It depends on the person.
So Armiga, like, I think that you're kind of proving my point, because even though you're forced to be there, if Texas is completely different than the things that you do where the state that you're in, because I think you're in New York, or you're from New York.
Hmm.
Texas is not the same as New York, right?
No,
I'll just
no,
talk
it's
about New
not.
York City, right? So again, you're even though you didn't want to be there because your job forced you to be there, you still learn something new. You just learned that Texas is completely different from New York, and you
Well,
learn that
be,
they do certain things,
but
and the
what I'm
people are
saying,
different.
is that being exposed to something doesn't necessarily mean that you learn something unless you buy into it.
But exposure is a form of learning.
It is, but
Like,
it doesn't
right.
work for everybody. Exposure doesn't register like every other learning tool that we have.
And that's where I disagree. I don't think that it has to register for you to have learned it, because now that you are aware that it's a thing, that's part,
Okay,
like, you now
resource.
you
Don't
know
hate
that
me.
that's a thing.
Don't
You know
hate
that
me.
there's a difference. You know that they do things differently. They live a different life than you do in New York. So you may
Right.
not like being there. You may feel like you were forced. You may even feel like you were closed minded. But guess what? Being there, getting out of your immediate environment, now you know of something else that you didn't know before.
Right, but what I'm saying is that that might not be enough. Exposure might not be enough. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Because
that I
because
can. Okay, that I can agree.
we don't even have to leave our house to be introduced to something new. All we got to do is go through a For You page to learn new things.
Right, wait. I was with you until you said that, because seeing something on the For You page can give you that exposure, but it can never give you the exposure of actually experiencing that and being there.
I had
Right.
said
So
that I said that
that
on purpose
okay. Yeah,
because
that would be my
that's how I
rebuttal to
started with.
that.
Remember how I started with that? There's nothing like going out there and seeing it intangible. Remember
Right.
when I said that? Okay. So what I'm telling you is this. It all depends on the person because what resonates with you, what works for you, may not work for everyone else. Like for instance, when we talk about facts, right? A fact is a fact. Being honest, there's only one way to be honest. There's only one way to be honest, and there's 1,000 ways to be dishonest. And once you tamper with a fact, or once you tamper with something that's in the objective, it's not a fact anymore. You know what I'm saying? Once you change something, like it's almost like saying it is what it is until it's not. So what
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying is when we have these conversations, if we're going to start talking about a generalized statement, you got to understand that there's a level of probability. Is it impossible? Is it improbable? Is it possible? Is it probable or is it definite? We have to start talking in tones that make sense because a lot of people make generalized statements and it's a blanket statement. You understand what I'm saying? So if we're going to learn from each other, let's call it what it is. Not everybody is interested in leaving where they're at. Some people are comfortable where they're at. It doesn't,
Unfortunately, yep,
but all right, I agree that it does limit the exposure. I
yep.
agree that it does, to a point, limit your overall capacity because experience and adventure is necessary to touch the insides, the dopamine effect, and all the other things. We don't want to get too technical in this conversation, but let's keep it basic. Not everybody learns the same way. Not everybody gets the same feeling or interpretation from exposure. Not everybody hears the same thing. I could tell you right now, the sky is blue, but it's going to be purple later. If you're not paying attention, you might relate that information to someone else and say, hey, the sky is purple and it will never be blue. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? So think about
if
this. If you're
if
not
you're
in the
not
right
open to that,
capacity, if you're not in the right capacity to learn something, if you're not interested in something, everything you do is going to be half-assed. So what's the point
Exactly.
of learning something half-assed if you're not going to learn the objectivity of it?
if you're not interested in it 100% to take in and the information of it, you really didn't learn nothing from it. Just because you see something, don't mean
Exactly.
you experience it. The experience is coming from when you actually intrigued into learning truly what it is.
No, I
Correct.
think there's levels of learning. I
Only thing you
think just
experience is
being
that
able to see
Right.
airplane.
something,
Like
yeah, just being able to see something is a form of learning because now you like you can't unsee it.
But you
You
don't.
literally cannot
You
right.
you
unsee
you may have.
what you just saw.
It
Yeah,
just
you may
doesn't
have seen.
register the same way, though.
Yeah, it
Right, it
doesn't
does. Right, that's what
register.
I'm saying. Levels, right? The most basic level of learning something is just being able to see it, being able to like be there and experience. Right,
Yeah,
so
but
So
it's
if
that's
gonna
you
have
that
a
way.
see,
Hold on,
different
hold on, hold on,
form.
hold on. But that's hard to say. That's hard to say because someone can learn through senses, the sense of smell. Something can
Right?
register with a sense of
Can you
smell.
smell
Like
through your screen? You
you,
can.
you could listen to a song that you haven't heard in 10 years, and the first two bars of that song is beautiful until it reminds you of what time period you went through and what was going on with that
Facts.
song.
That's
so
right.
y'all saying that because we see certain things on the internet, we basically experience them.
No, 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 no,
Because I was about to say, like, just because
no,
you
no.
see something, don't mean you experience it. Don't mean you truly understand it. You just
I
seen
think
it.
that's playing with
When
the
you see
semantics of
when
it.
seeing something, experience is more about feeling. It's more internal than anything else. You understand? When you experience something, there is a resonation. There is something that is a connection to it.
Right.
That's an experience. But you don't
Sure.
need to actually see something to experience something. You can hear it.
Right, I was about to
You
say
can
that.
smell it.
Right.
You can taste it.
Right.
You could
Exactly.
be blind and taste something, and that's an experience because you are actually using your palate to diversify in flavor. But we don't want to go too
Right.
deep into that. We're just
Yeah,
at a point where we want
I
to
don't
reach a
know.
consensus.
I'm gonna agree
Even if you don't
to
personally
disagree on that.
experience something,
I'm I'm gonna agree to
Wait.
disagree on that, and the reason I'm gonna say that is because I have seen so many places in this world on this app, but I have not experienced it myself. I have not been there to actually feel that air. Do I haven't been there just because I see it. I don't feel like that's an experience. I just
Right. I
feel
think
like I
you
seen it.
came in
mm,
on the end of the conversation because we were talking about travelings, right? So I agree with you in the sense of even when Ormika brought it up about seeing things on a for you page and different things like that. Like you can't tell me that you know how that's like just because you've seen it on your screen. So I agree with that. But we were talking about actually traveling. We were talking about like going from New York to Texas and how the culture is different, or like leaving the U.S. and going to a different country. Like you don't have to necessarily say that you anything resonated with you, but now you've known like now you know how those people live, and I think that's the most basic form of learning because you can't unknow what you know. You can't like now you know that it's completely different, like how the people are in New York versus how people are in Texas. Like now you know that there's a difference. So to me, that's like the most basic form of learning. And I do agree with you guys that it doesn't mean that you necessarily experience or that whatever you quote unquote learned resonated with you. I could agree with that. But I do think there's a basic form of learning there, of you going to that place.
Yeah, but there's more than one basic form of learning. That's what I'm
I
trying to put out
agree.
I
there.
don't even think that you
I
really
agree.
learn by
But
just seeing it. You just seen it. It's just seen you seen it. You really haven't like you have to be in like I drove trucks. Like you until you like really in that situation to where you feel the air, you can smell the food, you can see the people, you can see that's me experiencing it. That's me learning it. That's me like you have
But
to really
seeing it
be
is
in
part of it.
it.
You just admitted to that.
Oh my god.
No?
Well, look.
I think
Here's
he's
here,
trying to
here's
say
here, here,
it has to go hand in hand. Like just because I've
Oh,
seen
okay.
it doesn't mean I truly experienced it. I think that's what he was trying to say. But I wanted to say real quick because it felt like I kept getting skipped. But so I think, for example, right, my friend she went to Puerto Rico, right?
Mhm.
And I get what you're saying. I totally agree with you, but I also get what they're saying, and I'm gonna use this as an example because maybe this is a better example, right? She
Mhm.
went to Puerto Rico. She's never been. She wanted to go, but she did the same thing she could have did in New Jersey that she did in Puerto Rico. We got Ubers and they got Ubers in Puerto Rico. We got Ubers in New Jersey. They got pizzas
Mhm.
and burgers and hamburgers and French fries there. They got that here. So she
Mhm.
really, what real experience did she get going there besides just the scenery? She didn't go learn anything. She didn't really speak to the people. What did she really truly learn? That the trees are different, the air is different.
that's my point. That's my
That's
All
point
of,
right
that's
there.
more what
but
they're saying.
it's a different environment, and I'm sure that
But to
you have
her, it
people
was
that
no
live
different.
The
That's
whatever
envi-
what
makes
they're
it
saying.
different. I've never been to Puerto Rico, so I can't personally speak
well,
on it.
look,
Me
But
well, the
neither.
there
food.
is a
Look.
Me
difference in
neither.
the
I'm not
culture.
disagreeing with you, but I'm saying that's what they're saying. Like just because someone been to it, to them that learning or that basic learning is not the same for everyone. And I totally agree with you.
Sure.
Like you did experience that thing, but if it, to us it's a basic experience like teaching the child how to walk or talk or those things. Like to
Right.
them it's nothing. Like and I that's why I said I agree and I get what they're saying, but
So
it,
maybe
it
I'm
all
just
goes back to
using
the mindset of the person. Let's
yeah,
say that.
maybe I'm using the wrong word
So
because where I want to focus is that you now know something you didn't know before.
Yeah, but so
Right.
this is what I'm trying to tell you. Just because you've seen something, just
I
because
got
you
next
tasted
one.
something,
I agree.
that can transfer all the way to your subconscious and skip your whole conscious. It could be inside of you. It's something that you can't deny that you've been through. It's something that you know that you've seen, smelled, tasted, or whatever. But until you accept it, buy into it, or register it, it stays in your encyclopedia of subconscious. It's not
Right.
something that you use in everyday conversation.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And I think that's where you when you were talking about registration, that's where my mind was going. So I agree with that part.
So this is all I'm saying is this. The whole point that I was trying to make is this. I always talk about the three environments, right? The three
Mhm.
environments are within yourself. That's environment number one. Environment number two is what's inside of your doorknob in your household. And environment number three is what's outside of your doorknob. If you're not correct inside of your own personal environment, and you're not interested in anything outside of your personal environment, going to 50 places is not going to do nothing unless there's encouragement behind it. Unless you come with me. Like if you come with me to a vacation, let's say I take Kevin with me on a vacation. I'm not saying Kevin is like this. I say, Kevin, you know what? Take a flight, meet me in the Caribbean. Let's go to Jamaica, right? Let's go to some place different. Kevin could want to come with me, and because it wasn't Kevin's idea, and I didn't ask him if he's interested, and he just went along for the ride, maybe Kevin feels like being in the room for 2 3 days, watching TV, not doing nothing, and maybe drinking, sipping on a pina colada. Me
Right.
personally, I'm gonna go out there. What's up, my peoples? Let's go out there and find out what's
He needs to
indigenous.
go home then. Why is he here?
And,
He can do that at his
Because
and
some
house.
even that,
because sometimes it takes people to encourage people to see things from a different perspective because it's not coming from inside of themselves.
I know. I'm just joking with Kevin, but I agree
Oh,
with you.
and look,
you go ahead,
go
Kevin.
ahead. Oh no, I was about to add to that part, but then I was about to get to the other thing. But even that, I can. You say we meet up and all that stuff. My experience could be some experience I got with you, not what I'm trying to the place that I'm at either. Because if my interest is more about me and you hanging out, I'm not looking at what the world is doing on the outside. Maybe we drink the beer or something together and all that stuff. But if I'm not focused on what I want to focus on out there while I'm out there, all I know is my experience was I had fun in this other place. You
And
know what I'm
that's
saying?
my
So it
point,
just depends
Kevin.
on what you choose to be interested in.
That's my
And
point,
then this
Kevin.
my. Oh,
My point is that some people are content because there's levels to happiness, right? Some people are content or satisfied with saying, "Me and Aunt had a drink in Jamaica." Period. We went to Jamaica.
mhm.
We were there. We had a drink. Other people are not content with that. Other people are saying, I want to learn about the land. I want to eat the different foods. I want to learn how to speak Jamaican. I want to learn about Jamaican religion. I want to go to a Jamaican church. I want to go dance some reggae. That's a whole different ballgame. It has to do with the level of interest and the capacity of your learning. You know what I'm saying? So Again, everybody's different. What's good for you may not be good for me. Maybe Kevin is just happy with doing certain particular things wherever we go, and some people are different. It might not be a good match to go, but I'm pretty sure because of the relationship that me and Kevin have, he might be able to say, you know what, let's try it, see what happens. I don't think he's going to be closed minded once we're there, but that doesn't necessarily
Exactly.
mean it's filling his desire. It's not fulfilling his interest while he's there. Does that make any sense?
Yeah,
And
it
then I
does.
want to add to it. I want to add to it like where I was about to think. I thought about like even if you don't personally experience something, that don't mean you don't know the experience of it. That's another thing. Just like okay, and I'm before you say something. Just like we never personally experienced slavery and all that stuff, but we know the experience of it, right?
Right, you
Right,
can know the
right.
experience of it. So I'm
Right, and
again,
that's what I
don't
be meaning
confuse
about. So that
knowledge.
don't make me close minded because I'm willing to listen and understand from other people what they're saying and all that stuff. That's close minded to not try to believe it because I can choose to either believe it or not. That's what it is. You know what I'm saying? I can say it's possible or something like that. But me just not because I didn't personally experience that don't make me close minded on the
Okay, well,
situation. That's my
slavery
whole point.
is kind of a reach because that's not
It's not a
it's not about something that you need to go experience to know that it's true. And I don't think that nobody's making the argument that you have to
you
experience
missed the
something
point that I'm
for
saying
it to
out
be
there. You
true.
missed the whole point.
No, I didn't miss it. I just think that example was not it
That
personally.
wasn't the reach. The whole point was that you if you don't have to personally experience the no experience. That's all I was
That
saying.
was a good point what you said, but the
Right.
truth is that there is a difference of being able to relate to it. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
I understand with that. Yeah.
yeah, but what you that was an excellent point, man. It was a hard point to make, Kevin, but it was an excellent point because not everybody has gone through slavery, but that doesn't mean that people can't empathize and feel it. You
I'm gonna
understand what
be
I'm
honest
Right.
saying?
with you. We go through
Right.
the same thing that our ancestors went through in this day to day stuff. Is just more is differently
Right.
given
Wait,
to
how
us.
can you say it's
It's
the
more
same thing if it's
modernized.
different?
It's more because it's more modern,
Okay, so it's not the same thing. It has the same principles,
You got the
which
same
would make it
experience.
what?
which makes it has the same principles. It's not the same thing. Are you tied up and chained down right now?
Oh my God! Now you being literal. What I'm saying is
Well,
at the
that's
point.
what I'm talking about. It's
Okay.
different.
No, it's not because we kind of deal with the same thing as much as far as being in that moment. We may not have
Right.
exactly
The
that,
same
but
principles, the basis of racism, yes, that still exists. But I'm saying that,
which was
like
a
you
big
said,
thing, a
it's
part of
modern.
slavery, was it not?
It's what?
Wasn't it a big part of slavery? Just how they talked to us, how they treated us.
There's a lot that went into
Yeah,
that.
right.
Like,
So I think
what
that
are you
like
talking
trying to
about?
okay. Um
Reconditioning, indoctrination, trying to
right,
force someone
Nephi.
to follow their religion,
Yeah,
talk the way
like
they talk. You know what I'm saying? Like sing the way they sing, walk the way they walk. Trying to teach people how to be something that they're not. That's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah. And then even that, okay, if you want to say that, then just because you fly to the certain place, that don't mean I'm gonna have the same experience that you flew out to a certain place. So that can go for
Absolutely.
everybody. Everybody can go in two spots and learn something different.
But
Exactly.
how about
That's
the
my
plane ride? How
point.
about the plane ride? Just the plane ride
Right,
alone is
Right.
an experience for someone. I fucking
it's an
hate
experience, and
planes,
I
bro. You know
experienced of
what I'm
being
saying?
on a
Like
plane. You know what I'm saying?
I
I
hate
I, I
Exactly.
planes.
rode the plane for the first time last year. My
That's
And
first
it's,
time being on the plane last
awesome.
year, so I got that experience.
there you
That's
Or
what I'm
listen,
go.
saying.
even where you sit on a plane gives you a different experience.
Even when you sit on a roller
Yeah.
Everything.
coaster, whether you sit in the front or the back of the roller coaster, it makes a
Yes.
difference. You know what I'm saying?
Who
That's
been
all
on a
I'm
helicopter
saying.
before?
I'm not playing with no helicopters.
No,
Why?
you closed minded. You closed minded.
Listen, I'm sorry. I'm a United States
Wait.
veteran paratrooper, so I jumped out of planes that were 10,000 feet high, man. So I
I
don't know.
know.
I'm just
Wait, are
not
you
with the
not
I
helicopter
just say
movement.
I
would
was
you
I was say I try to do that what the chat was
why don't
doing
you
to
like
me before.
helicopters?
Talking about
'Cause
closed minded.
I wanted to do a helicopter ride to see the skyline in New York. So why don't you like helicopters?
I don't like helicopters because of personal experiences that I had with helicopters.
Got it. Okay.
I'm not trying to discourage no one from having a helicopter, right? I think everyone should at least try it. One of these people that I firmly believe don't knock it till you try it. So doesn't that go back to experiences? Doesn't that go back to, because there's a lot of people that say you can't talk about something
Okay.
unless you
Yeah,
experienced it.
Kevin.
No, no, you can process a
Man.
thought. You can process a thought.
Yeah,
You
Kevin.
can
Don't
you
knock me
Right.
up until you
Exactly.
try it.
so I'm
Hey,
saying
have you but
there
who
are
ate
people in
booty
this
around
world.
here? I'm about to get this. Wait, booty. Let's go somewhere else then.
I'm just saying
And don't knock it till you try
experiences.
it.
Yeah, experiences for everybody is different. You might like to lick toes, Kevin, and other people think that that's disgusting. You feel what I'm saying? But it's up to
And
you
Yeah.
Kev,
what you're willing to
and
do
Kev, we've
and who's
we've
willing to
been
let you
here.
lick
We
their
talking
toes. You know
because
what I'm saying?
we've had
I'll be
conversations and you
closed
be like, I'm
minded on
never
that.
doing that, but we be like, bro, you don't even try it.
Look, there's
I
people that do
never.
disgusting shit, and it's part of their culture. That their
Right.
whole culture
That's why I
accepts it,
say. So
and we look
we
at it
say,
like,
I guess
what in the
everybody.
hell? Think
Mm-hmm.
about it. Think about the things that you see that you're like, damn, I would never do that. Well, if you was born into that culture, you might.
True.
Yeah, I feel that too. Right. Exactly.
So that's what people don't
I feel that.
understand. They disingenuously omit their culture. You know what I'm saying? They don't see how damaging cultures are. Isn't that what we talk about all the time? Generational curses.
Yep.
How does it
Just like the
stop?
black culture.
But how does it stop? By someone taking a stand 10 toes down and saying, this ain't for me no more. I'm not agreeing with the way this is done. It doesn't fucking work. That is an individual decision that we have to make to remove these biases to stop us
You
from
out.
opening our mind. This is what I'm trying to say. Like, look, not everybody's made to travel the world. Not everybody's made to see new things. Some people are content and happy just the way they are. And if that doesn't resonate with you, then you got to leave these motherfuckers alone. Straight up.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with that. Me personally, the only reason I continue to have the conversation with the conversation with Kev is because like we're cool. So every time we have it, there's different people in the box, so we get like a different perspective. So that's okay. But if it was somebody else, I probably just wouldn't. I would have just dropped it.
No, but for the most part, let's can we agree? Can we agree that for the most part, it does work to see new things, to smell new things, to taste new things, to meet different people of walks of life, to hear how certain people speak, how some people
Definitely.
you speak to certain people and you think they have an accent, but it's you that has the accent to them.
Right.
Fact.
Yes. Yes.
Do you know
And
what I'm
the
saying?
thing is, like I'm about to say, the being fully aware of it makes you open minded. So that thing I am fully aware of.
That's
I
the
never said it's
registering
not.
part.
You know what I'm
That's the
saying? So
registering part. You see, that's what I'm trying to tell you, Kevin. We don't have the capacity to register everything that we come in contact with. Even though our brains work that fast, our process does not. Our human process, the brain is extremely fast because it soaks all that in. But for you to process this, you have to do it one at a time, and a lot of things get through the cracks. You know what I'm saying? So regardless if you're exposed to it or not, if you're not ready and you don't know how to critically think and you're not in control of your emotions, you're gonna miss out on a lot of shit in this life.
Drop.
So we need to do better as individuals. You know, I understand the whole concept of saving the village. I understand the whole concept of let's save our people, but we got to be very clear about what people are we talking about. You understand what I'm saying? Because I personally only resonate with people that want to do the right thing. I only resonate with people that want to have a good conversation where we learn from each other. Yes, we're not going to agree on everything. Yes, you're going to have your perspective, and I'm not going to try to change yours by telling you to do so. I'm going to show you by example, and then you take it from there.
Yes, sir.
Life is
Yes.
good, man. Life is good. It doesn't have to be limited. It doesn't have to be to, we hold ourselves limited to what we do
Yes.
and we don't do because we listen to so many different people and our sources are all
Yes.
fucking fucked up. You know what I'm saying? I
Mm-hmm.
love facts. I love having conversations about facts. Once feelings and opinions start coming in, there is no room for feelings or opinions in an objective conversation. And that's why I try to keep it in the objective. Let's talk about fucking facts.
But that's why that's why we always say it's people out here who think with logic and there's people who out here who think with emotions. Like
Yep.
it's two different playing fields. Like a person who thinks with emotions, they tell you one thing in boxing that when you allow your emotions to take hold of you, you lose it.
And that's what they're doing to us.
True.
People, I want to share something with y'all. If y'all want to know this system, and I'm putting it in quotation marks, if you want to know what this system is doing to us, They're keeping us in our feelings because you cannot make rational decisions and you can't even have a rational conversation if you're always in your emotions or your feelings. And they're doing a great job keeping us there, and they don't have to do much because with social media, now everybody's head is all over the place.
Like black
Hammers,
outrage.
Hammers, remember what I told you yesterday?
Facts.
What was the fact of we have to be what with each other? We have to start being truly bluntly honest with how we feel about stuff so we
Yep.
can think logically. Like
Mm.
when you sit here and tell a story or you like, oh no, that don't really bother me, but you're not really keeping it real with yourself, which means now this situation is not gonna go the way it needs to go. When you being
Exactly.
honest and you saying that you like, hey, real talk, this bothers me or this hurts or this, then you able to make more logical, like, you know,
But we're not
steps.
taught how to say the truth. We're taught how to skimp the truth, how to hide it under the rug, how to suppress it, how to oppress it, how to deal with it later, how to run from the truth. We're not bulls, we're cows. You understand what I'm saying? Bulls run to the problem. They run to the storm. Cows try to outrun it. And that's the problem. That
Ooh.
we don't face the problems that we have because most of us can't handle the truth because we've been fucking lied to all our lives.
But that's not now.
Make
That's
my
now,
brother
but
speak.
now that goes back to this. It's like when people would start saying that they adults. Being adult is saying that you know what I was taught when I was younger is not really what it is. So let me abandon what that is and relearn stuff for myself, which means I have to do the work. Which
I
means
will
I
not
have to
disagree
sit
with you. I
with
will
I
not
have to
disagree
sit
with
Well,
you.
with
I
I have to sit down and I have to sit back and really pay attention to certain stuff and do the work for it. Like a lot of us
Right.
are not doing the self healing. A lot of us are not doing the self love. A lot of us are not doing anything by ourselves because I see a lot of people break out of a relationship and they immediately hop into talking to somebody else without sitting by themselves because they're scared to sit by themselves and acknowledge the fact that they are not well.
That's
They
separation
need to.
disorder.
Yeah, but the I agree with most of that. The only thing I would disagree with is that I wouldn't say that's the definition of being an adult, having to unlearn everything, because not everybody was lied to growing up.
Well,
Some
that's
people
just
they
part
had
of it.
But
parents.
America has lied to us since we've been on this
Okay,
since you came
right, to
in.
to
Am
that
I
extent.
lying? Because
Right.
if we
So to
look at
that
history back when we were in school, it was all a lie when you got older, right?
But not
right. So
everybody's
so what
affected
you
the
learn
same
in
way.
school. Okay, so I was thinking about family, right? So to
No, I'm
say
talking
in
about
that extent,
overall.
right, in that extent, I would agree with that. Because I think that some people, like a lot of parents, like think. Let's talk about Santa, for example, or like all the bunny and all of that stuff. Those are
Oh,
things
the
that we
tooth
were
fairy.
fed as children, and then as we grew up, we had to like unlearn it and really understand that those things weren't real, right?
Well,
And
yeah,
then you
half
got
these
to the point
holidays.
where you wait, and then you get to the point where you realize, oh, it was actually real. There's an actual story behind it that that the world is basically hiding from you, right?
Yeah,
So I think there's levels to it, but there are some of us who our parents were very honest, like very open with a lot of things. So like I see both sides of it, and I was talking about family, but I agree with you if we're
I mean
talking
your
about
family
things in
lied to you
general.
though before because when we were kids, what we was tooth fairy, these
Right, that's what I
like
mean by
we
the
were being
Santa
lied to all
situation.
that time, so you couldn't have learned that as well. That was a
Right.
lie.
in,
They yeah, that's
in
true
order
to
for
an
this to
extent.
stay, in order for this to stay in the objective, we have to look at it from the different levels. Some people have been lied to a lot. Some people have been lied to a little. Some people have been in the middle. Not everybody grew up the same. And this is where the contrast comes in. This is why everybody has a different opinion because their experiences with this matter is different. This is why everybody's going to have a different take on this. Not everybody's life was difficult. Not everybody's life had tragedy. Not everybody's
Facts.
life had numerous traumas.
Facts.
Some of us, like me, that was born into a poor household, has seen trauma since day one. So if you want to say that people are born with this unconditional love, it is true until you start finding out the truth about shit that is not
Right.
real. You understand what I'm
Facts.
saying?
Yep.
So,
Facts.
but some people don't start learning until they're 30. Some people learn right away the hard way because they're obligated to do so. So everybody is different. And this is why we have to have an objective conversation and be open about the level of experiences that we all had.
I think
Yep.
people need to be open to more people background too. Like
Some
everybody, like
people
you said,
can't.
but that's the thing. You can't if they can't like if people are have always been like, man, I've never had that. I've never been through that. Then we can't even talk. We can't really have a conversation because you never understand my background.
That's
Like
my
you have
point,
to
that
go into
everybody wants to be in the
Right.
conversation, but they don't know the fucking flavor of the Kool-Aid, God damn it.
well, yeah, and
Right.
they ain't
You
added
gotta
enough sugar in it either. That's why it tastes bad.
Exactly. So
First of all,
that's why I'm saying you have
don't
to have
drink Kool-Aid.
conversations with people who are in the same rage. You
But
think about this. We have to be responsible to who we speak to and make sure that they're within the range of what we're talking about
facts.
and how we resonate towards a certain subject.
You know
Yep.
what? You know what? I'm pretty sure we all watched this. That was a good example. Freedom Riders. When she first went in there, and was trying to talk to them kids, and they was like, "Bro, you don't know nothing about us." She
Facts.
had to take time to learn them kids.
Mhm.
She
Yes,
had to, and that's what
yes,
made it easier for them to open up to her, and for them to have an understanding of that woman, right? If
Right.
people are not opening up to us and trying to say, you know what, I may not know what you went through, but I'm willing to learn you to understand it. Like that lady took, like, that's why it's such a touching movie to me, even if the fact that it's real, is that she took time. She took time for them kids. Like we don't
Right.
have that in this day and age. We don't got that many teachers that care about our youth.
hell no.
They don't
But wait,
care.
wait.
They
This
there
is
for a
this is like
check.
coming. It's coming full circle, right? Because again, if you're not aware that there are other experiences out of your own, it's gonna be hard for you to interact with all types of people.
That's one-dimensional thinking at its best. That's one. If you only learn one
Exactly.
way, then
You
then
have
you're
to
not gonna solve every problem.
exactly. You have to know that your immediate environment and your like the knowledge that you have from where you've been is not gonna get you through. Like it can't. You can't be a well-rounded person if that is all you have. You have to
Can,
understand one. You have to know that there's a difference between what you know and what somebody else might know because y'all come from different places. Y'all have different experiences,
right?
and
Can we
then
get
you
it?
have
How
to
many
and then
language?
wait, and
How
then you
many
have to
languages should we
strive
know
to
then?
understand them to be able to actually
English.
communicate.
Where
We
you
should
at?
know. No, we should know at least minimum two languages, and I will defend that as
Oh
an
yeah, I agree
educator.
with you.
Who said
As
that?
an educator, you because when you learn two different languages, your ability to learn more and expand your knowledge increases, and that's a fact.
Mm,
That is
Mm.
true.
And nobody here can disagree with me unless you know two languages.
No, I'm not gonna battle with you on that one. I'm gonna step down and sheathe my sword. I'm gonna sheathe my sword.
And I'm gonna be
Wait,
honest
so
with
two
you.
languages
That
make you
was an
smarter?
I
excellent
agree
choice.
with you on
That was
that.
an excellent choice. Hold on, but
Two,
let me bring this to full circle real quick. See, this is what I'm trying to say. So you said your immediate environment.
Hmm.
Why is it that people are not understanding what that means? We're not talking about what you can see. We're talking about in your immediate environment first and foremost. It's what's inside of you. It's not what you can see and what you can touch. It's what you can feel. So let's get that notion and that narrative the fuck out of the way. And I'm not being disrespectful to you, but I need you to see it from a different perspective. When you say immediate, when you say
Hmm.
immediate, you need to be talking about yourself because it's not unto you and what Touche said, which was perfect. If you're not interested, if you're not open, if you're not willing to learn, you're not fucking going to. So that comes from inside.
Right.
You can't
Right. No,
blame that
I
on your
agree with that.
environment.
that
You
that
can't blame that on your outside environment. You have to blame yourself
no,
for
that's
that
blame. That's
because
your that
we're
you got to take ownership in that because
it's called it's
Right.
called being responsible for your own ignorance.
Exact. No, I agree with that, and that's what I was telling Kevin. I was like, it's okay if you choose to just continue to do what you want to do and not go anywhere and not try to learn something. Like it's okay. Like that's a choice. So I
If that's
agree
what
with
makes
that.
them happy, it is what it is. We can't judge
Right.
them for that.
yeah,
Exactly. And
and
that's
no,
why I kept saying that
my
me
point was
personally,
that
it
it's
wouldn't
many
work for
forms
me
of
because
gaining experiences. That's what I
yeah,
was saying. Besides just
Yes,
that, that's all
but
I was saying.
it
that's true.
varies. It varies from person to person because there
Yeah,
I've learned how to learn. You have to actually learn how to learn, and that's what people don't understand. You have to learn
yeah, I feel
how
that.
to learn because look, what's the first word that a kid learns? Everybody's gonna say "mama," "dada." That is not the first word that a kid learns. The first word that a kid learns is the word "no." And then we got to teach them how to stop saying no and then teach them how to say yes, only to teach them how to say no again, only to teach them how to say yes again. Think about what I'm saying.
no, that's true. I don't. Yeah,
So we have to unlearn what we learned to learn what we unlearned and learn in the first place. Get the fuck out of here, bro. That shit is hard, bro. It
yeah.
ain't for the average
Yep.
human being to process that
It's
you have
something you
to
got to
let go of
choose to
things that you've
do.
been living with for 20 to 30 years.
I agree with that. You
But
got to
it
choose it.
starts
You
with
got to
us.
want it.
You have to want it. And that's why I love what Touche said. If you're not into it, if you're not interested, if you don't take the fucking initiative to
You
want
never
to learn more and understand things, then you're going to be lost. Period.
Or you not gonna learn. That's
Yeah,
it.
but without learning, without knowledge, because the true power is knowledge and what you do with it.
But then
Yep.
that's why I go back
Applied
to saying
knowledge.
if you see something, did you really learn it? Just because I see something don't mean I learned it or I
Not
So
absolutely. Not
okay,
Like
absolutely.
somebody
that's
can
why I
read and not
changed the word to
understand
now know.
sometimes and take like
But
That's
did that mean okay? If you just because you read and you didn't understand, did that mean you learned it?
right,
that's why I
exactly. That's
changed the
what
Okay,
word to know.
here's an example. Here's an example. There are people that would say that the book was better than the movie, and there's people that would say that the movie was better than the book. I
Right.
rest my
So
case.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
I like
People
that. I
when
like
people
that. How you put
I
that.
like that. I
Exactly.
like that.
Because some people
I
don't know
like
how to
that.
fucking read. Some people don't know how to
Thank
read,
you.
right,
and some people don't know how to interpret a movie.
right.
Because the movie doesn't
Right.
resonate with
It's
them, they're in
perception.
their feelings. Why is it that we hate characters in a movie? Because the movie did its job.
Yep.
I think I like all characters in movies sometimes. I ain't
Me
gonna lie to you.
too.
There's some characters that I wish I could jump in the movie and punch them right in their face, and you know what I'm
Oh
talking
yeah,
about.
me too.
And
Oh,
that
Me too. And I feel like if y'all don't feel like that, I don't know. I don't know how like I feel
what's
about
the point of watching a movie? What's the
how
I'm gonna
point
be
can
of
honest
I
watching
with
a
you.
wouldn't
movie?
say
any
that. I
emotion
think
in
I
you.
play devil's advocate in a lot of movies. Like if I was in that person's situation, or like if I thought like that, like because it helps me broaden my horizon on another person's way of thinking
Yes.
or their actions.
Situation. Yes.
Right. So I wouldn't say I would hate the character. Like, oh, like why did he think that way? Like, and then I'll start like playing it in my head. Like, I know I might sound crazy, but I'll play that person in my head. Like, nah, that nigga really made sense, or she really made sense. I understand why she did X, Y, and Z. Like,
I definitely do that too. I'm with you on that because I've watched movies and I be like, I can't stand Luke Skywalker. Then later down the line,
Right.
I
That
see
that's
why
what I'm
Luke
saying. Like it
Skywalker was like
invokes
that.
some
Like
kind
he
of
wasn't
right?
at
emotion out
fault.
of
You like,
you.
yo,
Nobody
I
was
Yeah.
would fuck
wrong.
niggas up too. Like,
Like it, and I don't think it's me playing devil's advocate, but I think it's me putting myself in their shoes. We see a lot of movies.
right.
We see a lot of movies.
Isn't that empathizing and sympathizing?
Yeah, but I didn't. I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I don't know. Yeah,
Think
I
about
guess
it.
so.
A
Think
really
about
good
it. Think
movie,
Even
about
though
it.
y'all,
you
is
ain't
gonna
personally
invoke
experienced
some
it,
the
but you
the
can
mo-
understand.
Kev,
the movie,
fix
a
your
really
eye.
good movie is gonna invoke some emotion, and you're gonna feel some type of way about who the villain is and who the good guy is, and it might
So
be flipped for everybody.
And I'm
so
gonna be
let's
Having
go
a
honest with
good
back.
y'all.
movie
That
will
happened
invoke
to
those
me as a
emotions.
kid. I was so big into loving the hero because the hero was the hero. And then as I got older, I really started taking to the villains because I always realized that they really went through some stuff and they had means behind
The
everything
villains
they
are
did.
always telling the truth.
And they
Right.
always
Yeah.
Or
If
they
you
or
go
they
telling
back
the
was
and look
really
at all
truth.
the
We
movies,
all
misunderstood.
we also been
They
conditioned to root
never
for the
lie.
underdog. Yeah. We also been conditioned to root for the underdog. Don't
right?
forget that.
Yeah,
Facts.
say it. Miss Lovely just said it. The Joker. He specifically he was telling the truth. He
Yep.
never lied. Hey,
But
if
that
today I do this to
But he
this
was
person,
misunderstood though. Let's
man. But
acknowledge that.
listen,
And he went about it the
he
wrong
may
way.
no,
Fact.
don't sit here and tell me the way I'm going about it is wrong when they've been doing wrong in
Well,
y'all face
if
and
he
y'all
taking
been
people off
okay
the
with
earth
it.
in the process of it.
why do you think villains become villains? Look at their backstory. Because they got
Yep.
fed
The
up
villain
with
origin
trying to say the
stories.
truth. Because they got tired of
Right.
keeping it real. They got tired of being ousted for keeping it fucking real. Look at the
Man,
backstories of
Well,
most villains, bro.
I would say they were always being they always was the nice guy and got pushed over.
That's not
And
Not
always the case, but
always.
I get it. I get
but
it.
but our main movie villain as of this day and age, and everybody knows, is the Joker, right? We
I
just
thought
had a
it was
couple of
Thanos.
no, it's
well,
the Joker.
we'll get that. We'll give him secondary, but the Joker is the main one who kind of opened people. He was like, look at how he was treated. Look at what he went through, and then even in the Dark Knight when he was talking, he said, "If I do this to this person, you guys are not gonna trip. But if I tell y'all this, you guys are gonna trip. What is it? Status? I just said I was gonna do the same thing to this person, and y'all didn't care. But if I said I was gonna do it to this person, now y'all care. Like it was real.
Yeah, villains
It's
are always
true.
Villains are
mischievous.
different because think about this. Who we call, look, let me give you an example. When I grew up, the
Batman
people
is the
that
real villain.
the people that I idolized were the people that had the most respect in the streets. You understand what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
and
So
who?
those were my idols. And it wasn't the people to actually follow because their code and the life that they lived wasn't something that I agree with later in life. So what you said, Touche, makes a lot of sense. You have to kind of unlearn the cultures, the beliefs, the society, and then the other shit that we self indoctrinate ourselves to believe as well, because that's what we were forced in the direction that we were going in the first place. Does that make sense?
Of course.
So people need to wake the fuck up, basically. How
I
about that?
think
No,
Batman,
lovely, you're
unpopular
right.
opinion,
Joe
Yeah,
I
cannot say
think
Kevin.
no
Let
Batman was the
anyone.
true
go.
villain. I'm sorry. You got all this money and you ain't got no reason to be sitting here bothering people, and yet you're taking yourself out there to do stuff.
Well, that's because what happened to his parents. He lives in resentment. He lives in
Yeah, but
regret.
but
You know what
whose
I'm saying?
fault is that?
That's not his fault.
But whose fault is it?
I don't know whose fault it is. It's the person that committed the crime.
No, it's not about fault. It's about responsibility, right?
Stability.
Because no, yeah, it's about responsibility. Because now that's a huge trauma to go through, to lose both your parents in a way that he did. But what
Yeah,
would
but
have you
nobody
done?
told you to
Wait,
go
wait,
out there and fight
wait.
fight
I'm
crime.
trying to support your point. He didn't do the work to heal himself. So he uses the being a vigilante to kind of suppress all the trauma that he went through.
Correct.
So I wouldn't
Correct.
say fault, but it's responsibility.
Look,
Right.
you look at every hero's. You look at. Let me tell you something. It's hard to be a hero because you're in the limelight and you get judged more than the villains do. First of all, okay, you can't do a speckle of wrong when you're the hero, because once you do something wrong, it gets blown out of proportion. And this is what happens. A lot of villains used to be heroes. Don't forget that. Okay,
A lot of villains and definitely a lot of villains definitely had the right understanding of what needs to be done. What
they didn't want to
Soso
be
said.
trapped.
Soso said it best. Thanos. He knew that the world was going into poverty. He knew that it was not enough to feed people. He knew it. Now the way he went about it may have been a little bit too much. I'm not gonna lie. Like 50% of the world gone, bro.
But
That's
is there
crazy.
any other
There, a
way
little,
to
a
go
little, a
But
about
little,
it?
a little. No, there's a little extra in there.
yeah,
Wait,
that's a little
was there
extra.
any other way to go about it though? Realistically,
I
with
mean, to
all
be
the
honest with you, if
powers
I was
in the
Thanos
world.
too and I was trying to change the world, I
So
probably would have snapped 50% of the people away anyway because they're not doing
I'm gonna
nothing but
put
being lazy.
I'm gonna put it this way though. Even with that situation, everybody got their own way of what they think is right. That's even like these wars, that stuff that's going on. For what they feel is right, it's gonna be right for what within their people or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's like even like what maybe I don't like talking about this guy, but
Oh,
Hitler back in his
oh,
days and all that stuff. What
oh!
he
You
probably
can't say
felt was
that.
right. You know what I'm saying?
Don't
He
say the
probably
name,
was, you know,
Kevin. Don't say
huh,
the name. Say the mustache man, because they keep banning people for that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That word is live. Yeah,
Mister.
that would. The whole point is
That's
this.
crazy. We can't
While,
even
while,
say a
while, while,
person's
while,
name
while,
because
while-
of
listen to me. While,
that's
while
crazy.
people while people out here getting their drink on, getting their smoke on, having their coffee, going about their business like nothing ever happened, there's people in this fucking world that are dying. There's people in this world. There's war going on. There's conversations behind closed doors that we don't know are happening. You know what I'm saying? There's predetermined things that are happening to us that people are oblivious or ignorant about, and they go about their business on a daily basis like nothing ever fucking happened because they don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
So you
But
gotta
the,
make a choice. Do you
but you
care
know
or
what? You
not?
know what? You know what I say about people who always have that shell of, man, I don't care about nothing. Nothing bothers me.
They're full of
Yeah.
shit.
It's always fun and games until it's something that you care about and then nobody cares about what you're talking about.
Well, crack wasn't an epidemic until somebody's daughter that had power became a crackhead, right?
Right.
Yes, sir.
Let,
Y'all
let's
know
call it what it is. Let's call
this
it what it really is.
this is the real conversation, right? We need to. Does the means, does it, wait, what is the
Do the means
saying? The
justify the end?
right, does do the means justify the end?
It
That's
depends on
that's
who's
the
throwing the
question that I would
bullshit
ask
out
all
there.
of you guys.
I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes it do.
Sometimes it does make sense, but it doesn't always because it can't, because they
Well,
wouldn't be
then, if
balanced.
well, let me challenge you just a little bit. If the means sometimes justify the end, then why do you think Thanos did too much? Isn't the end? Wasn't it about having
Because I
more
think you
people?
could have went about that a little bit differently. Like the 50% of the world, bro, it's kind of like that's
But that's
extreme.
the
Right.
thing. You said that the means justified the end. So if the goal is something that you agree with, then it doesn't matter what the means is.
It all
So I
depends
look at
on
it this way,
all
like it's
the garbage
multiple
though
ways
that
to
happens. I'm sorry,
Okay.
Kevin. I'm just saying that it just depends on all everything that happens from point A to point Z gets ignored. People just care about the A and the Z. All they care about is Where are we going? And when we get there, what about all the bullshit that happens in between? That's what people keep failing
But that's
to
what I'm
put.
getting at is that's how he was. He kind of was like, hey, we going through a bad thing. We losing food. We losing resources. We really don't have enough space for everybody to keep making new stuff. Well,
I'm
yeah.
not
Well,
gonna disagree
so
with
he
that.
he
And then,
saved the
but
world, right?
you know what situation, and I'm probably gonna get bananas for this, but oh well.
Please don't,
Situation
because
we
I'm trying
dealt
to
with in
save this
real.
video.
Oh well, no, I don't know if they're gonna be mad at me but COVID was one of them. Sorry, it was.
Wait,
Oh,
what
We
are you
lost how much of the
apologizing for?
population for that?
Oh, population control. That's what you thought it was.
Yeah,
Okay, I
Yes.
mean, I could see
and
why
and
you say
that
that,
was
and I don't necessarily disagree.
and I'm gonna be honest with this as well. Another thing to look at it is what way can they fight a battle without it really being a battle? Chemical warfare. It's truth.
Absolutely. You see, look, let me touch on that
Chemical
on that
warfare.
on that. Let me touch on that COVID thing. Check it out. Here's the way I
let's talk
think.
about COVID.
No, no, but here's the way I think about this. Is it possible that there was something behind COVID to try to eliminate certain people? I don't know that for sure, but can I outrule it? No, because I don't know the other part either. You understand what
Wait,
I'm saying? So I'm just saying that whatever their agenda, if there was an agenda, whether there was an agenda or not with COVID, I can't tell you if there was or there wasn't, but I can't disagree with it either because I
right.
don't know the facts. You feel
I'm gonna
me?
sit back
It's
here and
called
And
open
say
y'all
minded.
it
know this
was.
conversation keeps going full circle because somebody just said that it was also a fear tactic, right? Do you
Mm-hmm.
think the people, although I can agree to a certain extent with that, right? But think about the nurses and the people that were on the front line and the amount of death and the things that they experienced being in a hospital, especially at the beginning when people were dropping like flies. They have a different perception of it. They don't think it's a a tactic because it's very real. They were there, they experienced it. Like it
Hmm.
traumatized them. So again, it comes down to the experiences and what created that specific perception.
Yes, we're gonna call it the 19 from now on for everybody that's paying attention. Somebody in the comments said let's call it 19. So
I'm
that's
with that. I
it's gonna be
agree.
called 19 from now on. So look, let me tell you something. My father was in one of those machines for 90 days. He was one of the first people. I didn't see my father for 90 days. They didn't let nobody in, they didn't let nobody out. He was on a respirator before they even knew. This was right after the whole Kobe Bryant thing that happened. I think that was like January 24th or something like that, right? So the next month in February, my father caught it. Nobody knew nothing about this. All we knew that it came from a lawyer that went to New York, that came from overseas, and yada yada yada, right? So my father, I've never seen my father in fear. I saw so many things that I learned from this experience. I've never seen my father's a hard up man. He's an old school, old culture type of guy. He wanted to come home. He was crying. He didn't know what was going on. We didn't know what was going on. We didn't know what to do. We had to literally just live our life day by day because we didn't have enough information. And I'm a type of person that I live in the objective. So imagine what it is to live a life without any facts if I live in the objective. You know what I'm saying? Like everything is a blank. Everything is what is going on. We still don't know what the hell is going on 3 years later, people.
I know what
Mm-mm.
I feel like. I know what's going on. Population control. I feel like whenever we have people who stand up for something and change stuff for the better, they always get taken out. What's somebody said? I think Jen said Kobe, right? Was fighting a big whatever, Nipsey Hussle was the same too, was studying Dr. Sebi and releasing
Oh
the
yeah,
documentary.
yeah, yeah. I
He was
heard about
another
that.
person. Whenever you play with medical people money, they got a problem with that. And
Of
I think
course.
so um I just think that we was in a biological warfare, and to be honest with you, the casualties was people that we can't even bring back because I lost a person in that as well. And I just feel like it's the same thing. Like but we got to be real with each other. Like some people be living in, no, it just happened. I've heard people say we don't know where it came from. I know exactly where it came from. Them little skyrider things that y'all be seeing in the sky in the middle of the day, those is chemtrails. They've been it's chemicals being poured into the air to see how people are gonna react.
You see, that's the thing. I cannot, I'm gonna tell you why I can't disagree with you. I can't disagree with you because to a certain point it does make sense. I wouldn't be open-minded. I'm not saying that I accept what you're saying, but I can't deny it either. You feel what I'm saying, Touche?
Mm-hmm.
I can't deny it. So therefore, why would I try to debunk what you're saying? If I'm saying that I live in the objective and I'm all about facts, I can't debunk what you're saying because I don't have the facts. So the same
Facts,
way,
but you know what the facts is? It's so many people on this planet we are on, and it's so many people in the world, not just in the states. So many of us that we are running out of resources.
oh, that's true.
We don't
Look,
have enough resources for everybody.
let me
So
give
what
you a
we
different perspective. Let me give you the all right. So if you're gonna if you were to say something like, or anybody was to say something like, maybe the United States was okay with 19 because they don't have the Social Security money that they're supposed to have, and they're trying to get rid of the old folks because the older folks were the ones that are the most affected by it.
and they
Does
have
that
and what well, half of them old folks have what houses that were already paid for. What happens when a house when that person that owned that house is no longer here?
it
That
goes to the
house
It
goes
goes
government?
back.
back to the state.
It
It
goes
go,
back
it,
to the
yeah,
state and on the
correct,
market for them to resell it again.
correct. That
I let
that
them know
that
how
gives
much
you a
they make
surplus of
money.
money and economy.
Island,
Absolutely.
I'm following you. Thank you for being with me, sis. She like, I know what's going on.
That's why I tell people. That's why I don't do the American thing when it comes to owning homes. Like that's all. Like I tell people, my family's from the islands. Like when we buy land, it's our land. Like the city can't take nothing. If I don't care if I'm dead and gone, like my family inherited it. Not the
Well,
state takes it back and be like we're gonna resell it. Like
and,
yeah,
and
Mm-hmm.
but
that's
that,
and
that's what
that's
the
why my
that's what the
property is
U.S.
in
is
Puerto
about,
Rico,
though.
and
That's
that's why
what
my property is in Puerto Rico because I own my shit. You
Eric,
understand?
guys.
right.
Ariel
That's
said,
just
why do
that's
you
how
feel there's
America is, though.
No,
Like
why
you
do you
don't.
feel there's a
Nobody
it's
limit
a
owns
on
social
resources
anything.
contract. I don't
available?
like it though. I'm
But
not
I,
saying
I agree. That's what I'm saying. But like that's the American way. No one
right.
owns anything.
L-
Even if your
And
house
I
is
keep
paid off,
saying that, but
you
people be
still
arguing
have
with me
to
like,
pay.
yes, we do own it. No, you don't.
No,
You
you
no, you
don't
you
don't.
own
don't.
it.
Because you
You
still,
cannot
if
Nipsey
you
own
own
Hussle.
it, why
something
you
and
got to
pay
pay
somebody
taxes
that's
on it?
something that you own. That makes no logical sense. Make it
If
make
you
sense
if
to me.
if
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 you
you
own
pay
it,
why
why
are
are you
you
taxes
paying
on
paying
somebody
something, you
else's
don't
taxes?
shit?
own it. You don't own it. If you pay
You don't
taxes on
own
something, you don't
anything.
own it.
I'm
That's
gonna be
it.
honest with you. Nipsey
Right.
Hussle owned that little platform that he had where his store was at. He owned that whole shopping center. That's officially closed down.
He
They
didn't.
took that from him.
He didn't own any of it.
He did. Okay.
Because he still has to pay. No, I know what you mean. Like he bought it, like he purchased it. Okay, yes,
Right.
but he still has to pay taxes. He still has to do all these extra things, even though it may have been paid off in full. That's the difference
Right.
between the U.S. and foreign countries. When you own something, you own it. I don't owe you
Regardless.
taxes. I don't owe you no fees. I don't owe you nothing. The land my father's house is on is ours, and it's
Exactly.
gonna be mine if
Hold on, hold on,
when
hold
he
on.
leaves. But
Guys,
that
can
house
I
and
say something
anything
real
else
quick?
belongs to us, not
Let
in
me
the
say
US.
let me say something to someone in the comments, and I'm not being derogatory about it, but remember, we're about facts. Jesus cross. You said resources don't run out, they seem to inflate prices. Sir, with all due respect, half the food that you're eating right now is made biologically. Okay?
Yeah,
Whether
that
you
ain't
whether
real
you know
food.
whether you know it or not, okay, you're not even eating real food. That's number one. And number two, he made another comment. I just want to clear it because we're all about facts here. He says that China owns most land in America. China owns 4% of the land in America. I'm not saying that that's a little bit. I'm not saying that that's a little bit, but when you say a comment like China owns most of the land, you're talking about that it's majority, that they own at least 51% of the land in the United States. That is not a fact. Continue, people.
Well, even if they don't, they only own a specific percentage. I think the fact that we are so much in debt with them means that they ultimately own a lot of the US because of the money that we owe them. Because what happens when you owe the bank something and you can't pay them back? They own
You're
your
in debt.
property.
Right.
Yeah, but the United States, all they have to do is just print more money. We're good.
Well, I mean,
And
yeah,
they won't do
that's
that.
a whole other conversation because our currency is run on debt. So I get that,
Right.
right? But I do agree with Jesus Cross a little bit, because the resources when I think about like our food and all of that stuff, like it doesn't technically run out. We just destroy it, right? Because if you think about it, we're supposed to be really be eating fruits and vegetables and things that grow out of the ground. If we take care of the ground, then we have endless food and resources in that sense, right? But it is being destroyed because there, even in the US, right? You can't plant trees. There's places like for people, because I work with the homeless, right? I can't go and plant a bunch of trees everywhere for fruits that's gonna fill these people's stomachs because this is government land or whatever. There's rules and there's laws against it. Like to me, that's problematic. Literally,
Right.
food could be coming out of the ground to feed people, and for them to have shade in the middle of a sunny day.
All
Those
right,
things
but
long
which,
But
but
be
ago
which,
like,
but
that
you
which,
we
but
gotta
have
which
pay
one
taken
of
for
us,
granted.
feed them people.
which one of us are going to start being farmers, though?
I'm willing, but it's not even about being a farmer. It's just being able to do things. Like there's so many restrictions. I'm not
No,
saying
no.
go
What I'm
and buy a
saying,
whole bunch of land
what
and
I'm
become
saying,
a farmer.
as an individual, if we were supposed to grow as a nation,
Right,
as a culture, as a group, as whatever the case may be, you have to do it as an individual. And if you're going to take full
right.
accountability and responsibility for things, then doesn't it make sense to have your own chickens and to make your
Oh,
own eggs and to
absolutely.
grow
That
your own agriculture?
I agree, Ormiga,
All
and
right, so why are we not
that's why
doing
I
it? So
use
why are
that.
we not doing it? That's what I'm
Wait,
saying.
no, I agree with you, and I know that more than a large majority of us, we're not doing it. But that's why I spoke about self, right? I spoke about what I do. I would plant trees. I would plant fruit trees all over this place because I've seen, again, like I work with the homeless. Like there's just it's just like the basic necessities of things that people don't have, and it makes me understand why there's so many people that who are super ungrateful and think their lives are so horrible, and you don't even understand that there's a person out there that doesn't know when they're going to get their next meal.
I'm
And
not gonna
Correct.
lie.
that's
I
not in a
gotta
Correct.
answer.
foreign
I
country.
gotta
That's
answer
in
this.
this country, in the country that's considered to be the number one country in the
I
world.
got
Like
16
what?
minutes, y'all.
I
Do
gotta
you
answer
know? Do
this.
you know that the government has programs that actually will pay and give you money to actually buy land and to grow food in it?
But
Do
it's
you
not
know? Do you know
your
that's a
land.
flex?
Let's be
In the
clear about that.
US, I got to
All right,
look into it.
I understand that it's not your land, but by doing that, you are actually serving a purpose.
But
Wait.
you have to pay a percentage of your profits. Like so, what it is I get what you're saying because they did that not in my town, but in the town over in North New Jersey. They've done that, and the city reaps the benefits because then once again they put limitations on it. Like, oh, you only can do it. You only can sell your fresh fruits on these days. You only can do this on this day, and it becomes once again. If I'm trying to betterment my community, how can I do that with limitations?
You can't because guess what? The government wants you to stay at a certain level. I try to
Like
tell. I said
that's
this.
the
I
part what
no. We
Soso
said
is saying. If she
but
could
we said
buy
this.
the land and it could be her land and she can feed them homeless people every single day and give them as many
Wait.
apples,
So
oranges, bananas, she would.
so Island Queen, I hear what you're talking about, but it's not. I don't necessarily agree with the can't, because I think what Ormiga was saying is that even if you don't own the land, if your goal is to feed people, you're gonna take advantage of the land whether you own it or not and plant some stuff
That's
to
my
feed the
point.
people,
No, no,
Yeah,
right?
but
My,
then
that's
So
fine.
again,
and
I'm
then
talking about the
wait, let me
limitations
finish
to
real
it
quick.
though. If
yeah,
they're
the
going to try
limitations.
to
Let me finish real
limitate
quick.
you on it, not saying
Wait.
no, no. I'm agreeing with what he's saying. What I'm saying is the
Right,
problem
but
is they're going to try to limitate you, like
you
right,
to the
both
right.
are
point.
right.
So here's my thing, right? How much somebody can limit you, right? So I'll use myself an example. I think that there's other ways to feed people. Or the way to the other way to feed people is to plant a bunch of fruit trees, because that's really what most of our diet's supposed to be anyway, right?
I
But
agree.
guess what? I can't do that because the government said I can't plant trees here. I can't plant. I mean, how many trees can I plant in my backyard, and how many people could I really feed? Where I could just go plant a bunch of trees all over the states, right? But guess
Right.
what? That is a limitation. But that does not stop me from raising money to go buy fruit from the store and still feeding these people. So
Remember what I said
even
earlier.
though so even though there are limitations, and I can't just say that I can't. There's always a way. If you really want to get it done, there is a way. We could acknowledge the limitations, but we can't sit there. And
Yes.
that's where I disagree with a lot of people,
Let
especially within our community. We love to complain about our limitations and not actually get up and do something and go around it.
You
Tonya,
know
let
the
me
problem.
I
piggyback.
agree.
Let me piggyback on that real quick. Remember when I said that there's at least 17 ways of learning that I have learned? There are also other ways to help. And here's the thing with helping. People want to make excuses as to why they're not doing things because of the limitations, but everything in this life is limited. You know what I'm saying? If you're going to say that nothing is owned and we don't own nothing, we already know that. That's the excuse that people are using from actually being productive. Let me give you an example on this, okay?
Right?
When you open a nonprofit organization, it's you have to answer to the government every 3 months. You have to do certain paperwork, certain reportings that you have to do. You have to make sure that you're showing participation level. You have to make sure that you adhere to your original goals in the mission statement of that business. Just
So
Right.
like
So Hamid,
Just like in any other business, you are also held accountable in other things that you may not have thought of, like sustainability, eco, and all these other
Well,
responsibilities that we have as well.
but
or
Hamid,
Mika,
I
but
said that to
that's
you before.
necessary though, because
I
people
said that to
use
you,
it as a way to launder money. So if the
but
government is giving you 100K a month, you need to freaking show where that money's going, especially if it's a nonprofit. So
Right.
I understand the example, but I would agree with that, because if I was giving you that much money too, I would want to know exactly where it's going and what you're doing with it,
But
because people do
we
lie.
already know that. We already know that we're working on a limited capacity. Let's not make
Right.
that the excuse. Let's use that to our advantage because we already have this information. You understand what I'm saying? So the
listen,
reason why I'm
Hamid.
telling you this is because I'm growing stuff. And let me tell you something. What about the supermarkets that throw away all that food? You know, there's a lot of reasons why they don't give it to the homeless. It's because of the liability in it. You understand what I'm saying? But shouldn't
But
there
they
be a
got
way where we could give it to
whoa.
them?
But
Wait, Touche
listen,
was trying to say
you
something.
can't. But that's not a. I don't think that's kind of like something that you because I don't know, man.
I'm
I'm gonna
just
be
saying
honest with
feeding,
you.
just feeding on a simple level, on a
Okay,
very
but what I'm gonna
generalized,
get. Let
simple
me let
level.
me let me say this two things. It's two things I wanted to say because Jen said something that I was like, really needed to speak on. Bartering and trading, right? The
Hmm.
problem with us bartering and trading is because people will want you to trade something and then they want to belittle your price, right? And we deal with that today in today's day and age all the time. You have a certain product that you sell and people will kind of try to kind of discount it. So until everybody is understanding to until people get to the place of understanding like, hey, I have something that you want and this is what I want, or this is what you got something that I want and that's what I want for it, and not like be like
But
That's
comfortable.
Touche.
called value. That's called
Wait, Touche.
value.
I agree. I agree with you, but the root of that problem is that you're not understanding the basics of bartering. So bartering is like, you could live in a community where corn actually costs more than tomatoes. But if you need corn, it's not about the fact that it costs more. And if that
It's
other person
it
needs tomatoes, then you guys are gonna switch. You
That's
guys are
demand
actually
and
gonna
Yeah,
supply.
but that's
trade.
what
That's
I'm
called
saying.
demand and supply.
That's demand.
Right.
But okay, I
No, no, no.
understand.
I'm agreeing with you, and I'm just
No,
saying,
that's
like,
what
I
I'm saying.
believe.
That's the problem with us kind of like doing that. Like people don't know the real meaning of bartering and trading. Like they don't
Right.
understand that.
People think
They
it's always equal value. It's not. It's just about what you
The,
personally need and
yeah,
what
like
that
see,
person is willing to give.
see, that's the
yeah.
problem. The problem is that we keep looking for problems and nobody's planting shit.
But then this is the thing too, Homage. I'm gonna go back to something that we talked about um before when I was like, man, I would love to plant and water stuff and do all that stuff, but also you got to look at it like this: we need somebody to actually want to be able to do that, and for them to get paid to survive. Like if they can, if that's what they do as a job, they need to be paid and so they can survive. Nobody can't sit here and work a 16-hour day job just to live in an apartment because our government is not get we not get we don't we kind of have our hands tied. We
You
make
said it
and do with what
yourself.
we have. We make and do with what we have.
Well, Touche, you said it yourself, right? You have to
Yeah.
have the will, the interest, right, to do these things. I'll give you an example. You can go to Pennsylvania right now and you can buy land for $4,000. And you can get grants if you are affluent in these type of activities, right? You can get grants that will help you connect the sewer line to your property if you have a reason why you're doing it. And all it takes is for you to do this for a couple of years, and then you are out of your contract, and then that property becomes more to engage with than the limitations that we're talking about. In the beginning, there's limitations to everything, but with education and with the right knowledge, there is a way around all these things. Okay. Listen to what I'm telling you. That property that was bought 3 years ago is now a retreat for church. It's now a day camp for kids. They teach arts and crafts, education. That $4,000 property is now worth $175,000. So the property alone went up in value. And then we're not even talking about what's on top of the property. Now that it's connected to the sewer, now that it has solar panels, now that it has electricity, now all the utilities are connected. Now the value of this property went up. It can be done, but we're not going to do it if we're going to find reasons why not to do it.
And the thing is, you got to learn the system, right? And I agree with you. Spiritually, guide. I agree with that. This whole system needs to be deconstructed. I get it, and I'm with that. I'm behind it. But I also understand that that's not going to happen in my lifetime. I
And
understand
I
that,
respect you for
right?
that.
And that's why. I think that we need to learn this, especially us people. We need to learn the system and use it to our advantage.
Absolutely. I mean, it's all about. Touche came in here with the right intention. He said you have to learn certain things. You have to be open to learn new things. Why? So that we can learn how to solve problems. You know, like there's a lot of people going around and talking about why do kids need to learn the angle of the sun? Why do kids need to learn how to solve all these problems when they're not going to use it in life? I have news for you. If you don't take math and algebra seriously, you're not going
Right.
to be able to solve problems in the future because it's all about
Mm-hmm.
problem solving and being able to deal with things that are uncomfortable because we got to learn how to start being comfortable with uncomfortable situations, and mathematics and algebra is one of them.
And some
Dev
people is some
stems
people
and
have that
tech.
that strength to do that, bro. But some people don't. I work a job right now, and people complain about not making no money, but I get up and I work on my off days. So I mean,
Exactly.
Yeah,
Oh,
but that's
I
a
that
flex, my
that was the
brother. That's a
word.
flex.
Exactly.
That was the
So do
word.
I feel you.
That
like
was
like
such a. I need you to say that again, Touche, because we love to sit on our butt, and that's the key word. Sit on your butt and complain.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Like today is my off day, right? I'm about to get up and go to work. I'm finna
Period.
drive to this yard, right? And I'm finna see 10 trucks, and them 10 trucks is finna talk to me on Monday and talk about how they not making no money.
Exactly.
But it's not, absolutely not. It's not a flex, but it's just me applying myself to not want to be in a certain situation, like a certain situation. I want to be somewhere else, so therefore I put the work in to be somewhere else. Right? It's people
Okay.
who want something. It's people who want something done, but don't do nothing about it getting done. You
Touche.
get what I'm saying?
It is a flex. Being a
It,
hard
it is
worker is
definitely
a
a flex.
flex. What are you talking about?
It
Like I'm not saying work to the death of you, but it is a flex. That's a good character trait to be a
It is
hard worker.
it is a flex because it's putting you in a better position. It's actually manifesting what you don't want to happen. You're avoiding it by doing this, and you're putting in the work. So it is a flex because you have the critical thinking skills and the control of your emotions to actually do something different. So it is a flex.
Right. And you keep calling it slavery spiritually, spiritual guide. It's not. I think I know what you mean as far as like how we live here, right? The cost of living is just is crazy compared to what we're actually being paid. So in that sense, I can understand why you keep calling it slavery. But in general, just to be a hard worker, just to be a go getter, that's not that is a flex because a lot of people don't have that ability.
At all.
Yes, they're not motivated. Motivated is a flex. Being motivated and understanding when you're doing too much and when you're not doing enough. The word understanding is a flex. When you understand something, when you make sense of something and you apply it, it is a flex. Do not remove that quality from you, Touche. You are different. And it
No,
takes you to do
I
something
mean, I'm a
different
still.
to make a change. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
I'm definitely not gonna remove it from me because like my mom raised me on her own and she did a hell of a job. So my thing was I always tell people if you go complain about something, make sure you step into the pathway to do something to change
Thank
it.
you.
I simply don't want to sit back here and I know that and I can tell y'all this straight up. I know I got an expensive habit. And I know I be wanting to like, splurge on myself and do certain stuff and
You
do
know
like be
what?
able to do that. But it does not come without work. One day I will be able to sit back and have people work for me and then do that. Like, but right now I
Touche,
have to do
you
the
taking us to
groundwork.
church.
I
Uh
have to do I have to do the footwork.
no
I
no
have
no.
to
He
do it.
he is because and I
A
think I
forward,
hope what he
Soto.
is
A
saying.
forward.
Okay, wait. No. I think what he is saying is like I hope y'all are not missing it. Because he what did he say? I have expensive habits. There are some of us, there are people that we know in real life, and people probably in this group right now or in this chat that you want the Louis V, you want this, and you want this, and you complain about how not having enough money. You want to take trips with the girls, you want to do this, but you're also sitting on your
What?
butt talking about somebody can't find a job
Yeah, but your
in a world where
priorities are
you could
fucked up.
literally sit at home
Priorities,
and work
right?
and make 80K.
Look, man, let me tell you something. It's not until you combine your needs and your wants and make that, we are living in such a divided world that our needs and our wants as an individual are separated. It's not until you actually want your needs and take care of your needs first that you will get everything that you want. But by the time you go through all this hardship, all this sacrifice, and putting the legwork in, you're not going to want those things anymore because they don't mean shit to you.
I mean, I could tell y'all that with me driving trucks, it's a lot of times where, like I said, I I sit back there. I'm the only. I think I'm like one out of the. It's only two of us that work on the weekends, and people be like, "Man, I'm only getting paid this," but you don't come to work on Saturday, bro. Come work Saturday early morning, and you still got your whole rest of your Saturday done. Like you have to take force to. Like I want to own a truck within the next 2 years, right? My cousin drives trucks. We decided like, hey, look, we go get a truck, we go put down on the truck, and then we go hit the road and we go pay that truck off. Once that truck is paid off, we go work, we go get another truck, and we go pay that truck off. That way, we got two trucks now. If we got two trucks, we could put people in there, pay them, and we could get paid better money. Now, the first year of us doing this probably may not be a good outcome because we gotta pay people. But as when we get more trucks, we get more
I got
money.
1 minute, y'all.
You feel
Yeah,
me?
but
Right.
So
Touche, what is that called? What is that called in plain English? That's called a plan. That's
yeah,
called a
That's exactly
goal.
what I was gonna say.
You know what
Just
I'm saying?
make sure
Right. I
that you
totally
talk to
agree.
somebody, have a business plan, and everybody knows you're not supposed to be making. Well, I mean, it could happen, but a lot of time, your first year around, you might just be breaking even.
no,
Right?
it's gonna
That's
be
just
experience.
business.
It's
Right?
experience. Whenever you start something, the first year is you got to chalk it up to experience.
Exactly. But
Say
as
that again.
somebody
We
like
went
we
back
do a
to
lot of lives.
experience.
We
Experience.
do a lot of lives about businesses in general. So what I've learned from that, and I know Kev, you about to go, but what I learned from that, Touche, is that there's a lot of us, we start businesses and we're not really willing to put in the work to figure it out. In addition to not having a plan, because you should have had a plan before you even open for business.
Facts.
There's a lot of steps that we just everybody just want to go register for an LLC and then throw something on Instagram and then boom, try to start selling products when you haven't planned anything. You don't know your market research, you don't know your target audience or market. You don't know anything. You don't know anything about the industry. Like you haven't invested any time to actually learn about the business that you're trying to do. Yet you open for business. That's
And
problematic.
so I wanted to say that because you broke up a important part. Like I was going to say that, like, right. So 2 years ago, I decided to start my own business, right? And I did exactly what you said, right? I did my research, I did my market plan, I decided, what field I wanted to go into, what was my business ideas, and all these things, right? So what I did for the first 2 years is got a piece of paper and some pen, and I wrote what my business was, what I wanted to do, who was my target audience, and all these things, right? So as I did this, I'm like, all right, so now the next step is to, before I get my LLC, see what it entitles, what type of license I would need to have, and all these things.
Please
Like,
don't get an LLC. Please message me. Don't get an LLC.
I'm
Message me.
not, but
We'll
what I'm
talk.
saying is, I took the time to do the research, right?
Right.
And you're right. A lot of us don't take the time to do the research on what our business entails and what we want to do. We just figure like, oh, I can make money and I'm make my own business and I'm gonna just jump into it. And 9 out of 10, usually what happens with us when we do that, especially us as Black people, because we rush into the fast money life, that we don't realize that if we don't break even, 9 out of 10 the business fails. And it only fails because we didn't put in the effort to do the studying.
Yes.
I agree, but even if you take a loss in your first year, your second year, your third year, it's still a learning experience. But a lot of time to
No,
avoid that is to plan. If you do plan,
right.
do plan
I got
expensively.
I got news for y'all. Not every business goes through the trials and tribulations in their first year.
No, we're
Let me,
not
Facts.
disagreeing with that.
Facts.
you
Yeah.
know, so I know 50 people that have LLCs and ain't doing shit with it. Where
Oh,
the
facts.
LLC costs more money than their side hustle money.
Right. That's why I
Yeah.
always tell people, please don't get an LLC because, and you got to understand, right? When it comes to business, how come they never market corporations to us?
Hey
How
man,
come?
there's a
How
billion
come?
ways to look at this, man. There's a billion conspiracies, there's a billion excuses, there's a billion positive things. You know, look, the bottom line is this, people. Let's wrap it up for Kevin, I think, because Kevin wants to wrap it up. Because there were so many great things that were said here by everybody. And sometimes it seems like we're in an argument or in a debate, and we're basically sometimes saying the same thing. And there's so many synonyms in the English language that covers the
Hmm.
same area because I've heard everybody here say some beautiful things. And if we could all wrap it up, what I got out of this live was very simple. Put the legwork in,
Yep.
take the time and put the effort. Start realizing when you're doing too much and when you're not doing enough and look for a balance in life. Check your sources. Do not go with the first thing that you see. You know, take a double check and validate the information that you're getting. That way you feel stronger and not iffy about it. So let's put the work in. Let's get the knowledge inside of us, and let's pick and choose our battles, man. That's what I got out of this life, and
And
that's
in addition to that, I would say also striving to understand other people, knowing that people are different from you, and knowing that everybody has different experiences. So let's try to be a little bit more understanding with each other, and actually not don't just write people off. Really try to understand. And I think Kevin, you do a great job for doing that, because sometimes even when you disagree, you always try to figure out why this person is saying these things. And I think that is so valuable, and that's why your lives do go the way that they go. So that I
absolutely.
can just give you those
Let
flowers real
and
quick.
let's not forget that we have to take care of
Thank you.
ourselves first before we understand anybody else, because we don't want to be an extrovert. We want to be inclusive in our own lives. So learn how to understand who you are, what you stand on, your beliefs, and where all this shit comes from.
Period. Okay, y'all.
Yeah.
Bye, guys. Thank you so much. Alan Queen, we gotta talk, sis. Please don't get the LLC. Okay, bye, y'all.
All right. We gotta talk.
All right. I'll be
Is
on later tonight when
is
it's a
Dazzle
topic.
still sleeping? Where she at?
She knocked out.
Yeah, she probably said.
Don't worry. He gonna drop her when he end it.
So any last words, Island or obviously Kevin, you should always close your own, your own live.
I just gotta say real quick, guys, always do your own discernment, self love, respect others. Even if you disagree, try to disagree to agree, and just work on self first. We can't change the world without changing ourselves.
All right.
Later.
All right.
Last
What you
words,
got for
Kevin.
us, Dazzle?
She's there.
Last words. They basically done said the main things. Let me go ahead and enter the outro right quick. My new phrase. That's how I'm gonna keep ending this, man. Actually, it's on my status. On my what you call it?
The
Oh,
comments were on fire too, man. A lot of people said some good comments. I'm
yeah.
not here to disagree with the comments, but when you say a generalized
Mhm.
statement, I try to direct it where it needs to go. So no personal disrespect or no personal disagreements with no one on the comments.
So I'm gonna end it like this. I gotta say this at the end of the live, then. So, name is Laugh and Learn Kev, man. A little bit about my life is, or the main thing about my life is, I'm not here to protect your little feelings because we all need some healing. I am here to protect you from long-term misery so that so that can all be left in history. I messed it all up. Man, I'm gonna get it down pack. And for the people that might have got mixed up with it, I'm gonna say it over again. Retake. I'm not here to protect your little feelings because we all need some healings. I'm here to protect you from long-term misery so that can all be left back in history. There we go. All right,
I
I
like
gotta
that.
practice it. That's gonna
That
be
was
my outro, man.
that was beautiful, Kev. That
Thanks,
was a
man.
beautiful
And
thing,
what
man.
you
We're
got
not we're
for us,
not here to hurt
Anuki?
nobody. We're trying to help people open your minds. And you can't be innovative without diversity. You can't expand on your limited capacity if you do the same thing every day. What did Einstein say? You can't expect different results from doing the same shit over and over and over. You got to do something different if you want to be different. Let's go.
Let's go. And shout out everybody follow Dazzle if y'all not following her, because usually if I'm not in my live, I'm being her live majority of the time. It's top supporter at the moment, you know what I'm saying? I mean everybody else support, but right now she's just been rocking with me heavy and I've been rocking with her heavy and stuff. So if I'm not over here, I'm gonna be over there. And if y'all not following, follow me now. I'm gonna give y'all a couple seconds to do that.
Let's
Wow.
go.
So.
I, I, I
And
like
follow
I, I like I like
too.
Sto- I
That's the
like I
one that
like I
stay
like I
wild
like
that kept that
Stonia.
good conversation.
Yeah, I like Stonia.
Follow my whole channel actually.
She's not afraid to speak. She tries to speak
Oh
from
yeah, she
a, a,
might.
a reasoning point of view. You understand what I'm saying? I could tell that she's done some work into critical thinking. You know what I'm saying? So
And Island Queen. So, they about to make me name every last person.
Island Queen, Dazzle, Bro was up here, Touche was up
Ormiga,
here.
Touche.
I like Touche too, man. I like Touche.
Yeah.
He's very strong on what he believes in, but he stands corrected. If there is something that you enlighten him on, he's open minded to it.
Yeah, most definitely.
And that's it. It's 10:08 somewhere in this world, and it's 9:08 somewhere else in
Well,
somewhere else. You know what I'm
right, exactly. And it's
saying?
already Sunday somewhere else. And,
Well, with that being said, Kevin, it's always a pleasure. I thank you for the day that I met you, that we've been working on this for a while now. Um,
oh yeah,
and
for sure. Right,
I
most
always feel
definitely.
comfortable coming into your live, and I always feel comfortable when I see you in the comments when I'm doing my live. So, bro, bless you, my brother. I appreciate the day that we met, and hopefully we can continue to grow. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, for sure, man. That's the goal, man. Appreciate you too, man.
You know, I'm gonna tap out. Kevin, one last thing. Go to bed, bro.
Yeah, you right, you right, and I will listen. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go to bed, Kevin. Don't make me go get Kanai right now for you. I swear to
All
God,
right,
yo.
you.
Don't make me go call her. I swear to God, yo. Take care,
Right.
man. Good morning and good night.
All right, man.
All right.
Yep. 47 people. I still ain't see no follows pop up. Go ahead. I'm gonna give y'all about 1 minute to do the follow if y'all ain't following. Go ahead. I'm gonna give y'all like not even 1 minute. I'm gonna give y'all like 30 seconds, 15 seconds. I know the delay. But there we go. I see another follow right there. That's another island. It's an island guy instead of an island girl this time. But all right, y'all. I'll catch y'all, man.